Mine baited me last week. How so? How did yours do it? There, we'll see how this goes. There you go. I gotta refresh on my phone. I'm gonna go, like, chat tap. I need to go, yeah, see there's gonna be ads. So I'm gonna go and, be right back. I'm gonna chop up some, I'm gonna put in some wieners. Is that a bad thing, Chance Box? They did that to me and I accepted it. Is that not good? Why does your mom let you have 2 oil packets in your cup noodle? I don't know. Pretty sure that's a accidental thing. I'm pretty sure it wasn't supposed to have 2 in it, but I'll take 2. I put 2 in it. I don't care. Whatever. See how different that tastes. Also, I put wieners in it. And by wieners, I mean chicken wieners. And by chicken, I mean cock. Yeah, he said cock. Yeah. No, but I'm being serious. I put chicken wieners in there. I've never had chicken hot dog wieners before, so to my knowledge. You said wiener. Sorry, I can't do butthead, unfortunately. Yeah, wiener. Yeah, wiener. Wiener. I can do Beavis at least to an extent. Oh, I fucking left my phone in the other room. God damn it. I woke up with a boner. I woke up with a hard wiener. Hold on, I gotta be an Instagram girl real quick. I gotta take a picture of my wiener. Sorry. I'm done, I'm sorry. Streamer, this joke has been reused 30 times. Stop it. It did go up to gigabit, but it's been unstable as fuck the past few days. Oh. Everything else is good, though. I almost didn't go through with the free phone because they worded it so strangely it sounded like a scam. Oh. Yeah, they didn't really do free phone for me. I don't know how to word it, but... They did give me international calling, and it only goes into effect when I'm in the States or whatever. Seems to be good. I can text to the States, surprisingly. And the fees haven't been horrible to my knowledge. I don't know. I don't remember because of the billing for shit, right? Postal service has been fucked, so... Whatever! I have no idea. We'll see. My throat is super sore already from talking. It's only been 2 hours. Probably because I've been fucking yapping my ass off for visual novels the past, like, 2 days. And other stream stuff, but, you know. Anyway, connection seems to be fine so far, but it's been 10 minutes. We'll see. So basically all that happened was essentially I just went through all the rules and maps and shit. Nothing else. It seems like something else should be here soon. Yeah. I went through the rules and everything. That's it. So, you didn't miss anything, game-wise. Also, I feel like the game should have a log option, just in case. Usually it's scroll up. But, yeah. Please key in your social security number, date of birth, and all of your credit card information, and I can't see any of what you send. All I see are stars. That is your private information, sir. Please do not worry. Paul. Trying to calm down, Bill breathed deeply. In an instant, his life had changed completely, losing everything he had been taking years to build up. He had managed to get out of the small world that had trapped him for almost all of his life. To now having his life trapped again, in that bar, the Golden Jack. World even smaller, emptier, almost bare of life. He had to escape that prison and recover his life, but he wasn't planning on doing it as his jailer intended. Oh, the owner. I was like, what? Some could see it as making an already difficult situation even worse. However, from his point of view, it was the only valid option. He wanted to get back the life that had been taken from him. He had to keep his hands clean of blood. He wasn't particularly religious, so it wasn't about not tainting his soul with sin, nor even about avoiding jail. There was a much bigger, more important reason. He was simply incapable of killing. He wanted to. He wanted to kill so damn bad. He wants to plunge a knife into someone, but he just physically can't. His brain won't let him, and he is pissed at that fact. Also, I'm gonna go wash my hands real quick because they smell like fucking hot dog. They smell like wiener. Sorry. This dude was jerking off the entire time while the ISP was resetting. But no, to put it into respected, whatever the fuck term is, to put it into perspective. That's oops. Put it in perspective. Basically, I've had this ISP since 2020 because I switched from the old one that literally would not let me stream for an entire month. So I switched. That was during SpongeBob, I remember. And since 2020, it's 2025, almost 2026. Within the last, well, actually, it would have been exactly like 5 years a month ago or so. So within the last 5 years, the amount of times I've had connection issues like that, which has happened on stream, I think twice. There's been maybe one other time where I've had to restart stream. So, yeah. Maybe 3 times, maybe just add an extra one just in case I forgot one. But it's less than on one hand, so. So overall, it's better. Oh, and now that we're at the end of getting you set up with a free phone, I must let you know that as government fee on this, you'll need to pay $35 for tax. What the fuck? Yeah, not for me. Before anything else, I propose we all investigate this place. Agreed. For now, let's have a truce. Truce? Why you phrase it like that? Exactly. We need to act, but be careful, everyone. Got it. Nobody said anything else, simply leaving in different directions. Wasn't fully clear if they had accepted the truce, though. Thankfully, only one of them had the power to break it. Most of them left pretty quickly, leaving only a handful by the counter. But who got updated? They all get updated? Oh, is it like... situation ... What does that mean? Wait, what? What is this? Huh? Okay. Heard him say he was going to, take a dump. Nice. Didn't see where she went, though. I think I heard her say, north, always north, so... Interesting. Maybe I imagined it, but I'm pretty sure I saw Lime grab her arm and take her away. Saw him leave the counter heading to the west side. West side? So a couple of people stayed. She was the first one to leave the counter, probably wanting to be alone. Saw her going after Piano to the west side. Guess she's worried about him, can't blame her. Okay, so a couple of people, like, about, like, 3 people stayed. I think these 3 people stayed at the counter. These 2 went to the west, these 2 went north, and she went wherever. And he went to take a dump. I complain about the $35 when I got a $300 phone out of it, though. Eh. It added up. I don't know. It adds up. I don't know. I'd complain. Most of them left pretty quickly, leaving only a handful by the counter. With nobody paying attention to him, Bill decided it was finally time to act. So he grabbed a knife and killed someone! Didn't take long to find what he was looking for. A sharp weapon. Glass. He broke the glass. He took the glass of a wine bottle and shoved it into someone's neck. Oh, it colors based on where you've gone. The exit. I'm leaving! Fuck the rules. We'll see if these rules are really true. No one finds out my mission is to shit 3 times before the end of the ad. I hope no one finds out my mission is to shit 3 times before the end of the hour. Dude, that'd be a difficult mission for me to pull off. I wouldn't be able to do that. That's... I'm sorry, I gotta pin that. That's really funny. That's just fun. Fuck. Or technically speaking, the entrance. A space that appeared... Or both? A space that appeared separate from the rest of the bar, walled off by blameless plants that made looking inside from the sides a difficult task. Difficult. In front of it, on the floor, lay a welcome sign. Not very welcoming in their situation, though. Well, because it was upside down, silly. It would be like, Caj... I couldn't read that. 2. You must remain inside the Golden Jack. What if you open the door and you're like... what was it, SpongeBob? It's probably more than just SpongeBob. They're like, oh, I'm over. Oh. They're like, put your hand out. Oh, I'm out. Oh, no, I'm back in. Ooh, I'm out. They're like, the just like test fate, and the host guy's like,
hey, guy. Hey, dude, stop it. Hey, knock that off. Hey, can you not do that? You're testing my patience. Stop doing that.
oh, I'm not, no, in, out, ooh. Tests his fucking patience. You must remain inside the Golden Jack. That rule existed, it can only mean one thing. He stretched his arm. You know what? I'm surprised no one said, the guy that set up this game is one of us. No one said that yet. No one's questioning who that guy even is. They're just like, ah, oh, he exists. Stretched his arm and grabbed the handle and slightly pushed it. Oh, it's a push door? Well, then why is there a pull? The door really wasn't closed. The only thing stopped them from opening and leaving was that rule. We'll open it and then look out. Oddly enough, it opened outwards. Strange design choice for an entrance, considering the game. Considering the game, though, no one would want to enter that bar, only exit from it. Perhaps that's why, without thinking about it, he had pushed it instead of pulling it. Okay. He gulped. His much desired escape was within one hand rotation. Not really. But then what? Considering that someone with the ability to leave existed, it was a reasonable assumption that what lay beyond it was in freedom. Well, yeah, no shit. Because, I mean, then everyone could just break the rule. Like, it doesn't... Well, they do have poison. The poison... If they break a rule, they're not going to die. It's not like a bomb in your chest going or anything. It's a poison. You have 10 hours until it activates. Or whatever. So, you have 10 hours essentially to escape. Whether you break the rules or not, as from what I know at least. If you break the rules or not, doesn't really matter. But, like, do you want to risk that, pretty much? Because if you break a rule, you're not getting your antidote. Or at least, not the antidote for the hour, or whatever. Not even number 2, as in the bathroom, because he went to take a dump, could really escape the game. There was a big problem, an obstacle that anchored them to it. Their bodies have been poisoned. It's a slow poison. If you win the game, you will receive the antidote. They weren't sure if it was true, but that wasn't a threat they could ignore. So wait, so you're gonna be selective? What are you, a Karen on Facebook? No, I believe there's a poison, but I don't believe there's an antidote. Like, you can't just, like, you can't just pick and choose what you want to believe. I don't have a good example for the Karen Facebook one, but I know they do, they say shit like that. As time passed, the likelihood of everything being fake was getting smaller, at least to him. There were only 2 realistic possibilities. Either everything was real, or a very cruel hidden camera TV program. Get punked. Ashton Kutcher comes out. There's camera there, there, and there. You just got punked. Welcome to the prank patrol. While he wanted to believe it was the second... We gotta watch that on stream, assuming I don't get sued. And while he wanted to believe it was the second one, a TV program with such a twisted sense of humor, kidnapping random people with no permission, was unthinkable. Maybe. It's clearly illegal, even if the poison was fake and every security measure was in place to prevent deaths. And if it was all true, if their captor had managed to prepare everything, obtaining the poison for everyone wouldn't be hard in comparison. In the end, he decided to push those thoughts to the side for now, and finally he opened the door. That's not... Open it more? Barely opened it before closing again, immediately taking a step back. He knew that the more he opened it, the more time he let it be opened, the harder it'd be to resist the urge to leave. That's fair. I'd probably be like, ooh, my foot's out. That much was enough. He had taken a look at the outside, and what he had seen was, without question, a hallway. In other words, as it was to be expected, the bar's exit didn't lead to the outside. Well, no shit. I feel like you'd hear, like, birds or something. Out the... Oh, cut the foot off. I don't see how that would help you. You're gonna throw your foot out the... What's that gonna achieve? You were in some sort of building. What?! I don't believe that. No, that sounds bullshit. No, you're in a building? Fuck, no, you're not. I don't believe that. Sorry. I teach you to mess with the game. The death game. Oh, you mean, like, they have, like, a saw trap where they have a buzz saw just cut off your leg if you step out? Yeah, right? Unless you're a number 2 guy. If he could get outside even after breaking the rule that forbid leaving, a chance existed to get to a hospital that could save them from the poison. However, without knowing his own number, going out with the hope that he had the second rule was too big a risk. If he broke the rule, there would be 1 hour max for the poison to take effect. What? In that time, maybe you could find the antidote or the exit to the building, but... Wait, is it not 10 hours? Wait. I thought it was a 10-hour poison. Is the poison actually 1 hour, but the antidote, like, unfucks you up? Also, wait, I don't even know where the kitchen... Oh. What? Oh, you can zoom in. I don't know where the kitchen even is. What was I looking for again? None of these. This. Poison will take effect in 1 hour and 5 minutes from the start of the game, but after an hour, antidotes that delay death by 1 hour will be distributed. Each player has a specific antidote and others won't have an effect. Oh. Wait, others won't have an effect. Wait, so some people are just gonna die regardless because they get the bad poison or bad antidote. So, okay, so the poison, it takes an hour and 5 minutes, very specific, to take effect. But after every hour, you get an antidote. Okay, so you don't get, it's not a 10-hour poison, it's a 1 hour. Okay, never mind, I take it back. Fair enough. Anyone would note that that was impossible for one person that didn't know what or who was on the other side. Before taking such a risk, it was best to make sure of a few things and gather some help. Finding a way to contact the outside or a straightforward way out with no danger would be ideal. After a few moments, a decision was made. 10-hour gas. If 2 hours...
Gas. 10-hour gas. Nerve agent.
Sorry. 2 hours, if an alternative wasn't found in that time, he would go through that door. There wasn't any reason for it to be 2 hours. It was a personal, self-imposed limit. If by then he hadn't had any luck, he probably wouldn't get some by waiting any longer. What? In fact, maybe 1 hour is enough to check his chances there. What's he talking about? Sorry, What? I was doing a bit. Especially considering that the worst case scenario would happen at any moment. Being there any longer, then that was dangerous for him and for everyone else. Use the blue disc to change the music. Oh. Okay. For now, I should investigate a little and talk to the others. Where to go first? Right-click the billiard ball to choose direction and left-click to hit it. I did just save, technically, I think. Oh. I kind of want to go to the piano because I feel like the one girl would be there. Wait, north, east, south, west. Wait, west is over here. Never mind, they'd be over there. North is up here. So she's probably in the east or something. Are those the bathrooms? Those are the bathrooms, so he's there. So she might be here. If I had to guess. Or here. Fuck it. Bill headed to the counter. Not too far from it, between the entrance and the counter, there was a billiard table. Damn it, never mind, take it back. Well, it's not too far. Maybe it was because of the name he'd been given, but it was the first thing he noticed, a game he had never tried. Why was he billiards? Could have been the names that were given at random, but some seemed to fit, or so he thought. There really wasn't any rule forbidding them from saying their real names or forcing them to use those nicknames, but nobody seemed willing to give their name in that situation, and it was quicker to use the nicknames they'd been given than thinking up new ones. Well, he had no idea of the reason behind his own. He wasn't against it. Bill was a short name, easy to remember, and ordinary. Nothing wrong with it. Bill's here. Billiards, pool. When I think about it, it's also a game where numbers are important, right? You want us numbered players to eliminate each other, just like how you eliminate numbered balls in a certain order. Well, no, there's not really an order in pool, is... Chat, I don't know how to play pool. How do you play pool again? I guess there's different rules depending on how you play. Because I played pool where your colors are stripes. Sometimes there's one where you have to do it in a numbered order. Sometimes you have to do it and call out the pocket and the shot, right? So it depends. You hit ball. Thank you. Thank you. I love sport ball. The right ball in the holes. What about the left ball? I had a drink. Oh yeah, these are zero sugar, by the way. Left ball is long gone. Ah! Dude, I'm the type to get the white ball. Okay, so I haven't played pool that much, but when I have played, I've either been really good, one game. The other 99% has been me hitting a ball, and my white ball goes in and none of the other balls. Or I get my opponent's ball in. And the white ball. Cool. Might be overthinking a pretty dumb metaphor, but now I can't get that thought out of my head. Mental image has been born inside billiards. I forgot that's me. Oh. Wait, what? You can now access the drop pocket. The what? Would you fancy a drink? Someone addressed him from the counter. The man with the nickname Cocktail had put him... Hey! What the fuck? That was quick. I didn't even do that. The man with the nickname Cocktail had put himself behind it, and before him were the men named Darts and Poker. Poker was drinking while Darts seemed focused on his barman. He approached them. Right now, I'm not... What's the drop pocket? Wait, is drinking safe here? Wait, what? Oh, this is just a faster way of looking at the rules, I guess? Oh, I guess this is if someone dies, it disappears, so it's easier to keep track of. That would make sense. But the 8-1 is bad. You don't want to get the 8-1 gone, right? That means you win or you lose the game. So I feel like this should have been, Rule 8 should have been a different rule, more important one. Concern suddenly struck him. They were in some unknown bar, basically having been kidnapped. Could they trust that the drinks weren't dangerous? It could be a trap. Too late. Yeah, that's the opposite direction of the pool table. Well, I was just at it. To live somewhere that had a pool table, good times. Oh. I can't say it with total confidence, but I do believe that we can drink without fear. After all, we have already been poisoned as part of this game, supposedly. Might as well just drink more poison. Here's some rat poison. Would you like a rat poison martini? I don't see a good reason for why they would poison us again, or put any other dangerous substances in these bottles, like bleach. You wanna bleach over the rocks? Exactly, we'll find out for sure soon anyways. Moreover, the drinks seem to be in good condition, on top of being an exquisite selection. There's something I can't fault this owner for, it's their good taste in beverages. I even found a bottle of Taste of Vices, the legendary wine that's said to have an otherworldly taste, but one that only those with the divine palate can enjoy. Clearly knew a lot about the subject. On the topic of nicknames that fit perfectly, that was probably the best example. It had only just been put in that state of affairs, yet Cocktail was serving drinks in the most natural way possible. His ease, his way of talking, his ability to serve drinks, and his expertise. It's almost as if he's a bartender, and that's what bartenders are supposed to be. In that setup, the 10 ball is this big one? What do you mean? This? Why? What do you mean? All signs pointed to him being a bartender or something of the sort, and he had no intention of hiding it. Perhaps that was his way of calming down in that situation, to act as if he was working. I believe we can apply that to this place as a whole. This is not an abandoned bar. The one behind all this, its organizer, has to be the owner. Any statements you want to make? Ah! Are you by any chance accusing me of something? No, that would be too obvious, but if you are as much of an expert as you seem to be, it's possible you might know this bar. I'm afraid not. A shame. After a small pause, he lifted his gaze from the barman and... What's the best place to hide a tree? And immediately went back to his screen. What? I see. Well, we won't get bored, that's for sure. Barman, another one. Wait, maybe barman isn't the way to best to call you. Could get confusing. Right away. As for my name, Cocktail's probably the best option. Well, no, not if we want a cocktail. Cocktail, give me a cocktail. What kind of cocktail? Getting out of his little daze, Cocktail served him another glass. A tree. Darts was simply something that everyone there seemed to have understood. Oh, Darts was implying something that everyone there seemed to have understood. Cocktail wasn't amused at all, but tried to hide it, showing his professionalism. Poker was the other way around, grinning, getting some fun from it. In that situation, how could anyone smile? Not just poker, Darts also appeared to be getting some enjoyment out of it. How could somebody be playing detective with their life on the line? He couldn't believe it. It's not that, what? It's not that crazy. What? Huh? 8-ball is the money ball in 8-ball pool, but that rack was set up for 10 ball. So 10 ball is the one you lose or win for? You mean? What is wrong with the money emo? It's frozen. It's frozen on him with his arm outstretched. Help! And it just died. Weird. Elong Ma? Maybe it's all a hidden camera prank, right? They're probably thinking that. Even though he wanted to believe it, hoping that it would all go well, he couldn't. Isn't there more than 10 balls in pool? Even though he wanted to believe it, there's like 12 or something, right? I feel like there's more, like 14 ball or something. Even though he wanted to believe it, hoping that it would all go well, he couldn't. He had to assume the worst case scenario and act upon it. Something made him do it. Something. Are you feeling alright? Yeah. Well, no, not really. I was just thinking, though. Oh, I see. You haven't come to terms with this yet. Well, yeah, same here. Did you all check out this thing's secrets? Poker raised his barman. Unfortunately, attending this counter has occupied all of my time for now, so I wasn't able to. You guys, stop asking of drinks, please. Well, there is something good. This owner isn't completely the worst. Huh? What's good about any of this? The objectives. You know, that thing mentioned in Rule 9. We don't have one in the first hour, so we can chill. Are you sure about that? You might not have any, but we can't just simply lie back. For starters, we have new data every hour. We didn't have any now. People has 15, but 10 ball uses 10. Really? That's weird. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I was right in thinking there's at least 14, though. Ah, that. Yeah, I saw. We're supposed to be using this time to explore, probably. Not that you mention it, I didn't. Due to Rule 7, they could only unlock one data per hour. He still wasn't sure what it meant by data, but the best way to find out was to see one. That appeared to be the main component of that game, making use of that information to deduce the numbers of the other players to then purge them. He didn't want to take part in it, especially if there was personal info about the others, like their social insurance numbers. Though it was a potential way to discover his own number, still unknown to him for some reason, he refused. Well, I don't know what to tell you then. Welcome back, Toriv. Going to bed soon. It's all good. Connection seems to be better now, at least. So that's good. Although, was there really information about them? Having their privacy invaded? Why did I say privacy like that? I usually say privacy. What the fuck? Invaded. Top of the kidnapping. Wasn't surprising anymore, but hurt nonetheless. I always thought of like middle-aged people saying privacy. Well, it's been a minute. With resignation, he opened the data menu. It was a simple numbered list, which could be opened in any order. According to the rules, they could only unlock one data per hour. However, the one in possession of Rule 7 could ignore that limitation. Hmm? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, no, I get it. Sorry, my brain farted. As there was no indication of his contents that could guide him, he decided to start with number 1. Or number 10. Or number 8. Damn it. Likes black coffee, 1579. Hey, random question, guys. Who here likes black coffee? Haha, right, guys? Haha. I wonder if it's the same data for everyone, though. Might be. So if everyone chooses 1, then it's like, something ordinary and harmless, while at the same time disturbing. Yeah. Liking black coffee is pretty disturbing. How did their captor know about their taste in coffee? Instinctively, he sneaked a glance at the counter. He felt bad about it right away, as nobody was drinking coffee at the time. Well, that one girl does. Irish coffee, at least. Assuming this is true, I don't have any of those 4 rules. Too bitter for his taste. He sighed in relief. Of the 10 possible rules he could possess, 4 were now out of the consideration. But that relief didn't last long, as he realized what it meant. Not having Rule 1 meant someone else from the 9 people there had it, someone with the right to kill. As for number 5, it was the wild card rule, which could be swapped with a dying one, as he wanted to avoid any death that wasn't for any interest to him. Now, having Rule 7 meant that someone else had access to a large amount of information from the start to freely... Oh yeah, they have... Wait. Number 7's pretty fucking big. You could literally... Could you just do each one? Could you just open each one? Just be like, I want all 10 datas, please. You would just know who everyone's number is. He has billiard balls of a known size. Damn. I have 10 of them right here. Lastly, 9 meant he had to take the objectives he'd received seriously. Though there was one piece of good news. Chance of his rule being 2 hadn't gone away, so he could get out and look for help. Also ball in his drink. Ah! Ew. Oh, that's what's in there. I thought that was a coconut. Ew, I can't drink this then. Ugh. You know, this probably hasn't been cleaned. Number 7 can grab all their data straight... And number 7 can grab all their data straight off. That's a huge advantage. True, very true. Likely most dangerous player at the start. Put his barman away and got up, except the thing was still up there. Darts is right. Even without an objective, we can't waste any time. That's new. Okay, so that is a bug. Interesting. I think it's telling me that Cocktail likes black coffee. I could be wrong, though. Darts is right. Even without an objective, we can't waste any time. He says that, yet he's just sitting there, menacingly. Yeah, but not getting drunk. First things first, and first priority is getting my head cleared. I'm sure reloading would probably fix it. I'm gonna keep it up just for now. First priority is getting my head cleared. By getting drunk, right? No, I'm not gonna drink that much. Just a little bit. Then I would advise you to stop soon. Yeah, and I'll go search around some more. Have fun. That's just the name of the bar, Likes Black Coffee 1579. Those are lottery numbers. He left, heading somewhere else. There were still places left to check. His next destination would be... Likes Black. I don't know where to go. I was brought back here. I didn't want to go here. What was the other place I wanted to go to? I think here. Okay, now it disappears. He decided to make his way to the area with the large fish tank. Ooh! In addition to the tank, there were tables and sofas, and among them, a person. Okay, I had a feeling she was here. The young woman known as Coffee, who wasn't deaf. Thanks for a clarification. She was investigating alone, to no surprise from him, even barely after meeting her for the first time. One needn't be a private detective to clue into the likely fact that she wasn't the most sociable person there, and being trapped there with people she didn't know wouldn't help. And yet... it's because things are the way they are that we should help each other out. We can't get through this all alone. He had to earn everyone's trust, and of course he was willing to trust them in return, but it shouldn't be blind faith. They had to talk, know each other, and understand each other. They had to bond over Fortnite sessions. If you get the victory royale, this is a bad bit. Stand together as victims of the same crime. Unfortunately, getting to a mutual understanding with others had never been his forte, so he had to give it his all to make it happen. Wait, are you implying you usually butt heads with people? He did say he was stubborn. And that young woman, Coffee, could potentially be one of the biggest obstacles on the way there. One he had to overcome to achieve the joint alliance he desired. Our mission is probably to flush a fish from that tank without getting caught. Maybe. I wonder if the guy took well, I mean, what time is it? It's like 31? He's still in the bathroom, so hopefully he does it 3 times, otherwise he's in trouble. What should I say to her? How should I act? Casual? Serious? Me when I see woman? Last time went awful. Guess a different approach would make the most sense, but... to make her open to us, I have to prove to her I don't have any bad intentions. I need to be friendly. But I can't be too friendly. It's the most natural way, and acting differently now would make me look suspicious. Am I overthinking it? It's not like I'm trying to flirt with her. I'm not even looking for a friendship. Just, I hate her ass. I do not want her whatsoever. Oh boy, a nice guy. M'lady. Realizing he had to stop, he gave himself a small whack to the head. And she looked at him like, what is he doing? He just keeps hitting himself. He didn't have enough time to waste deep in thought. In just a few hours, the danger would turn... Just a few hours, the sun would rise. The danger would turn unavoidably lethal. It was time to act. If you understood that reference, good job. He approached her with determination while she kept looking around the place, seemingly completely oblivious to his presence, even after having stood there for a couple of minutes and... Coffee? She looked at him for a moment, once again confirming she wasn't deaf, and with no response went back to what she was doing. Did I screw up again? Already? What did I do wrong? Oh no, she hates me, she hates me, she hates me! She doesn't have anything against me, does she? Oh no. She knows I use Twitter. Fuck! That was data number 6! No! It said specifically that my number X, uses Twitter all the time. No! Fuck, fuck, fuck. No, it says I wipe back to front. No! Or whatever. Shit! She knows I have the toilet paper under, not over. No! No, it made sense. In fact, as much as he didn't want to admit it, behaving otherwise was the strange way to act. Each person had a different reaction to a stress situation like that one. Still, some seemed to have gotten too comfortable too quickly, perhaps even himself. In fact, maybe he was the one acting the strangest. Her decision to only talk when necessary and keep everyone away was probably the safest and most logical approach. And at the same time, it was slightly worrying. Isolation, good song from Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines, could put her in danger. Slightly concerned, he went up to her. Hey, you want me to help with you watching the fish? No. For a moment, he smiled just from the simple fact that he had received an answer, but the smile disappeared as soon as he understood what she had said. I understand that you don't trust me, but we should help each other out to survive. What if I don't want to survive? The others could see you as suspicious if you keep your distance too much and... So what? The words caught Bill by surprise, leaving his mind blank for a moment. My objective is to get killed in the first hour or whatever. Well, you know, that could be dangerous. I can take care of my own. Go somewhere else. Total rejection. She hates me! Her straightforward answers left no room for comebacks, and insisting on it would most likely only have the opposite effect. He hadn't expected making a joint alliance was going to be easy, but things were much worse than he'd anticipated. Even so, he had no intentions of backing down. He considered his inability to do so as his one and only gift, so he had to make good use of it. That was the time to act. If the group shattered from the start, it would all go from bad to worse. The only thing that could lead to was... a strategy. Well, I guess. But I just want to make it clear that we shouldn't see each other as enemies. We can't let this game influence us. You prefer all of us dying together? Maybe. No, we have to escape together, every one of us. Sure. Sure? What's that supposed to mean? I thought she was looking for a way out, but... You aren't going to join this madness, are you? Not silence again. Who knows? No doubt left. She did not know how to deal with that person. At least she hadn't said yes. Could he consider that a partial win? Let's just go for now. He had lost the battle, but not the war. He left the area to coffee and went back to the way he came. I keep breaking my iPad. This thing, I need to stop dropping it. Searching around the fish tank. I'm assuming she's the only one that changed. Actually, let me check. Yeah, they're probably the only ones that changed. Wait, hold on. Oops. He's still in the bathroom. There are still places to check. His next destination would be... There's only 3 places left. I'll go here next. Oh, it's the main area. Bill went down the steps to the lower section of the bar, where he had woken up. The area looked like an extension, so the bar could have more clients. On the other side, he could see a table bigger than all the others. In between him and it, on one of the smaller tables, were Lime and Jin having a chat. Lime sitting literally on the table, while Jin was on a chair. Oops, broke it. Not surprising. Looking around, looking around the bar's lower area. I thought it said looking around, looking for bars in South Korea. I don't know why I thought it said that. I guess because area looked like Korea. I don't know. That's just fucking random. I'm looking for bars in South Korea so that when I leave here, I can like get some good shit. Get some insert Korean alcohol here. Bar's lower area, yeah. Oh no. Bill! Oh my! I don't know how to... I know what this is, I just don't know how to pronounce it. Omae? It's probably Omae. Get your Oshiri over here! Hayaku! I know what those mean, which is not something I should admit. What? Are you a weeb or something? Her wide smile didn't come off as very trustworthy, yet he didn't sense any ill will from her. Gomena sorry, Billiard-san. What sort of education did your parents give you? No Nipponese? Well, not exactly something your parents teach you, is it? Hey, do you like black coffee? Oh, you do? Hey guys, we should kill her. Nani? It was still too soon, too daring to try unraveling the enigma that was this girl. But her intense vibes were completely different from those he felt from the others. Was he being too trustful? Perhaps as he couldn't say with complete confidence that no one there would be. Let me retry that. Was he being too trustful? Perhaps, as he couldn't say with complete confidence that no one there would, out of nowhere, stab him in the back at any time. But when it came to Lime... Lime Malicious should play this game. I don't think she's even thinking about the game. Bill went up to the table and sat down with them. Any luck over here? Did you find out anything? Tables and chairs. Bill, my boy, it's... I'm taking a drink. If I had alcohol, I'd be swigging right now. My throat's actually, like, feels like it's gonna bleed. I need to be careful. I don't know why it's so bad. Bill, my boy, it's lamentable to say, but we found nothing useful. As a wise old man said, if you want to be richer, don't go looking for gold. Let the gold find you. I think you need to die. I think we should kill you. For the love of God, Lime. What? That was unacceptable. I think you should both be put in a coffin. What in the world is wrong with these two? No, don't dare. And if that was enough, they give us a texting app but don't let us use it. Huh? Where'd that come from? You know, the message app thingy in these tablets? We could at least use it. This whole thing would be a tiny bit less awful. The messages are only for us. Highly doubt we can send them to people outside. You sure? No, trust me, I'm pretty sure. It's explained on the damn thing, only numbers, aka us. We're just numbers to these people. What are they, the government? The intriguing part is that Apparently it shows our numbers, not our names. Only the 8 can send them, right? Wait, what? What do you mean only the 8? Not quite. It's the only one that can start a chat and continue it, but we have to answer if talked to. Oh. So only 8 can start a conversation, I see. Well, if 8's an introvert, you guys are fucked. Then what the Helsinki are they waiting for? Jeez Louise. Jeez Louis. Helsinki, that's like the evil version of that Smosh guy who I forgot his name. Don't worry, dear. I'm sure they'll send the marriage proposal soon. Oh my. Anyways, let's leave the ad aside. Bill, what's your view on things? Pessimistic. I mean, what things? You know, the situation. Any idea what all this is about? To be honest, I'm still pretty lost. Still? If you remain still, you're never not going to be lost, dude. That's not... Wait. Huh? No, that's not what I meant. I'm still thinking. But I won't give up until I find the way to solve it. Even if you keep thinking forever, that doesn't mean you're gonna find something. Or what? Are you one of those idiots that think that by simply having hope they'll be saved? I'm not sure how to respond to that, except yes. Personally, I'd say he's the type of guy who'd call ladders step ladders. Oh god, not this fucking argument again. But regardless, I guess Ginger's right. Ginger? This mess seems pretty damn complex, my dudes. If we want to get out of it, we're gonna need to do some actual galaxy brain planning. But if we don't at least try, we're never gonna get anywhere. Bill, it's not about getting anywhere, but about getting all-where. Always. Underwear? Lame, dear. I think you just covered all dictionaries in existence in your slime. What? Huh? I don't even understand what that means here. That's not even a pun on... what? What would you know? Are you the... Ray? Real Academy? I think something's wrong with me. Real Academy of English. I think I'll go look somewhere else. I think talking to these two is breaking my mental physique right now. Good idea, same. No, don't follow me! Bill went back upstairs to the main section of the bar. And he fucking ran out of there quick. Do I go to the bathroom, or do I go to the piano? I could go piano. I can do the bathroom last, and then he'll be like, oh, I just finished up. There you go. Oh, cool. Bill moved to the area where the piano lay. It wasn't too far from the counter, or what seemed to be the entrance of the bar, but there's also an ad in like a minute. Heads up. The Black Wall piano... Black Wall? Is that the official name? Stood out among the rest of the furnishing. He didn't know much about instruments, but assumed it was worth a very good amount. Well, yeah, it's a grand piano. Typically, they're worth a lot. Ooh, jukebox. Ooh, oh, that's not a snack machine. Well, it's a snack for certain people, I guess. It wasn't the only item of value there, either. Standing at the opposite wall was a jukebox, clearly quite old, yet well maintained. A rarity in the modern era. Yeah. Looks pretty clean for its age, like it's brand new. Clearly, this bar isn't actually abandoned. Next to it was the cigarette machine that Cigar had mentioned before. And speaking of Cigar, the woman was right there looking through the jukebox's song selection. She wasn't the only one around. The kid who had received the name Piano had seemingly caught interest in the book collection around the instrument with his name. And now there's an ad. I will save, actually, real quick. Okay. Oh, BRB. My fucking throat. Yeah, I haven't dropped frames yet, so that's probably a good sign so far. Deep, dark fantasies. Stop that. Ow, my eye. The wieners didn't add much to the, noodles, I'm gonna be honest. To be fair, they're not, like, super spaced out, but I don't know how you're supposed to really space that shit out. They taste good, though. They taste fine. I just feel like hot dog, specifically chicken meat, is not what you use for noodles. You know. Any good tunes? Want to listen to some tunes? Hot Gog? Why Gog? Yeah, but I doubt you know any. Quite aged by now. I bet you don't know, who the Rolling Stones are. Or AC/DC. Or Elvis Presley. Oh, is Elvis Presley like that Nirvana band? I think you should die. Is expected from a jukebox. Ever heard of Elton John? Doesn't he still make music? Like, he made a song with gorillas. Exactly. It's been a while since I last saw one. Must be pretty valuable. And this part has to be quite old too, right? Or it's imported here. Not necessarily, but this thing no doubt. And how about you, piano? What's in there? Don't see anything special. It's mostly only musical scores. But there's also philosophy books and other stuff. Anything you think could be relevant? Supposedly there were hints, information about them and their numbers hidden throughout the bar. But they would have to search every nook and cranny to find them. It was actually possible that someone had found something already and was hiding it. But that didn't matter to Bill. Hints were only useful to win the game, and he had no intention of surviving that way. Not sure. I wonder if there'll be a death game where you play as a protagonist that wants to participate in the game. It doesn't have to be maliciously, but they're not like, I want everyone to survive. It's like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll play the game. But come to the reality of it. There could be information in some of them. There's a lot, though. Finding something will be easy. Piano. Any title catching your attention? I'm finna win first prize in the high school death game. I'll get the trophy and everything. Oh, my nose is bugging me now. Well, there's this one with a green masked sorcerer on the edge of a cliff on the cover that looks cool. Played by Jim Carrey. I don't think that one will help us much. Wait, how about this one? Metaphysics sounds important. What's that? Ooh, it's too complicated. Not for your age. Age? I'm young, not stupid. No, you're both. Actually, it's not so much about the age. I wouldn't get it either. Sorry to interrupt, but are you really looking for clues? Well, yeah, we have to find who has the dangerous rules, like 1 and 4. Which one's 4 again? Oh, that one is, yeah. Right, those are dangerous, but killing them isn't the answer. Yeah, you only have to eliminate them. You don't have to kill them, necessarily, I think. I don't know. We aren't looking for clues specifically. We know nothing of this place, and there could be something helpful hidden around. Or at least something to figure out who put all this together or where we are. Okay, on that I agree. Whatevs. Okay, punk, listen here, I'm gonna give you a wedgie. Piano didn't seem willing to abandon the search for hints, but couldn't deny what Bill was saying either. Also, the hints seem to have personal information about us. We'd be invading the other's privacy. It gives me the creeps just thinking that they could really know things about us. We have to work together to escape this place. Antagonizing each other won't lead to anything good. Though this darn game also allows for allies. Thought it said dailies. Have you looked at the link section? Didn't mean that type of alliance. Yeah, I know, but it reminded me of that. If two players' numbers add up to 10, they could form a link which allowed them to break their companion's rule. But that only leaves you one option to link, and it's like one link per hour, and you can't do it with the same person, so it's only like, you can only ever have like 4 links ever or some shit? That wasn't the type of bond that Bill was looking for. Links could only lead to pairs fighting one another. Isn't that very limited, having to add to 10? That's what I'm saying! I'd say, and the ones with 5 and 10 can't do it, so it seems a bit badly designed. Okay, let's not call out... Let's not go that far. Wait, what about the, Oh, it doesn't say anything about that, though. I feel called out. I don't think you can break the rule. I don't think you can break the rule where it adds up to 10, unfortunately. As far as I know. Yeah, it's one thing I don't understand. Isn't 10 about links? They can't link with anyone? Rule 10 was another restriction. Links could only be done once and lasted 1 hour at most. Limitations that the person with the rule didn't have, but couldn't benefit from. However, it also had the power of the spy mode, the mysterious function that could make up for it. On the other hand, Rule 5 was a whole other story. What was Rule 5 again? Oh. Let's keep looking, there has to be something. Okay, fine, but if you find a clue, hide it so nobody gets in danger. Sure. Anno didn't sound very convinced, but Bill felt that insisting would make it worse. I have my eye on him. Oh shit, I blinked. He concluded the conversation left. His investigation had to continue. I wonder where. Oh shit. Okay. Ah shit, I missed. He wasn't expecting to find much, but he thought he might as well check the bathrooms. At least the one he could enter without feeling bad. The other one would have to be taken care of by the women. And while he was at it, just as he was about to enter, the old man with the alias vodka came out. Both of them reacted in time, stopping. Oh yeah, did your shit update? Checking the jukebox. Looking through the bookshelves. In the bathroom area. Well, yeah, I knew that. Oh, we almost ran into each other, young man. Throw back your cares, more like throwing out its back. Excuse me, I'll be more careful. Did you look into it? The toilet? What, the restroom? When you reach my age, this becomes sacred grounds. One day you'll understand, young one. I'm fighting for my life in here. And it's called the restroom of all things? That's assuming we get out of here, of course. Don't give me that face. I was born pessimistic, and it's only gotten worse with time. Thankfully, this doesn't seem like it will last for more than a day, so we will know our fate soon enough. It also means more than a day, it's only 10 hours. It also means we won't have any food issues. Now that would be hell, let me tell you. Still don't have a plan, but I will look for a way out without losing lives. An idealist, I see. That's a spark of youth. Good for you. Certainly a happy ending would be ideal, but if we do end up having to play this foolish game where only 3 can survive... Well, I think we can all agree on one thing. Those who have more life ahead of them should have priority when it comes to surviving. Vodka was right, but that didn't change how hard it was to hear. We didn't know how old he could be, but even if it was more than 80 years old, it still wouldn't be very pleasant to hear him imply he would be a sacrifice. Here comes the face again. Should you really be worrying so much about me? I'm just some old fart. Surely the only reason I'm here is because I am an easy target. No! That sudden howl caught Vodka off guard, and it also surprised Bill himself. Age doesn't take away a life's value. Unless you're a child. Killing is off the table. Okay, wait, given the context, I didn't mean in killing. Killing is off the table, but we can't be killed either. Children are worthless. You see those little brats running around? I'm not looking for my death either. If I was, I would have already screamed my number aloud. Simply don't have the energy nor motivation to play this game seriously. Moreover, if number 1 came at me armed, I wouldn't have the strength to protect myself. In that case, I'll protect you. Eh? Honey? I don't think you'd make for a very good bodyguard, to be honest. What the hell? I won't stop you if you keep insisting on taking care of me like a nanny, but I insist it's not necessary. I understand that you would feel bad if anybody died. It's obvious that it's not pretty to see a body or even worse, smell it, but I can take care of my own. That's not what you said earlier. You fancy yourself a lawyer now, looking for contradictions? Maybe, if it gets to that point. Do whatever you want to do, as long as you don't let me be a weight on your shoulders. Are you gonna interrogate a parrot next? If you died protecting me, that wouldn't make me very happy either, see? Understood. Very good. Appreciate the enthusiasm. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not a priority. Hopefully we'll find a way to survive, and this whole game will be water under the bridge. Or blood under the bridge. Ah, shit. Yes, I'll search here. Maybe there's something that can help us. Okay, but just don't go into stall 4. Like what? The poison is the reason we're trapped here, but the antidotes have to be somewhere. You find the way to get to them. I suppose, yeah. They won't be in the restroom, though. Probably not, but maybe there's a secret passage that leads to the antidotes or outside. Even if we have the poison, if we can get to a hospital in time, we could be saved. Or, I said that, sorry. He was clearly improvising. He needed to convince himself that there was hope. Don't want to be the party pooper, but after doing my business, I did do a quick check for anything interesting and came out empty-handed. No secret door to the outside to speak of, sorry to say. Unless I happen to miss it, she'll be my guest. Try your luck with that optimism of yours. If there was a secret door, it would be well hidden, so maybe by searching thoroughly... Motherfucker, you think I didn't search thoroughly? There it is. Anyway, I'll leave it to you. Vodka left, and Bill proceeded with the search. Oops, dropped it again. After visiting Toy, he went somewhere else. Okay. And found nothing. Oh god, the smell! It's unbearable! No secret door appeared, nor anything of value. Well, that was easy. Yo, guys! Bill heard a shout coming from somewhere else in the bar. That voice was... Check the time! Time? Bill looked at his barman. 40. Took him a moment to realize what that meant. As if a light bulb had turned on in his head. Ba-ding! He remembered that part of the rules, or to be precise, the core rules. 5 minutes. At 45 of every hour, all players present in the Golden Jack will have to participate in a council. Which meant there were 5 minutes left. If they didn't carry it out, they would break the rules, resulting in... And the second he did, the device started beeping, an alarm. Huh? He rushed to the center of the bar, expecting to find everyone there. Okay, so now that I know that, like... You don't get your medicine. You don't get your antidote if you break the rules. I'm pretty sure. And the poison is every hour. So you do actually have to participate. Because if it was just for 10 hours, then it's like, oh, okay. You can fuck around for 10 hours. Who cares? But, yeah. The rest had the same thought. Upon arrival, half of them were already there. Hey, Billy. The young woman greeted him enthusiastically. She had been the one shouting earlier. I figured. I'm just gonna assume it's her every question mark. Seemed weird to him that, of all people, she was the one to notice that they had to move. Or at least the first one to warn everyone. If someone forgot the rules and didn't join the council, their fate would be sealed. It was good to see that at least one person there seemed to take care for everyone's well-being. As soon as someone decided to play seriously, trying to win, everything would change. In that calm before the storm, with the game still in its early stage, they had to familiarize themselves with it as far as fast as possible and prepare for the worst. Only a few minutes left. If we got a debate, we need to look for a suitable place. Being together isn't good enough? What are we gonna debate even? We still don't have much information, but we need to fulfill Rule 3 to survive. Someone has to give out their number. Yeah, well, more like lie about your number. And if the lie is proven, that person would have to reveal their real number. Or they could just lie again. Well, if they lie, no. Well, I don't know. I mean, there's probably not a good reason to lie again, because if you lie again, if you can, then it's like... Because you can't use those numbers again? Or at least that person can't? Something like that. They all knew the consequences, but someone had to take that risk so everyone could survive one more hour. Playing the game was out of the question for him. Most likely none of them wanted to seriously do it. Yet maybe they all would. All but him. Maybe I have to say it and I'll be like, I don't know my number. But no, I wouldn't be able... I'd have to say it... I don't know. Guys, my number's like broken. It's like one of those alarm clocks that is like reset and you have to like reset it. It's like blinking. Like it's like a blinking like 8, but the 8 is like weird looking. It's like an 88 for some reason. He cared for his life, of course, but he would never approve of that sickening game. So as long as he could, he would rebel against it. I think we need to agree on one thing. Time had come, while everyone was still trying to wrap their heads around the game. For starters, killing wasn't an easy matter for the time being. Only number 1 could do so directly. The only other way to do it was using the spy role, the objective that actually forced to kill by revealing someone's secret objective. Yeah, but that's not until like roll 6th hour, right? However, according to the explanation on the barman, it wouldn't appear until the 6th hour. So the only way they had... So basically, shit goes down at the 6th hour because there's like a couple things that open up, I think. So the only way they had to remove someone at that point was to figure out their number and then convince a majority to accuse them. Needed time and preparation to succeed, meaning that it was the perfect time to act, maybe even the only one. He had to use it to create a peaceful deal with everyone, to prolong their lives as much as possible. What's that, Billy boy? Nobody wants their number revealed, but we need to give one fake number per hour until we've all done it. So we should agree on an order and promise to not point out the other's lies. We need to work together to get past Rule 3 without putting at risk our own number. When there looked around uncomfortable. At that moment, the rest arrived, Vodka being the last one, moving at his own pace. Come on, Gramps. Yes, you can. Don't force these old gears. Time doesn't wait. No, and in fact, we are almost out of time. No? Ow. Did I, like... Wait, what's happening? Time for the council is coming, we've got to hurry. Oh, I thought you meant it's almost over. What Bill offers would be fair, but we will have to talk about it during the council. So, where do we set? Rules don't say anything on that, so I guess it's whatever. How about the counter? A little hard to see each other if we're all lined up. Yeah, one of the tables would be better. Oh, light bulb's on! Let's do it on the table TM. Oh, please, no ads. I'm not paying no matter what extras it has. Or if you sell me 2 for the price of 1. I have to pay €100 to put full screen? What? I think she means the big table down the stairs. Sure, seems like a good spot. Although, will it be big enough for all of us? Only one way to find out. Well, there's 4 chairs. One by one, they walked down the steps to the lower part of the bar, gathering around the big table. Ah, big table. As seats, they borrowed some nearby chairs and sofas. Okay, that works. Makeshift, I guess. Say magnifique. Why are you zooming in there? Where did that puff come from? Don't even think about taking it. It's mine. That doesn't answer my question. Wait, what? Unless it's literally yours and you had it hidden somewhere somehow, but I don't think that's it. You underestimate my power. What? Don't listen to her. We found it lying around and she's been craving to use it ever since. And I brought one of the Countess' tall stools for a piano. I don't need that. You'll be too tiny with one of those chairs. I'm not tiny. But you want to be taller, right? Silently, he sat on the stool. Seats were being filled. Bill had to decide which to take. Gramps noticing his indecision, Jin looked at him and pointed at the empty space on the sofa she was sitting on. The offer was too cozy to pass up. Yeah, I'd pick a sofa. Fuck the chairs, man. That should look comfy. Well, actually, no. This is actually... I hope it's one of the ones with the pillows back there, because this chair actually does not look comfortable at all. These kind of chairs hurt your ass. Once they sat down, everything was ready, just in time. So, now what? Excuse me if I'm a tad slow, but I still have barely a clue. Not alone there, Gramps. That moment, the waited time arrived. All barmans turned on with a new message. Participation in the council is required until its closure. Close proximity barmans detected. All start requirements cleared. The council menu will be available during its course. This message won't be repeated in future councils. Okay. Request council end. Before they could ready themselves, it started. The first council. Demo just ends. Rule Ripper! Oh. Okay. Come on, spit it all out. What exactly? I don't know, anything. Not anything. According to the rules, we debate using the data we have, and one person must fulfill Rule 3. I believe that last pause should take priority. Anyone willing? Like I said before. Yes, we should consider Bill's proposal, if after that someone is willing to tell us the data they have received. About that, I think data should be kept secret for now, to protect everyone's numbers. But we wouldn't be playing the game then. That's the point. It's not like I wanna, but we'll die if we don't. We can avoid it for now, but sooner or later someone will. Okay, let's calm down. We'll talk about that later, alright? Let's start with Rule 3. Excuse this interruption on this momentous occasion, but it is needed. Who am I, you ask? Let's just say I'm a voice in your head. Not another one! One that not even the rule known as billiards can hear. Only you, and don't mistake me for a mere narrator either. Okay, I'm sorry. Introductions can wait. Before proceeding, an explanation about what's going to happen is essential. The first council is about to start. How exciting. During a council, your dominion over time will be restricted. Or in other words, its flow will advance without your consent. Hey! Make sure to pay attention. Do not miss a single phrase, but lucky for you, not all is outside your grasp. Your access to saves, loads, the drop pocket, and the backlog will also be lost. However, your barman and the other menus will remain at hand so you can check any details. Okay. However, there's one exception to those limitations. You will be able to save in a council during a timeout. That chance only comes once a council and not in all of them, so make good use of it. During councils, you will have to make some decisions, as you probably imagined. These ones will have a greater impact than the ones prior, and the only way to see all the possible paths is restarting the council anew. With that, we reach the final key point. Your goal during any council, maintaining its tension under control. Tension is a simple concept, barely in need of explanation. Fights, disputes, quarrels, suspense, all those will increase the tension that the rules feel, and with it, the council's rhythm. If it gets too high, remaining in control will be impossible, and the only conclusion possible will be failure. If that happens, you will have to go back to the start of the council, or the timeout. So, do all you can to keep that tension low. That's where your choices will matter. The choices of words of the rule billiards. There's another way to influence tension, but I will leave the explanation for later, when it becomes relevant. Do keep in mind, though, that not all shifts in tension will be a consequence of your actions. However, even if it reaches its maximum due to others, only your mistakes will cause a defeat. Finally, before we begin, let's adjust the council's rhythm, or at least the part that's under your control, unaffected by the tension. Just the speed, message speed, and the wait before it disappears. This message will show the result. Find a balance between difficulty and comfort. You must be able to... Fuck you. It's doing an example. Message will show the result. Find a balance between difficulty. You must be able to read them and understand them well without rushing or losing a good rhythm once you... Adjust the message speed and the wait before it disappears. This message will show the result. Find a balance between difficulty and comfort. You must be able to read them and understand them well without rushing nor losing a good rhythm. Once you're done, click the arrow on the right. That's pretty good, but hold on. What's the wait? Does wait, like, wait longer? Okay, I figured. Just the message speed and the wait before it disappears. This message will show the result. In a balance between difficulty and comfort, you must be able to read them and understand them well without rushing nor losing a good rhythm. Once you're done, click the arrow on the right. Okay. I think it'd probably be better to do this. Message speed and wait before it disappears. This message will show the result. Find a balance between difficulty and comfort. You must be able to read them and understand them well without rushing nor losing a good rhythm. Once you're done, click the arrow on the right. It's the message speed and the wait before it disappears. This message will show the result. Find a balance between difficulty and comfort. You must be able to read them and understand them well without rushing nor losing a good rhythm. Once you're done, click the arrow on the right. Maybe I'll do like a 2-wait just in case. I think that might be fine. Yeah, that's probably fine. A speed of 3 and a weight of 2. I see, so be it. Don't judge me. You can change these settings at any time during the console in the Settings/Pause menu. Right-click. Note that speed includes a 6th option, the last one, which makes all text appear immediately. This one was not included in these settings due to its impracticality in consoles, but it's still available on the pause menu if you wish for an impossible challenge. Oh god. These settings... Oh, I get it. These settings will only apply to consoles. After their conclusion, they will be saved for the next one and replaced back with the previous settings. Okay. Now it's finally time to start. I would wish you luck, but I do not believe you will need it in this council. And moreover, I'm not on your side. I'm only a neutral observer. At least wish me luck. What the fuck? Brain blast. Why is his eyes closed? Have they always been closed? The first council. Someone gotta fix that sign. Ow! Okay, so let's start, Bill. Yes, well, as I said, according to Rule 3, we all have to give out a number, 1 per council, until we've all done it. I'm guessing we can all agree that saying all of them at once isn't a good idea. It would make us too vulnerable. So the most reasonable option is agreeing on an order and swearing to not reveal the other's lies. Now you mention it, young man, how does this revealing of lies work? It's on the clarification screen, with the depth of the numbers holder or using data and hints. So wait, if someone says they are the number 2, for example, and the real number 2 comes out, the fake one won't be considered a liar? Hmm? Unless the real 2 proves their identity. Right, we can claim to be whatever number we want, but we can't show the screen of a thing to prove it. Barman, it's named Barman. Who asked? I know that already. If you say so. Only irrefutable evidence counts, like in a trial, I guess. So, what do you think? You missed one important detail. I wonder if on purpose. Which? You said we all have to eventually fulfill Rule 3, 1 per hour. Well, I guess in the theory, whoever has that rule doesn't. Oh, that was weird. But if they don't, gotcha. I didn't mean that, but it is related. the individual with Rule 3 dies, that rule disappears and we never have to worry about it again. Yeah, sure, but... if he says that, he can't be 3. Someone write that down. No, wait, hold on. Or that's what he wants us to think. I don't know what number. I'm not 1, or 9, or 5, I think. Or maybe Bill didn't mention this detail because in his head, the possibility of 3 dying is impossible. Ergo, he is 3. Oh my god. Guys, please. Immediately, all attention focused on Bill. Wasn't expecting to end up in that situation. He didn't know his own number, and the data he had received didn't rule out 3. Okay. Oh yeah, it says I can't save. What? Changing subject would be a bad idea. Denying it would just be normal. I'll just admit possibility. I feel like that makes the most sense here. Took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and spoke. Can't deny that I could be. But as Poker said, only evidence matters. Even if I said that I'm 3, that wouldn't mean anything without evidence to support it. We can make up theories and scrutinize everything others do and say, but it is pointless. I dispute that last part. Even if they're not decisive, those details are still valuable enough to note. I agree with the rest. I was only posing the possibility, nothing more. Smug asshole. Yeah, what he said. Is that good or bad? I assume blue is low. Good, obstacle avoided, yeah. So back to what I was saying. What do you think? Time out? What do you mean time out? I was in the middle of talking! Who said time out? You dickhead. Who said that? Salutations again. I need to interrupt once more. Consider it a good chance to relax before a moment. How's the council going? Alright? No need to answer, I can't hear you. It's okay! We had one conversation! Hope they heard that. Time to explain the last council topic, interventions. Sometimes during a council, the scene will be represented visually as a game of pool, or billiards with each player shown as a ball bearing their symbol. Don't panic, it's only an imaginary depiction. You're not actually, like, ball. Calm down. When a light gets cast on billiard's dark brown ball and it starts to shake, an opportunity to intervene will present itself. You can then decide to change the course of the conversation, for better or worse. Okay. Placing your cursor on top of the ball will let you see what billiards is thinking. Use that information to predict what he will say if he chimes in, and press if you decide to take it. Intervening impulsively is risky, but so is hesitation. If you take too long, the shown intervention will disappear. Ah, shit. And the only way back is starting the council from scratch, unless the same opportunity comes back naturally during the conversation. In any case, your authority to speed up time will come in useful. What if I restart from the timeout? You do know what I'm talking about, right? You control over time, not to be confused with the other, more direct method. I might have said too much, but I wanted to make sure. You mean the control key? On that note, time will slow down while you're inside Billiard's mind. By how much will depend on the text speed you've chosen. Top of that, the chosen wait time before each message disappears will give you more time to think and make a choice. You can increase it if you feel too pressured, or lower it if you prefer a more frenetic experience. Very helpful tools. Vote Betray, not the right game. But don't relax too much, as each chance to intervene can last from a single phrase to, who knows. You'll have to use your intuition to interpret the flow of the discussion. But don't stress over it too much. There's more than one path to victory. Usually a perfect performance isn't needed. Just make sure to not let the tension build up too much, and sooner or later you'll reach a destination, be it a favorable one or not. Being yourself is good, I guess. Being your first time, however, I'll give you one small piece of advice. You do well in taking the first intervention to come. It will only last for one line, so there will be only a few seconds to take it. Be ready. What if I don't? What are you gonna do about it, huh? That is all. With that, my counsel explanation is complete. Simple, right? And now the reason for his nickname should be obvious. If I didn't ruin that mystery too soon for you. Time to go back into the action. Okay, let's see if I got this. Bilbo, don't call me that. Idea is that we make a bunch of rock, paper, scissors to decide the order of sacrifices in each council. Is mine this one? Hey! Yeah, except the rock, paper, scissors pot you made up. Who are the other balls? Well, whatevs. Details. Point is, somehow we'll choose an order that we'll have to promise to keep. With a blood oath. Ow. I want no part in that. A blood infection is the last thing I need. Also made up. Hey, blood oaths aren't made up. They're an important cultural thing somewhere, probably. Respect. I submit you pulled that from your ass. Listen, no jokes here. This is serious. We decide an order and we follow it. No need to overthink it. It's not that complicated. And furthermore, not revealing the other's lies. If we assume that Rule 3 will remain for a while, it's a reasonable proposal. Hit! Should I insist on survival? I didn't read all of it because I should have probably. For now, let's assume nobody will get eliminated. Just interrupted his ass. Nobody? That would be great, but that's hoping too much. Heck, I might have a heart attack at any time. No killer needed. Oh, okay. Well, let's assume nothing will happen for a few hours, at least. Assumptions are great, except when our lives depend on them. Let's say we do it. 1 or 2 people say a number, and then number 3 dies. The rest of us get saved, but what about them? Well, I mean, that's pretty easy. They won't get affected by the rule anymore. As for if Rule 3 disappeared, those who said a number, even if it's proven later that they lied, won't have to give their real one. So there's no consequences. Yeah, like, what? Oh, right. Now I feel dumb. Yeah, what? Then no problemo, right? Yeah, after the game's done, we can be like, oh, I was number 7. You seem to be getting it now. There's still hope. Everyone doing Rule 3 will lie. That's just a fact. So even if the rule goes away, those people will still be more vulnerable. Why is that? Please, that's obvious. Fucking Edgeworth Point will have one less number to suspect them for, because the one they gave would be incorrect. One more danger when it comes to Rule 3, albeit minor. And what if someone doesn't lie? Oh, duh. If you say your real number, everyone will think you lied and won't suspect you. Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is... yeah. Like... that tactic is way too risky. Now that you've said it, everyone will suspect whatever number you say. Who cares? Just assume everyone's faking it. Oh, poopy. You're making this way more complicated than it needs to be. Number 3 is eliminated, that's a valid strategy. Otherwise, it's suicide. Hey, stop. Ow! You're number 3! Kill the child. Let's say, for example, that number 1 says the real number, trying to pass it off as a lie. If we accuse him of being number 1, he'll be eliminated. Yeah, but there's no proof. You need proof, right? No kidding. That's why I said it was risky. But according to rule, which was it? 6. Yeah, that one. Wait, how did you know which one I meant? Literally looking at the thing. Well, Rule 6 says that if a majority fails after accusing someone, that person gets protected. So accusing someone of being the number they said is a double-edged sword. If it's true, they're out of the game. But if they lied, they become immune to future votes. I don't think someone looking to kill would accuse without being sure. In fact, the logical assumption is that nobody will tell the truth, so there's no point in accusing them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So telling the truth, although risky, can save you, at least in the short term. No, it's suicide. Listen, for your own good. Doesn't matter if there's a chance that they lied. Accusing someone of the number they gave will lead to their death. It won't happen right away. For a while, their survival will be guaranteed even, but not for long. If they are accused and it's incorrect, the lie will be proven, and they'll have to reveal the real number. Rule 6 will protect them for some time, but as soon as that rule falls or the majority changes, they'll be the first to go. Silence. No objections. They all knew Jin was right. I don't understand what she's saying. So basically, if you say the truth, you can be killed. And if you lie, you'll have it harder to survive later on. What? Not really? May not guarantee you death, but lying is a far better option than the truth. Why is that raising? We already agreed that we're all just gonna lie. Who cares? Wait a moment, you guys are making it way more complicated than it needs to be. We already just lie. It's the only true if a majority becomes the one who gave a number. Would any of you really be okay with that? Everyone just say whatever number, we just do in order, doesn't care. Heat raised, many stares moved around the table, but nobody answered. It finally reached the core topic of the discussion. Rule 3 was urgent, but all of them knew deep down that somebody would fulfill it to avoid death. Oh yeah, someone has to say their number though. What was truly important was the game itself. Who would participate seriously? Who was mentally prepared to kill another human being? Me! Oh shit. This is it. I have to get through to them somehow. Yeah, I had to survive. I will. Yeah, that was way too quick. I might have to change settings. Just briefly. Wait, how do I change it? Wait, can I change it? Uh-oh. Is that a right click? It's not speed, that's for something else. Oh, no, it isn't. Wait, yes? Wait, what? Yeah, do 3 wait time. Should be 3 and 3, I think. What a passion for life do the young ones nowadays. Ethics? No. His age shouldn't be making a choice like that. It's awful. But as much as I hate to admit it, he's right. Our lives should be above those of strangers. I don't really know what to choose here. I hate to admit it, but indeed, that is certainly true. I hit it. Did it not work? Did I miss it? Because I really don't... Okay, I guess I missed it. I understand how you feel, but... Okay, that's a bad one to choose. Could you live happily after killing? Yes! You managed to win the game and get out of here. Will you be able to live with the guilt? Question both harsh and vital. We first met less than an hour ago. There's some people here that I simply don't see myself getting along with, but none give off the look of a psycho. We all know that. Whatever happens, our lives won't be the same after this. But that doesn't mean death is the best option. I'm not so sure everyone here would feel guilty. Speak for yourself! Chill, kid, I wasn't talking about you. Unless you think otherwise. Screw you! Do you need a screwdriver for this very hypothetical scenario? Stay out of this, weirdo. Weirdo? You mean like a... How a zero is like a squished O? What the... What? Listen, I get no enjoyment out of saying this, any of this, and hopefully nobody here does. But this is our reality now. You can be more aggressive or more positive, but it's not possible to keep ignoring the game. You can only do that if you already gave up, like the old man. Is it that noticeable? You admitted it a couple of times, I think. Besides the hyperactive girl, you sir seem to be taking this the easiest. I'm the hyperactive girl, right? No. It's not that I'm looking forward to death, mind you, but I already did everything I planned to in life. Like your mom. Excuse me? By no means was it the most satisfying life, but it's the one I had. I don't want these youngsters to take the bullet for somebody like me, already on my way to go grave. That's what's fair. I'll defend myself a tad, yes, but without getting the belt out. Can't do much with this pile of old bones anyways. They never were much good in the first place. I get what you're trying to say, Bill. But like Poker said, I prefer living with that weight than dying in this place. What's wrong with the bar? And dying in this game. Well, fair enough, I suppose. I don't like you one bit, but that's how it is. I have more than enough reason to want to live, and I imagine everyone else does too. Certainly, we must do all we can to not stain our hands with blood. I mean, we can't have you die, otherwise we can't get more drinks. While also protecting our very lives, even at the cost of others. Even if you keep saying that, it's better than death, that you must protect your lives, that you don't like it. Even if it's all true. When everything gets worse and somebody gets desperate, we will all fall apart. In less than an hour, we could all be dead. No survivors. Well, we will if we don't come to a fucking conclusion soon. A game like this can corrupt anyone, and even if you survive, what you did will follow you for the rest of your life. What was that fucking Batman show behind me? What was that? Bill spewed out all that he had been holding back. All his thoughts and fears. Ah, shit. Everyone stared at him, making him even more nervous. You know, I'll give you that. Whoever survives will have their life changed forever. That doesn't change my opinion, though. I prefer a tormented life to none at all. Maybe I'll go to hell later, but I'm not very religious, so it won't keep me awake at night. Even if the winner gets caught and goes to jail, Still a damn better fate than dying here. Have you seen the Finland jails?
How it's always been, fight for survival. That's the society we have created. We live in a society. Strong survive by preying on the weak. This game is only an extreme microcosm of that.
I don't think I've seen that word spelled out.
Just like society, to survive, you have to follow the rules.
Okay, it wouldn't let me press the button. Okay, no, it did. Is that really true?
You think it's not?
You're all assuming something that could be wrong.
Enlighten us.
The game could have some loophole. The poison could be a lie. The game could have some loophole. You compared this game to our society. Society has a loophole. Evade our taxes. Sure, society's far from perfect, but I don't see it as a fair comparison.
Interesting. Continue.
How do I say this? Basically, society has been created through generations going back centuries. But this game apparently has only one creator. Our kidnapper, this owner, they might be a psychopath, sick, crazy, or super, like, cool. But they are human, and no human is perfect. Except for me. So, before you throw yourselves into playing the game seriously to survive at the cost of others, maybe we should look for the possible mistakes that might exist. There might be a way for all of us to get out of here alive, breaking the game from the inside.
Yeah.
Dart's eyes opened with clear surprise, which he unsuccessfully tried to hide. The rest of the group also seemed shocked. It was obvious, one said out loud, but nobody seemed to have realized yet. Put in such a situation, so distinct from anything they had lived before, they had instinctively jumped to one conclusion. This seems real. It's too elaborate to be false. Getting carried away by negativity, or for whatever reason, they had taken the owner's words as if they were the absolute truth. Such a setting could only appear in fiction, never in real life, so the only insight they could gain was through that fiction. A group of strangers are forced into playing a game where they have to kill or be killed. Do-do-do-do. Traps or strategies to win dirty were the only alternative. No work of fiction would let the characters avoid the game entirely and escape without participating. There would be no loophole, no error in the jail they had been locked in. That's why automatically, unconsciously, they had reached that conclusion. Whoa! Damn, I fucked good. Bravo, young man! Maybe this youth is more promising than I believed. All your tic-tacs. You at least could have a brilliant future. We get out of here, of course. That last bit wasn't needed, Gramps. Okay, but we still gotta decide, like, who's gonna say number.
Have to admit defeat. I hadn't considered that possibility.
Me. Neither. Sadly, I think I'm too negative in these types of situations. Pay taxes? I've been doing that since 1999.
Huh?
Hey, Raven, welcome in. In these types? Does this happen often to you, or what? Of course it does. I've played these games before! But where can that loophole be? How do we escape? I don't know. What the dude? Think I know yet? Then chill. Let's not crush poor Billy Bill with so much responsibility. I think we should kill Lime. We can find something together. Exactly. I'm not saying it will be easy or even that this way out absolutely exists. But we can't give up without trying. We could. Sounds good, but I honestly wouldn't know where to even begin. But I admit defeat in this debate, and with pleasure. And pain.
No game is perfect, and with this level of complexity, it's even more likely that there's some huge mistake. I won't retract my voids, but I agree with that. I agree with that. In that case, we could declare the council done, but before that... Yeah, we have to do the vote thing! Who will take the fall? I can't. I don't have a number, and that'd be really awkward. I mean, I could. Actually, I could. Oh, rule 3. Duh, silly me, forgot already. Dits. Is that like an offensive thing now? We never reach any conclusion. Just because we agree about the game doesn't mean we agree with the other proposal, too. It's not that difficult! Everyone lies about a number! It's not that difficult! I know there's an ad. I can't pause. I say, yes, Ball, you have my vote. Ball? Who? Not cute. Not accusing this. I'm all over the place. Thanks, I guess. But the name. Wait, actually, maybe I can pause. Okay, BRB. Deep, dark fantasy. I'm the boss of this gym. Go away. I don't know what that said. Letting Chance decide would be fair. No, don't let him decide. I give my support as well. Okay, fine. Let's just do it. I have one condition. Gonna make me go first. But what? I will agree to your proposal in its entirety. However, as a show of confidence in your own idea and to prove that you truly are ready to take a risk for it, we will decide the order at random, but you will be first by default. You mean... Billiards, tell us what is your number. His heart started to pound violently. No, that had been the case during all the council, but he hadn't realized it until that moment. Yeah, I figured I'd have to say it first. Why order randomly, though? Simply, he'd only give out his number from 1 to 10. Number that wasn't his own, and thanks to the data he had gotten, there were 4 numbers he could be sure of. But there was one huge problem. If for some reason his lie was discovered, he couldn't give his real one. He didn't know it. Which meant that, if for everyone else being discovered was a death penalty, for him it was the execution itself. But Darts was right. If he wanted to be taken seriously, he had to show his resolve and take a step forward. Hey, are you monologuing? Can you just say it already? It would help get their trust. It would protect them. But he didn't aim to participate in that game. He wanted to trust everyone, not see them as potential killers. He wanted to keep a positive outlook and not fall into the hands of the mastermind behind the game. Yes. That situation, that fear of death, was exactly what the owner sought. If his life was of equal value to the rest, the choice was obvious. However, if his own life was more important, or maybe he should look at it as a necessary sacrifice so he could later reach the perfect end he yearned for. But even so, taking that step, jumping into the unknown, was something that only a few were mentally capable of. Yeah, I'm a little mentally capable of. Billiards was a normal guy, nobody special, someone you could find anywhere. Someone for you to, fit inside. What? He was no hero, no not type to jump in danger. Could he really put his life at stake for everyone's sake? He had to give an answer, because he was thinking to himself for 10 minutes. Wait, accept, refuse? Wait, I'm accepting... Wait, what am I accepting and refusing? I thought I was giving a number. Oh. I thought I got to pick a number. So what I was gonna do... Just tell us your number! So I was going to just give a number that wasn't the black coffee. So I was gonna give a number that wasn't 1, 5, I think 7 or 9. Because that doesn't mean I'm not lying. I just don't know my number, but they're not gonna accept, hey, my number. You know, refuse. If I want to do accept. If I do refuse, I'd have to start over. This game has, apparently the full game has, 25 endings or something, or will, so. Although I don't know what I'm accepting, so. My number is 1. Okay, I don't, okay. I don't know why you would have, well, I was thinking at first to say 1, but. She's like, really? My IQ's 1. Council completed. Congratulations, all present players have overcome the first hour. As a gift, the antidotes for the next hour will be delivered shortly. Drinking them as soon as possible is advised to avoid secondary effects of the poison and death. Chapter end. Introduction interviews unlocked in the profiles menu. Billiards, lime, cocktail, gin, darts. Apparently this game has 3 chapters in the demo. Which is crazy, by the way. Question mark. Another day. What do you mean another day? No? Oh. He had gone through that daily routine for a while now. Get up early. Go to work. Eat. Go back to work. Get home. Eat again. Sleep. The salary wasn't much, but not too low either. I just know this is probably gonna maybe take more than one stream due to the fact that the page says 6 to 8 hours for a demo. Bro, it took me 5 hours for the demo yesterday, and this page said 2 hours on it, so don't know why. Sounds just like my life. 2 hours? Or this. It was enough to get by and the job was decent. That was the first step. In time he would have enough money to save up for the second, and he would soon get there. Just a bit more. The problem would be the third step, and the fourth, and the fifth. What future awaited him? What did he really want to do in his life? Even back then, he already felt satisfied with the path he had taken. Without a grand dream nor a great ambition, it was a journey with no destination. He wanted to become a husband, a house husband. He wanted to be an amazing cook for his dear wife. He wanted to go make he wanted to go kitchen and make a sandwich for his wife, braless, unasked for. Was that good enough? Sometimes he wondered if he really could live like that forever. With enough money, he could try to get a career, but which one? I think he'd fit well with as a Dairy Queen fryer. Nothing especially called out to him. Nothing sounded especially bad to him. For years, he had focused on reaching that point where he could live by himself without depending on others, without bothering others. He had reached it. His dream was his present life. Now he needed a new dream. And yet, no matter how much he tried, he had found none that could fuel his passion. He wasn't depressed about it. He hadn't lost sleep over it. But that certainty, that doubt, had embedded itself inside him, resurfacing every now and then with a growing frequency. Maybe because of it, to avoid obsessing over it, he had forced so much on his routine. It was a safe space, something he didn't need to worry over. Sorry, streamer, not everyone can eat cheese on toast and frozen pizza every day. I don't eat cheese on toast! And I haven't eaten pizza in a while. Expected you to be like, oh, not everybody eats melted plastic cheese in the microwave anymore, streamer. I used to do that. I was at such a low point in my life where to get by, I had to like put a bowl in the microwave with like an American plastic slice of cheese, and I just put that in for like what 30 seconds or a minute, and I just like ate the microwave cheese. It was a pain in the ass to clean the bowl, but yeah. I remember when I used to do that back in my day. I remember when I used to shove a knife into a frozen water bottle, because I'd freeze juice in the freezer, and I'd have a, like, apple juice frozen in a water bottle, and I would take a knife and go crush that shit up. Why not just eat the cold cheese? It tastes different. I like radiation. It's a safe space, something he didn't need to worry over. That uncertain future still hadn't arrived. Maybe it never would. 1. Truce. Ninja, don't look at me. Listen, I eat radiation like every day. I'm pretty sure I have like radiation poisoning by this point. I've come to terms with it. I've come to terms with it, dude. Hot meals are just nicer sometimes. That too. Just ask your mom. Cause she was a hot meal. Alright, anyway. My number is 1. Cause I'm number 1, bitches. Why am I saving again? Sorry, I broke my device again. Oh yeah, his eyes aren't closed this time. Council's over, time to take the antidote. Is that it? At the council. Okay, so it's just the same for everyone. Don't look at me like that. That was his decision. Everyone's reaction was instantaneous, not so much because of the number he had chosen, but because he'd taken Dart's deal. But why 1? The data he had received confirmed to him that he didn't have 1, 5, 7, or 9. Among those safe choices, he had gone with one, the most powerful, beyond question. Yeah, I would have went with the not 1, 5, 7, or 9. I would have went with like 2 or 3. Maybe. You know what would have been a good one to go off of? Hold on. I would have went with like the most like safe one. I would say 6. 6 might be like the safest one, maybe? Yeah. 6 or 7, just because 7's like kind of like bait the other person out, but I would say like 6 is probably the safest one to pretend to be. Giving out that number meant that the others could be sure he didn't have the ability to kill anybody directly. It was another way to gain their trust. That's also true. But that also gets suspicion off other people. Don't 6-7 me. You know what's funnier than 6-7? 25! But even so, with that decision, he had put his life on their hands. As Jin put it, any one of them now had the chance to accuse him of being Rule 1, and forcing him to reveal his real one. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to answer and would be eliminated, which nobody knew. Even so, his words seemed to have convinced them, for now at least, to search for an alternative that requires no deaths. Or perhaps they had simply honored his bravery. Why even call him out on it? I don't know. Either way, nobody initiated an accusation. Darts had no choice but to completely accept his proposal, as promised. From then on, an oath to fulfill Rule 3 and an order to be decided at random would have to be followed. That's what I was hoping for. I don't know why they made it so difficult. It's like, hey, just everyone, hey, from left to right on the table, everyone could just be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Everyone could just do that. Doesn't matter if you're lying. Doesn't matter if you're telling the truth. I am saying everyone is 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't care if that's your number or not. That's what everyone's saying. That's like the most smart thing to do. Is that. Soda! Oh, bumna. I'm gonna do it. I'm number 1. I'm the number 1. I'm Rule 1. Everyone knows it. I'm the best. I'm the best rule in the world. Everyone says it. I'm the best. Chibli, chibli, chibli. Chibli, I'm gonna jump. Chibli, I'm gonna jump off the roof. Chibli, I'm gonna jump off the roof. I'm just gonna jump off the roof. Chibli. Don't stop me. Don't stop me. I'm gonna step out of the entrance, Chibli. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm gonna step out. I'm gonna step right out. Billiard, I'm gonna step out of the room. I'm gonna step right out. I'm not number 2. I'm not number 2, but I will step out. I will step out of the room and we will all die. What even is that? Oh, I'm gonna come. Moreover, no one could be forced to share their real number by proving they lied. And with that, they manually concluded the council with their barman. It was sent that a message arrived from the owner, the mastermind. They had to take their antidotes, but there were a few minutes left until the end of the hour when they would be distributed. Well, that wasn't so bad, was it? Lime stood up and stretched her arms. Nobody answered. I'll admit it. I didn't expect you to accept. You have my respect, especially with your choice of number. Thanks. But if we don't find a way to escape, sooner or later we'll have to play the game for real. If someone takes the first step, everyone else will have to follow in order to survive. Coffee's voice was low, almost a whisper, but her words had weight. It could be said that Bill had managed to form a truce, but it was a fragile peace. Peace hanging only by a thread of hope. The pressure he felt on his shoulders had even clouded over his vision, or perhaps the reason for that was... And when do we decide that order, and how? We should probably do it now. Then let's go, rock, paper, scissors. What's with the obsession with that game? Unless someone's got a better idea, I say we apply the ancient wisdom of optimum est simplex Hakuna Matata. Nothing beats the classics. Works for me. Let's let chance decide. Some didn't even seem convinced at the idea, but the majority had chosen. Nobody had any better ideas. I don't know who did what. Minutes later, the order had been decided. Bill, as the bystander, wrote it down in the notes section of his barman. So the results in order are... Council 2, cigar. Council 3, cocktail. Council 4, poker. Council 5, vodka. Council 6, coffee. Council 7, lime. Council 8, darts. Council 9, piano. Council 10, gin. How can I be this unlucky? You really are bad at rock, paper, scissors, huh? You can't be bad at a completely luck-based game. You can to an extent. As for me, can't say I'm lucky after I ended up in this place. We need to get out of here ASAP. The less far we get down in this list, the better. But if it's your turn, you do it. Easy for you to say when you're near the end, kid. Not a kid. Literally a fucking kid. No fighting now. Alright, so now what? We have an objective, right? We should go take our antidotes. The drink should be on the counter. Yeah, please. I need something strong. The effects of the antidote are coming in, I think. Like a shot of bleach? I once read a novel with a murder where the killer used detergent to do it. Yeah, that's a real-life thing that's people done too. No, don't let him decide. Don't give me that look. It was a joke. Wasn't talking about killing you. Man, people have lost their sense of humor. Weird novel, I know. Sequel's better. Everyone else began to rise from table, heading to the counter. For the time being, they would leave the place just as it was for the future in councils. Small, empty cry came from behind Bill. He immediately turned around and saw vodka lying on the floor. Heart attack! Yay! I mean, aw, shit. Are you okay? Everyone still ran to him. Still breathing, so I'd say I am. His body isn't what it used to be. Well, never was one for sports. Who am I kidding? Did you trip over something? There's nothing to trip on, though. The phantom banana peel's back with a vengeance? Oh no, my body simply went poof, and here I am now. I need life alert. Just my age, nothing to get surprised over. This stuff happens sometimes. Even so, something was off. Bill put his hand to vodka's forehead. As he had feared, it was hot. A fever? Or maybe a hind D. Will people just fall over? Source, my parents? Will stop pushing your parents. Are you sure that's all it is? Truth be told, I'm sorry to say I'm not a doctor. Shocker, I know. Although my head is the one that's really in shock right now. Everything's hazy. It has to be the poison. That would be a better explanation for his dizziness and clouded vision, though he still has that anxiety brought by the council didn't help either. Oh, now that you mention it, that could be it. Yeah, true. I agree with that. True, poggers. Then it's true. We really are poisoned. By social media. Hold on, I need to charge my phone. Eat hot chip and lie. There we go. I feel slightly off as well, but that's about it. It would make sense for someone of his age to be weaker to the poison, however. We must hurry. Yo, Billin, help me carry him. Putting their strengths together by each grabbing a shoulder, they raise him up. Okay, but where is the poison? Poison for Cusco. The poison for Cusco. By the time they got to counter, the drinks were already on it, waiting for them. It came down from that lift over there. Would be nice if we could use it to get out of here. Too small, though, and doesn't seem like there's any way to turn it on from here. Maybe the kid can fit. Hey! 'Hey! 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 We could give it a shot. Let's drink first. I'm too big to fit in there. That aside, he could get hurt. Don't pressure him. What we should do, and quick, is drink the antidotes. Cocktail pointed to the tray with the drinks. Well, some of them might not actually heal you, right? That's what it said. Each one has a name on it. And he showed the glass in his hand, already empty, with a label attached that said poker. I can say this. Whoever made my cocktail has good taste. Cocktail took a sip of the one that carried his name. It was a small glass, a few centimeters, containing a transparent liquid. Due to its lack of color, the cherry on top stood up more. The man's face wrinkled as the liquid went through his throat. A Amanera Chupido. Well, I can't say one way or the other about the production quality of these cocktails. I can guarantee that this vodka is very good indeed. I got the basic ass stupid drink. Wow, I have the Chupido, which is literally vodka with a fucking cherry dropped into it, and that's it. And that's called a fucking drink. It's just vodka with a cherry. Don't call it something else. It's a vodka with cherry. You could say that about, oh, it's rum and coke. Well, they call rum and coke rum and coke. They don't call it fucking rum Coca-Cola. Sorry, I crashed out earlier with that too. Well, am I deciding death? How nice of you to say, young lad. Age shouldn't take everything away from me. Sense of humor is vital in life. Can I drink? Small chuckle escaped from Cocktail's lips before they bit into the cherry. Each drink was different, and at a glance, they seemed to be made with everyone's taste in mind. Once again, they were showing they'd done their research on them, though that wasn't the most pressing issue at the moment. In the brief time they took to get there, he started to feel a moderate headache. His vision had become somewhat blurry, and he even had a slight headache, a feeling of nausea, and a headache. He hadn't reached the point of being serious yet, but the poison had begun to show its form. They had to take the drinks with the alleged antidote before their states worsened, so they could survive for at least one more hour. Bill and I managed to sit down vodka on one of the stools and gave him his drink, which appeared to be some sort of, yes, vodka. It's cannibalism. Getting drunk in that situation didn't seem like a great idea, but he had no other choice. Bill took his glass. He didn't know much about the subject, so he had no idea what cocktail he was about to drink. But his life was more important, so he downed it all in a single go. Well, you have the Midori Sour. You literally have like a billiard ball in it, so. It had a citric taste, lemon, not bad. He slowly began to feel the slight headache diminish until it was gone. I don't know if it's that quick, but I'll believe you. Even felt pretty good, though maybe due to the drink itself. Everyone looked to be the same, but he decided to ask anyways. Did you notice the effects of the poison? I felt nauseous on the way here, and then I had some chills. Maybe it was just me being nervous, but... No, I noticed something like that too. Almost threw up. Now there's no question about it. If we don't find another way, our only option is to play the game. He had come across several hurdles during the council, but by drinking the antidotes, they had officially made it past the first hour. All numbers were still alive. That included problematic ones like 3 and 4. For the game to end and recover their freedom, only 3 of them or less had to remain alive. So said the core rules of the game. One by one, the rules had to fall. Billiard still couldn't accept it. It wasn't blind optimism. He wasn't expecting any magical solution to appear in front of them. He wasn't even expecting a rescue team to arrive. What could be considered the ideal outcome? In essence, he wouldn't give up until every possibility was explored. Whatever was the most realistic option or whatever their odds were didn't matter to him. It didn't matter that they were strangers or even what he thought of them. He'd managed to bring them to his side for now, or so it seemed. He was far from victory. In fact, he could feel the ground crumbling not too far behind him. Worst case scenario was coming. He had no way of knowing how long that truce would last. He had to hurry. All rules had been placed on the board. The game asked for them to be brought down, but to build, the real end game was to overturn the board itself. A distant goal, perhaps an impossible one. One beyond optimism, beyond the game. But he would stretch his arm until he reached it. Stretch his arm all the way out to take a delicious strawberry orange zero sugar sparkling water-based beverage. Starburst. From Costco. All named after drinks and objects in a club. Because it's a theme. That's literally the only reason so far, is theme. So I assume the drinks here are the, what they drink when the antidote comes. The tension had cleared up once everyone got their antidotes. Bill had used that small respite to write a bit in the notepad included in the butter man. Cocktail was behind the counter again. Seemed like he'd gotten a liking to working there. Either that or, as many had already guessed, this wasn't his first time. I broke the pad, sorry. Council's over, time to take the... I already did that. Oh, this is different. Life is now hanging from a thread. Even if I figure out my number later, there's no point back. But if that was the necessary step to reach my goal, I won't regret it. Oh. First character introduction interview, Rule Billiards. Welcome, please introduce yourself to the audience. And where am I? Who are you? Actually, where are you? Where did that voice come from? Please answer the question briefly. I don't get it, but I guess I have no choice for now. Fine, I'm Billiards, or at least that's the nickname I've been given. Bill for short. Very good, see, you can do it, but please don't be so brief either. I'm the protagonist or something, is that correct? I think there was some mistake there. I'm just a normal guy, not... Yes, you are the main character of this tale. Please try to act accordingly, at least do it for me. Sure, but please, let me out of here. I'm not the one who chose you for this game, nor can I simply break you out. That's your job. Mine? Well, yeah, that's my intention, getting out of this game, but with no deaths, I won't play by your rules. Very, very good. That's what I like to... That's what I like so much about you. Anyways, let's start the interview proper. Tell us a little about yourself. About me? As I said, I'm just a normal guy. There's not a lot to say. It's all ordinary stuff. Keep saying that, but I know the truth. There's more than meets the eye with you. That's okay. In fact, it's better if you don't ruin the mystery. Then why did you ask? I'm only following the script. Let's keep going. What can you provide to this game? Provide? I mean, if I'm the main character, then... Pointless question, certainly. Again, following the script. This is so weird. Next, if you could choose what rule you will be, which one would it be? That one's easy. Rule 2, the one that lets you exit the bar so I can explore outside. Sure, there has to be a solution to this somewhere. Sure. There isn't? Who knows? You don't? You're asking too much, interviewee. Sorry. Wait, no, I shouldn't apologize to you. I will escape from your twisted game with everyone else. I'm not the owner. You're not? Oh, well, sure you have something to do with all this. Well, I can't deny that, but we will never meet outside the space, outside the story. You will never remember this conversation. In that case, tell the owner this for me. Things won't go like he wants. I'll make sure of it. I thought you were just a normal guy. Do you really think you can get a perfect win? I am a normal guy, but I'm also the main character, right? See, that is true. Well, I'll be watching closely. I will cheer for your success and mock your failures. Any objections? Do whatever you want, not like you'll listen to me. I see you're learning. Good. I had more questions, but I think this should be enough. Everyone should have a good idea about you. So give your farewells. Bye. This concludes the interview. Let us make a toast in honor of a fruitful game in the souls of these lost rules, for the Golden Jack and for our dearest owner. Okay. Interesting. Oh, that guy's didn't change. Wait, who? His didn't. He put me against the ropes and I answered back. After that, seeing him as an enemy would be easy, but his condition was fair. Still, I can't understand him at all. What's he planning? What does he want? What does he know? Well, I've talked to her now and got nothing. Still, I can't give up on her so soon, or anyone else here. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's... no. Wait, did I read this? Yeah. He was holding up one of the empty glasses, smelling it. Bill could read piano in its label. What? What are you doing? As I thought, just wanted to make sure. About what? Piano's cocktail. I wondered if it was alcoholic. As expected, no, I can't smell any alcohol in it. It does have pineapple though, that's for sure. Okay, I figured. On that note, judging by the milder taste of my Amanera, I'd wager that our antidotes have a low alcohol rate. It would be the logical choice from the owner's perspective, given that we have to take them every hour. I doubt they want us to play their game while intoxicated. That'd be kind of funny, though. Right, they really put some thought into this, huh? Let's get crunked and solve, like, crimes and shit. We're not solving crimes, you know what I mean. Certainly, if you wish to hear my opinion, the attention to detail that's been put into this game is appalling. Right, especially when you add the data we've received. How much do they know about us? Oh, don't we do another one now? Don't we do another data archive thingy? Doesn't end there. I'd go as far as to say that our drinks have been carefully chosen for each of us. Piano's non-alcoholic cocktail, my vodka shot, or Lime's lime drink. What's with lime and lime? Following the same logic, maybe our nicknames have some reason behind them, though I can't think of any relation between me and billiards besides the giant ball in mine. About your drink, the Midori Sour, had you tried it before? Not sure, to be honest. You aren't sure? Are you stupid? I don't remember, I've tried a bunch of drinks. I'm an alcoholic. I can imagine, yes, but the Midori Sour has a very characteristic trait. Hard to forget it. Really? What's that? It's got a giant-ass fucking ball in it. Well, it has a very striking green color. It's very easy to recognize. Okay, well, these two do too, though. Now that you mention it, maybe I did try it at some point. It's like I had a similar conversation once. I see, you might do well in trying to remember. After all, there must be a reason why our host chose that drink for you. Maybe, yeah. Once they were done with their drinks, the side effects of the poison quickly died down. Any possible doubts left about the authenticity of the poison appeared to have vanished. They had felt it. Of course, he hadn't checked if it was really a result in their deaths. They didn't drink the antidote, but taking such a risk was unnecessary. Neither could they know for certain if winning the game would grant them a permanent antidote, but they had no choice but to believe it. Believe it! And so with the real danger practically confirmed, the conversation sprouted. Well, we got over the first hurdle. His intention was to encourage everyone to reduce tensions. If we keep working together, we could easily keep ourselves alive. He knew it wouldn't be so easy, and especially not simple, but he knew in those moments that he had to be positive to prevent the situation from falling apart. Totally. Till the time we all died together arrives. Lovely ending, no? Turned his head and looked at Jin, seated on one of the nearby tables. His little bet quickly fell apart when the true obstacle to their survival was mentioned, Rule 4. He hadn't forgotten it, but wanted to keep the peace going for as long as possible. There's still a lot of time for that. Until then, we have time to find the way out. Yeah, I know. Try to be more positive. Or we could get rid of that rule so we can have all the time in the world. Of course, then our time limit would be how much we can endure without food. And sleep. We would have to keep an eye open just in case. You're asking too much, Ace of Clubs. I become a sloth bear when sleeping, or a non-sloth bear hibernating. Pick whichever bear metaphor you prefer. Oh, hi. Rule 4 is our biggest threat. First they said 1, then they said 7, now they said 1 again, now they said 4. And naturally, its owner won't confess. We need other methods. Good cop, bad cop. Jin came back to the counter, interested in joining the discussion, which had quickly ended up on that unavoidable subject. 9 hours left. The player in possession of that rule was still alive on the 10th. Their lives were over. Were 9 hours enough time for a miracle? What was the likelihood of rescue? Maybe Rule 4 is the old man, and then the old man has a heart attack and dies. It's like, yay! And then the 5th rule guy's like, you know what? Fuck you guys. I be Rule 4 now, idiots. It's like, no! Wait! Since Rule 5 can switch out a rule from a dead person and become it instead. Were 9 hours enough time for a miracle? What was the likelihood of rescue? They didn't even know the date nor how long it had been since their capture. The police would start searching sooner or later, but it could be too late by the time they were found. In fact, they also couldn't be sure they were in the same city, or even country. They were taken afar. Finding them would take days, weeks, maybe even months. That's why he'd chosen to avoid bringing that option up, focusing instead on the possibility of escaping. Rule 4 is the only threat, nor the biggest. Again, the young woman's voice broke into the conversation. It seems we overcame Rule 3 for now. You're forgetting 1 and 9. Certainly true that there's one person that can remove us if they so desired, but it would be 9 against 1. We can't kill, but the rule doesn't forbid self-defense. If one attacks, we can stop them. That one will attack openly. If they do, they'd have to plan it well. And there's no firearms here. Not that we know, anyways. That doesn't worry me much, but Rule 9 could. 9 is those missions, right? No other choice but to do them. In secret, though, which means we can't help each other. I wasn't referring to carrying them out. From hour 6 onward, that rule guarantees the death of 1 to 2 players per hour. Spying the 3 better halves, the objectives that made it impossible to avoid a death. The spy had to reveal someone's secret objective, pushing them to their deaths to avoid their own. Oh, so that's what that meant. And the better halves, those who had that rule, had to find each other in secret to complete the objective. However, if 3 better halves were in play, only 2 could fulfill it. That would leave the 3rd alone. The only way to avoid it was removing Rule 9, clearly the best way for everyone. That, of course, also meant the death of the rule's representative. You don't have to kill them, right? Just eliminate them? Or something, maybe, So in short, peace can only last for 6 hours. That's why I'm saying shit goes down at hour 6. That's why we have to hurry. Hurry how? My head isn't making sense of all this. Top priority is Rule 2. That's the obstacle keeping us here. So we find 2, and then we... No. We'll find another way. What other way? There's none. Or do you have an idea? No, of course not. He had convinced them to search for a way out of the game, but that didn't mean they had to agree to avoid any death. If there was a way to do that, they would probably agree. Nobody there wanted to kill, but they were against the rule. Well, okay. Well, first off, 1, look at the new data rule. 2, look at your objective, and then go from there. Because obviously you gotta worry about those now, because you have an hour to do that. If I was in the killing game with a guy codenamed Darts, I'd deadass be calling him Farts the entire game until he killed me. It's funny. Well, unless he's number 1, he can't kill you. He had expected to end up in that situation at some point, but he wished to have had a bit more time to think. He wasn't any sort of genius, and now he's falling asleep, and everything was new to him. He was still trying to process all the information. Found it impossible to get to a convincing solution so soon, assuming it even existed. Everyone's gazes focused on him, pressured him with no need for words. It made him wonder if he was alone on that search for an end, where nobody had to kill or be killed. Had everyone given up except for him? He was alone. The rest, some more than others, had mostly accepted it was impossibly. Out. The realistic outlook, the most logical and reasonable, the least human. Killed 2, escaped the bar. After that, search for the antidotes and the exit. If they didn't find them, they'd kill 9 to extend their lives. Naturally, 4 would go as well, to truly extend their time. At that point, any death would be justified, one after another, until finally only the winners of the game remained. What? What do you mean, any Okay. That was the scenario that tormented Bill. They killed 2 to advance. Any other obstacle they found on their path... Okay, wait, hold on. Question. To myself, pretty much. Because I don't think the dev's here anymore. Question. Also, I don't think they tell me anyway. Question. The rule... I can't look. The rule... Rule 2 says no one except for the second guy can leave. Is that rule still in effect once the game ends? Because if the game ends, that means no one can leave. So, let's say 2 survives and then 2 other people, right? Let's just say 3 people are alive, right? That, if that's the case, only 2 can leave the game. Right? They might pull that. I think at that point the rules are over. But who knows? The first death was the hardest, but after crossing that line that no human should, all subsequent times were much easier. I would know. I've murdered, like, several times in the past. When the end justifies the means once, it will do so twice, thrice, and so on. Perhaps the only alternative was the one he'd already considered. Go outside alone, jump into the unknown blindly. Are you okay, boy? Suddenly, some of the eyes on him turned to looks of worry. He drank his antidote. The effects of the poison should be gone. Took him a moment to realize his own actions. He was crouching on the floor almost like a ball with his hands on his head. For how long had he been like that? Since when? He did not know. Got up slowly, looking around. I'm fine. Oh, thank God. I almost had a heart attack. Oh, you should. You two? Almost had ourselves a combo. So it wasn't just me? I believe that was a panic attack. You must have felt too pressured. Sorry. No, Cocktail's right. I'm sorry. You should apologize too, young boy. You think you're my mom? I don't need to be her to tell you to have some manners. If you didn't know, you shouldn't have said anything. That's it. You're grounded. No bathroom for a week. That's like the only thing she can really punish him here would be like, you know what? No bathroom for you. You can hold it in until you've apologized. Drop it. Even if time's running out, we need to relax and think slowly. I get you, Bill, but this responsibility isn't just yours. For now, the only option seems to be removing Rule 2. We have 5 hours. We can keep searching. We look through every nook and cranny of this place, then we'll talk again. Agreed. Coffee looked at Bill one more time. Maybe it's a good thing I didn't say Rule 2. Coffee looked at Bill one more time, with a hard-to-decipher look. Stood up and left. Darts left too, followed by the others. Rest up a while, kid. This shit seems to be getting to you too hard. Shock he had was shocking in itself. As he really didn't know his mind could ever shut down like that. Me, when I have to go into a social situation. His body kept trembling from it, making sure he didn't forget it. And even more surprising than that, what he really couldn't stop thinking about, what he still couldn't understand was, why did he seem to be the only one seriously affected by it all? I don't know. I broke it. Life is not hanging from a thread. Even if I figure out my number later, there's no going back, but if that was a necessary step to reach my goal, I won't regret it. Oh, that did nothing. What updated? She knows what she's talking about. The council confirmed it. Honestly, seeing someone clearly smarter than me makes me feel incapable, and that if she had my conviction, she'd have already succeeded. But I'll bury that feeling, keep going. What? Jealous? Nope. Yeah, that was it. Can I check the rule? Oh, I dropped it! Oh, I actually thought I dropped it. Oh, I got worried. Can I click a data? Please, please! Can I check objective? Find a new hey! I checked what it was, yay! I need to find a new hint. I'm an explorer. Okay. Wow. I knew what it was. Okay, well that's not super good for me, but, you know, it's something. I wonder how you're supposed to... Oh. I wonder how you're... Oh. I wonder how you're supposed... Fuck, where is the thing? I wonder how you're supposed to figure out, your better half, because you can't reveal it. Oh, won't count as revealing. Oh, okay. Well, I guess, I don't know, it depends. Before the hour ends, so I have 30 minutes to complete the hint. What was the other one? The data. Okay, so the data's optional. You don't actually have to, I think, right? Not billiards, more like bollards. Got him. Good one. I say, don't think you have to, right? Oops, fuck. So yeah, you can reveal data, but it's like, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't say... How do you find out how many per day or whatever? Maybe it's in... Yeah, here, maybe. Yeah. Can only unlock 1 data per hour. So if you miss one, then it's like, oh, bye-bye. Bill had been left alone at the counter with cocktail and vodka. He didn't have the will to move after that defeat. He needed to calm down first. Noticing his mood, Cocktail spoke. Do you need a chat? I have experience cheering up people that need it, even if I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm still thinking it over. I agree that we should search outside the bar, but sacrificing someone to do it is too much. Your attitude is laudable. I wish such an alternative exists, but I'm afraid I don't see it. Me neither, but I'll keep thinking. Don't strain yourself. Sometimes you need to calm down and let the ideas come on their own. I'd like to, but there's not much time. We can survive for 5 more hours, but that doesn't mean nobody will do anything for that long. Some already seem to have decided to finish 2 off. That's possible, but we still don't know who that is. It's me. And though they may have acknowledged that's the only possibility of escaping, it doesn't mean they have the resolve to carry it out. Our ends will inevitably come in time, but they'll try to delay a decision as much as possible. You think so? I got the feeling some were already ready to kill. I did so as well, but even if it's true, a majority is needed for an accusation. Or the help of one. Correct. That's why we need to act before the worst happens. 2's death. No, the start of the game. If 2 feels threatened, they'll try to win the game. I can't deny that. It would make sense that after that conversation, whoever possesses that rule will feel their life is in danger and act. And running away would only save them from 1. If we find out someone went out, we'll know it's 2. If a majority vote them out, even if they're not present, must feel cornered. It's the most unfortunate rule to have, in that sense. It's an advantage that will quickly reveal your identity if you make use of it. Yeah, fair. Just say you're going to the bathroom? No, you can't really do that. Bathroom's on the other end. Fuck. Yeah, that's difficult then, shit. What are you supposed to do in that situation? Sneaking away without being seen or noticed by anyone would be difficult, no doubt. If instead of proposing to finish off that rule, they'd have looked for a deal. A deal? With 2, make sure nobody votes for them and let them go out freely to find help, and number 8 could use messages to keep in touch with them and inform us. That's not a bad idea. Could be the answer you were seeking. Could have been, but I doubt 2 would want to cooperate after that. That was unless he was actually 2. That solitary exploration of the outside was what he had planned to do if he found no other way. betting on the chance of being that rule. In any case, we shouldn't rely on our salvation waiting on the other side of that door. The owner has allowed one of us to leave, or all of us if that person dies. I doubt the building's exit is easily accessible. I know, but it's our biggest hope right now. I don't like being the pessimist, but I felt a reminder was needed. No matter how harsh it may be, you should prepare for the worst. But... literally no but, idiot. I know. I too would prefer to avoid any deaths, and the rest probably do as well. And yet it looks like I'm the only one that refuses to play no matter what. I'm not capable of killing anybody. I don't have that mental strength. I dare to say that. You probably do. You may be the sole player with that strength. Yeah, you should kill people. I think kill people, hurt people, kill people, hurt people. Huh? Not the strength to kill, but the strength to put your morals above your life. Those who decide to win the game to survive at the cost of the rest won't be cold-blooded killers, but instead victims. I wonder if this is a death flag or not. I don't think I can see a killer as a victim. But even if it's to survive, killing makes you a murderer. I'm not saying otherwise. That's why I said cold-blooded. It could be said that someone like that is both victim and killer in equal amounts. But that's quite a complex moral topic. Maybe it can't be seen objectively. We're the victims of a kidnapping, and whoever put us here is the big culprit. But still, obeying their rules and killing, it's a crime. Can't see it any other way. If we want to stay human, we can't rob other people's lives, no matter what. Unless they're like 80. Law would agree with you, but I see it differently. We are all in the same boat. We shouldn't see each other as enemies. If by the end we survive at the cost of others, we must cry at their deaths and celebrate our lives. If we die at the hands of another, we must accept it in peace.
Very commendable way of looking at it. Why don't you fucking die first, then? Hmm? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, most see it that way. Humans are selfish. Empathy has its limits. I'm a bit of an empath. I'm a little quirky like that. Even someone like me, ready to accept death, would curse the one who kills me. That's only fair.
Are you really ready if so?
Yeah, but also no. You see, at this point in life, I've simply stopped caring about being consistent. I'll answer one way at one time, and later another. Whatever happens, happens. Another...
Okay, Chancebox, I know what you mean by the drum sound now. That scared me. It freaked me out. Yeah, the drum, whatever, snare drum or some shit.
In other words, screw it. God can take my middle finger. All the others too. Might as well.
I appreciate the lightheartedness, but I think you should calm down slightly. Don't piss him off. You're gonna piss God off, he's gonna kill you.
You don't seem very bothered by all this either.
I'm only trying to be at peace. Like I said, I don't plan to act, but only observe and protect myself.
That's two of us then. How about you, boy? You talk much about avoiding deaths? However, would you throw your own life to save another?
Bill finally raised his head. Of course, saving everyone meant him as well, but it was the ambition of a hero, even though he didn't see himself as one. So if he had to choose between his life or someone else's, nobody, including myself, will die.
I see. How youthfully optimistic.
His answer was not to answer. Boo! Answer, bitch! I would have said, well, I forget what the answer, yes, sacrifice is what I would have said. In a way, I had started to feel like a challenge, prove them wrong, and that they could reach that ideal ending. By looking at it that way, his motivation grew. There's a way to survive without playing this game. Maybe right now it doesn't seem possible, but in time it will appear. Vodka, until that moment carefree, stared him in the eyes. Asked if he was a traitor.
Those eyes. Are you implying it's not optimism, but a certainty?
Yes. Came out without a thought. Really, it wasn't optimism or certainty, just stubbornness, but against the sudden pressure, he had lied. Oh, wait, my shit unplugged again.
Maybe I got you wrong, young lad. What you have is madness. You're fucking crazy. You're a psychopath.
I mean, I put other people's lives above my own.
I'm a little bit of an empath like that. I have probably too much empathy, so yeah. I'd probably I'd most likely be willing to sacrifice for someone. For a random person, less likely, but, you know, we'll see. Maybe I got you wrong, young lad. What you have is madness. Oh. I want to agree, but my senses tell me it's not happening. It's impossible. Few could survive, but most of us are done. Sentenced. Life doesn't have an easy road, only a catalog ranging from hard to hellish, all uphill. Every day's the same. Wake up with a cup of cynicism for breakfast, go back to sleep after a handful of disappointments for dinner. Sounds filling. What? This game is no different. There's no happy ending to be found. Though if you manage to change my mind. There's an ad now. What? Okay, well, I didn't think it was so soon. BRB, I guess. Enjoy Rick.
Deep, dark fantasy.
This gives me time to finish my oh shit, my noodles.
Deep, dark fantasy.
Wow, I finished just in time. But yeah, to expand on that, like for example, if it guaranteed survival, like let's say my wife or something, or partner or whatever the fuck, I'd risk my life or like sacrifice whatever if I have to, if it guaranteed it. I think I definitely would if it guaranteed. Because I don't want, like, my life, if I sacrifice it, it's like, oh, oops, she died anyway. And it's like, well, what the fuck, man? Me being in the afterlife with my hands up in the air? Well, what the fuck, man? What was that about? What the fuck? So. And I just mean in a general sense, not in a death game sense. But death game, I guess that too.
Although my ass would be like, actually, guys, we gotta work together and shit and bullshit. Blah, 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 blah. Guys, I already know the plot to this. I already know who the mastermind is. Blah, 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 blah. All that shit. Now, if you manage to change my mind, you'll win the respect of this old geezer. Not like that has much value. And just like that, as suddenly as it had appeared, all that seriousness went away as he gave Bill a few pats on the back. And he burped. He felt bad for lying, but didn't say anything. He decided to do all he could to turn that little lie into the truth. He would find that certainty and break that cynicism. Let's hope. Stop smashing your iPad. You only have so many of those. Got carried away and lied, but now I can't back down. I have to turn that lie into truth. Wait, what was your lie, though? My goal is the same as before. This only gives me more motivation, but if I fail, no, I won't let him down. I'll prove him he's wrong. Okay. Okay. Let's hope. Leaving that aside, does anyone want another drink? Well, can't say no, as long as it's free. Considering the situation we're in, it would be in bad taste if it wasn't. Exactly. Oh, my nose, it hurt. Ugh. Conversation had reached a dead end, with the three of them being totally silent. Vodka gazed at his half-empty glass with an expressionless face, while licking his dry lips every few seconds to moisten them. Why do old people do that? Bill had his arms on the counter. Well, I've been actually doing that because my lips have been really dry, so I guess maybe that's why. While resting his head on one of them, with the tips of his fingers, he tapped the wood, producing a rhythmical tone. Tone? Pattern. In his head, memories from the recent dispute the group had were replaying. What direction were things going to go from that point forward? Cocktail had grabbed a wet towel and was spending his time cleaning a glass, the same one over and over again for a few minutes. The intention wasn't to make it pristine, but to suppress his anxiousness in a way that wasn't obvious to the other players. Someone sat to his side, making him turn his head before his eyes recognized who it was. The smell of tobacco reached his nostrils. Holding a cigarette and a lighter, Cigar sat down on the stool, crossing one leg over the other. The lighter spark ignited the tip of the cigarette, and after taking in some, she let out a big puff of smoke right in his face! Anything to drink? Why not? Since we're here, might as well enjoy what we can. What do you have, bartender? Just about anything. You know what? Give me literally everything. Give me, like, literally get me a big glass and pour a little bit of everything into it. Call it the heart attack. I think I'd rather call it the poisoning. It's been years since I had a martini. Could you get me one? Of course. Hold on a moment. Oh, and look for some nuts or peanuts or anything like that to eat. I'll see what I can do. Bill found Cigar's attitude disconcerting. She was smiling, seemingly looking forward to trying the drink. As if the game wasn't her concern, she was just passing the time at a bar. Less than an hour ago, she was panicking severely, wanting to get out there immediately. It was disturbing. You seem cheerful, Cigar. Excuse me? Her usual look of disdain quickly came back. What are you talking about? I'm not cheerful. As if I could. And why'd that smile a moment ago? It's called masking. Must be woman stuff, boy. I stopped trying to understand them long ago. I don't think that's it. Brah, youngsters. I stopped trying to understand you a lot long ago. So then, Cigar, what was going through your head? Why did you look so upbeat? Well, it's a pretty embarrassing thing to admit. It had been a while since what? Since I last had a drink, you know, in a bar. This brought me back, sitting on the counter, smoke in hand, asking the barman for a drink. Missed it a bit. Kind of wanted to relive it again. Shame it had to be under these circumstances. As cocktail came with cigars, drink, and a small glass bowl with an assortment of appetizers, another player arrived. Piano sat next to Cigar and looked at the four of them. Seemed like he wanted to say something, but ended up remaining silent while waggling his feet, which didn't reach the floor. Hey, Piano. What? Its blunt response caught Bill by surprise. Took him a second to put himself back together. Just wanted to include him in the conversation. Don't you want anything? I guess, why not? Piano leaned forward to check what the others were having and saw vodkas and cigars cups. Martini seemed too elegant. What a grandiose person would drink. On the other hand, it fit Cigar like a glove, gave off the impression of a sophisticated woman, or at least of a woman that acted like one. Vodkas was much more alluring to him, so he asked, "What's he having?" Vodka. Vodka seemed to get out of his haze at that moment. Were you calling me? No, Piano's asking what drink you were having. Oh, I see. It's vodka, son. Yeah, Piari told me. Then I also want one. No. Are you sure? Isn't it, like, really strong? Isn't he, like, 2? Yes, very much so, especially for someone his age. Well, he's, like, 20 years under the drinking limit, probably, so... Oh, come on, dude. Give me one. Why do you care? I think I could, if anything, serve you a sip at most. I mean, vodka doesn't taste the greatest, but it's better than fucking Bud Light and Coors Light. I'd rather drink vodka than that, I'm gonna be real with you. Hell, I'd rather drink it probably than the apple cider shit I had before. Basically, the best thing I've had for drinking was just straight plain vodka, or the two rat drinks I had. Probably the 2 rat drinks, because they actually had flavor. Besides just being strong. And one of them did literally just have vodka in it, so... That still seems too much. Okay, fine, that works. Understood. This is illegal. Wait, are you idiots? Is this for real? Eh? Excuse me. Excuse me. Don't you know we're gonna get our shit banned off Steam if we serve a drink to a kid? I don't actually know if that's how that works. Probably not. Are you really gonna give vodka of all things to a kid? Hey, who says you can decide what I do? You're under 18. That's what. Common sense, boy. Last thing we need right now is an alcohol-poisoned child. Right, that could be really bad for you, Piano. I'm old enough to decide for myself. Old enough to get a fucking... Why, you little? Old enough, yeah, right. Don't give him anything, Cocktail. Gimme! Then what do I do? Do I do it, or... You're a bartender, you should probably decide that for yourself, dude. Don't you dare. Yes, goddammit! What should I do, serve or not serve? Still holding onto the small glass cup filled with the transparent substance in his trembling hand, Cocktail looked both ways to Cigar and Piano while they gave him contradictory commands. Listen to the kid or listen to... Why is this even a thing that he has to decide? If he's a bartender, or acting one, at least like one, he should know not to give it to a kid. This is what you learned during the course I took. A drop of sweat ran down his forehead. Urge to put an end to the dispute burst out. With no warning, Bill snatched the glass from Cocktail's hand and drank it in a single gulp. Tears peeped out of his eyes, while the fluid burned his throat, unaccustomed to such a strong liqueur. Oh shit. Oh no, my vision's turning into an Atari. Shit! I see in fucking Neo Geo. Woman took one last smoke, puffing in a way that felt like a sigh. She put the finished cigarette in the glass and looked at the other 4 players sitting there in what seemed like a look of doubt. Cocktail's eyes fixed on the woman as he frowned. Really though, were you seriously gonna do it? I'm truly sorry. I have a hard time refusing an order from a customer. Even that bartender had a weakness, one that was a serious issue. Cocktail put her glass aside, then stared for a moment at the cigarette inside, resting on a half-melted ice cubes with her nail marked on one of its sides. Then, still haunted by his mistake, emptied the remains of the cup and started the cleanup while whispering something that nobody could hear. Wascally to whap it. Oh, he actually did say it. I guess I couldn't help but to feel sorry for him. This ends up being his last chance to try a drink. I didn't want to take it away from him. That's also what I was thinking, but like, who cares? Now I'll make sure he dies. Took him a bit to recover, but several minutes later, with a renewed energy, Bill got off the counter and moved to the center of the bar. Oops. Nothing. Nothing. His professionalism is laudable, no doubt about that, but being unsure about denying Piano's request is going too far. My throat paid the price. Painful sacrifice, but one that needed to be done. Not that great, let's be real. What? Vodka? Yeah. Not enough to serve to an underage kid. Can we like do the data now? Come on. Data, please. Data, I want fun. We still gotta do the objective. His head was still full of doubts, but he couldn't afford to stay still for much longer. The most important problem, how to escape, didn't seem solvable for the time being. So setting it aside, there were other issues to take care of. Most alcoholic drinks suck ass. All the ones I've had were like, eh. They were all like, either not my thing, or sucked ass, or were okay. I just haven't found anything that was like, speaks to me yet. I haven't found my drink where I can become an alcoholic. God damn it. I want to be cool like all the other alcoholics. I want to go to Alcoholic Anonymous meetings. This is bullshit. I want to be like my Oshi. My father. One of them, the simplest of all, was... With every new hour, there were 2 things he had to check in his barman. Rule 7 and 9, unlocking new data and checking what his objective was. Thank you! Finally! He began with the data. While he didn't want to unravel the numbers of others, it was useful for his own. Not only was it important to know what rule he could disobey, but also necessary to survive Rule 3 if the lie was proven. He opened the data menu and tapped the second one. As he had started with the first one, he decided to continue in order. No! Just put random shit. Traveled abroad. I mean, the data that appeared on screen changed everything. It was a bit embarrassing for him to admit, but he had barely traveled. A few times he had, it was never too far, and definitely not abroad. If neither data corresponded to him, and assuming the organizer of the game didn't mess up, all those numbers could be ruled out. That means he's not 1, he's not 3, not 4, not 5, not 7, not 9 or 10. So he's either 8, he's either 2, or he's either 6. 2 is the one that lets you go outside, which is pretty big. 8 is the one that lets you text message people, which is pretty big. 6 is the boring one that does fuck all. Yeah, 6 is the one that's like the safest to be. So, damn it. Which only left him with 3. Rule 8, giving control over messaging. Rule 6, giving an advantage in accusals. And more importantly, Rule 2, the key to the outside of the Golden Jack. Can it really be me? Up until then, the likelihood that it was him was low, so going outside in search for help was basically suicide. But now, that option wasn't as daunting. It was still dangerous, actually, even if it was his rule. As Cocktail had put it, it was risky for number 2 to go out. Had to not be seen, and his absence It had to not be seen, and his absence go unnoticed. Wait, what if that's the point? Maybe those obstacles were part of the design of the game. The building's exit had to be somewhere outside the bar. The poison forced them to remain there to receive antidotes, but it wasn't a physical restriction. If they went out with enough time, perhaps they could go to a hospital, but they would get 1 hour at most. Hard, though, not impossible, depending on their location. Could be the case that the game was designed so that 2 was forced to not remain outside the bar for too long to prevent them from escaping. No, there was a problem with that logic. If 2 died, everyone could leave without any limitations. There had to be something preventing them from escaping. Or perhaps the owner had made sure that there was enough time to save themselves from the poison. His head hurt again, and not because of the poison. He had to stop. Important thing is that he had reduced his numbers to 3 candidates. It was time to check the objective. Thanks to his data, he knew for sure that he wasn't 9, so he had to complete them to survive each hour. Well, I wouldn't say thankfully, but sure. Oh, that he didn't say thankfully. Alright, checked it. His first objective appeared. Hints, according to the rule of the game, information hidden throughout the building. Given that the outside of the bar was only accessible for 1 person, it was to be expected that a good number of them would be hidden inside. He had no idea what form they would take, but it wasn't a bad objective to start with. He already planned to investigate the place in more depth, and that only gave him more reason to. That said, it was important to find out more than 1 hint. Not find more than 1. He didn't know how many there were, and there didn't seem to be any way to know, but if they ran out, the objective would become a death sentence. Well, how do you know if something's a hint or not? I guess if this gets marked off. Bill put away his barman. It was time to move. Looking around, there were several places that could contain hints. There were also poker, darts, and gin around the pool table. Were they going to play in those circumstances? Seemed to be the 3 agitators of the group. Probably wasn't going to get any clues from there, but maybe it'd be a good chance to talk to them. In addition, while he was checking his barman, Piano had gotten up from the counter and had gone to the bookshelf area, same as the previous hour. Wouldn't be a bad idea to talk to the others he found either, but where to begin? Can I save first? Fuck. So Piano is where Piano is? Yeah, the bookshelf area. That's where the other guys are, and that's... Oh, I can just go anywhere. Shit. But I'm not gonna go where the piano guy is, and I'm not gonna go where they are if they're not gonna be that helpful. So it's one of those 3. Or 3, it's one of those 2 places. I kinda wanna see the fish tank again though, so. I mean, I wanna search for clues by the fish. Definitely not because of the fish are there. I definitely don't like fish. Nope. Boo, fish. Rather just have juice, like, come on, that shit is where it's at. I guess. Fish tank near the counter caught his attention. There were a lot of tables and sofas behind it, which could hide what he needed. Or it's in the fish tank. Maybe a fish. Grab one of the fish. Right as he got there, something or more like someone caught his attention. Is it, oh, it's you. Hi. Lime laying down on one of the sofas. At first he thought that she was sleeping, but one of her eyes was open. Her gaze, pointing somewhere on the ceiling, gave away that something was on her mind. Before he could say a word, she greeted him first. Fuck. Hey, Billboard! These sofas are the bestest. Try one. Your body melts into pleasure, like being on paradise. She almost made it sound like an ad. They did look comfortable, but considering the circumstances, he didn't like the paradise part one bit. Why is she in my face? Help! Besides the fact that that place was no heaven, it was instead closer to the opposite. He also didn't want to depart the land of the living anytime soon. Lime, however, seemed oblivious to those unfortunate implications. In general, he wasn't sure if Lime realized that their lives were in danger. She might be a bit too stupid. She obviously knew about the game and its rules, but she wasn't taking it seriously whatsoever. Until then, he had interpreted it as blind optimism, but maybe it was that she didn't care about losing. Maybe she didn't value her own life enough, or perhaps she was confident in her victory. No, I should be thinking this. I should just assume she's dumb. Trying to shake off those thoughts, he sat down in the sofa opposite to hers. Actually, not bad. Very soft. Yeah, the softest. Like a cloud. Right. Like Paradise. Coworker simulator. Oh my god. Exactly, you're getting it. I know something that's softer. He sighed. Blind optimism wasn't the right word anymore. It was as if eyesight wasn't the only sense she lacked. Reading comprehension is the one that I lack. But that didn't annoy him. In fact, he couldn't help but worry about her, while at the same time feeling a small tinge of envy. Since the moment he'd first opened his eyes in that bar, his mind had filled his body with fear, worries, shivers, anxiety. And he could feel himself slowly drowning in that sea of negative emotions, taking it all in, never reaching the bottom of that poisoned cup. If he could relax, throw away all worries, and be carefree like her, he'd finally be able to breathe. But he couldn't. I want to talk to you for a bit. No, I don't. Let's leave. Well, of course. Why else would you come visit me? Actually, speaking of, I should probably save. Ow. Oops. Oh, it doesn't go in unless I check it. Kind of after drinking the antidote. Yeah, no shit. Still sitting at the counter trying to recover. Nope, I'm not. I don't know what thing got changed. Next to a billiard table with darts and gin, are they going to play? Very specific. Did I save again? Oh, it's right here. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Well, of course. Why else would you come visit me? I didn't know you were here, though. Huh? Where else would I be but here? These sofas really are the bomb, my dude. The bomb.com. What was the thing? What? Did I play some? Yeah, it was. Okay, it was the girly pop game. That was like, this is the bomb.com or whatever, something like that, right? I mean, I don't really know you that much. We first met an hour ago, or even less than that. Oh yeah, true, true. But like, I'm not much of a mystery. Not like them. What you see is what you get. Nothing to hide, baby. If you say so. I feel like you do have an ace up your sleeve. Oh, but I feel like you have an ace up your sleeve. An ace? Like what? I'm not poker. Go, Billy. Good one. Nice. What? You know, ace, poker. Yes, I understand my own joke. I mean, it wasn't much of a joke, but I just said it without thinking. Oh, okay, so he's not. Okay. What's with that face, then? What do you think I'm hiding? Nah, don't take it personal. I'm not saying you're hiding anything big. It's just the impression I got. Like, it's probably small. Like, there's more than meets the eye. Obvious copyrighted joke here. Oh. Oh. More like what? Copy? Oh, right. Anyway, I'm not that special. What? First, you should chill. Chill how? Trust me, throw yourself on the sofa and embrace the magic. Again with that? Wait, are you changing the subject? I'm already on the sofa. It's gonna be hard to get up later. Tell you what. Whoa, just got mind blasted by an amazing idea. Let's do all the councils here. Everyone lying down. Whoa! Just got mind blasted by an amazing idea. From now on, let's do all the councils here with everyone lying down. You just said that. Was she thinking out loud before, or did she just repeat it to add more emphasis? Oh. Bill was baffled. Talking with her was like trying to learn a new language, and she'd now made him curious. So, what are you here for then? I heard the call of the sofa too? Call of the fish. I was looking for one, they're all over the bar. But none like these, trust me. Pretty sure they're all very similar, if not identical. Can't be sure unless you try them all. Are you not... You... Get in there. Okay, really though, why'd you come here then? Were you looking for something or someone? No. Well, No worries, pretend I'm not here. Do what you must. Are you sure? Of course, still got 3 sofas waiting for me to check them, you know. You really think this is the time to be doing this? If not now, when? Don't think I'll be visiting this place twice. Besides, lying down is what we all need the most right now, especially you. At this rate, the stress is gonna make your head explode. Kaboom! Sure, having some time to relax would be nice, but the rules will make deaths inevitable in just 5 hours. And then in 9. What? We're too pressed for time. What's with all this pressure you're on? What are you, a scuba diver? You're billiards. One simple tap to the right ball and you can win the match. You only need that bit of luck. Auntie Lime's advice. Words of wisdom. Careful though, next one won't be free. Her attitude was questionable, but she had managed to cheer him up a bit, at least. Maybe he did need to throw aside all his worries and fears for a bit and take a break. But he didn't think he could. How could he calm himself with that situation? The way Lime made it look so easy raised the chance that she really believed in her survival. Or that, for some other reason, she didn't need to worry. Or maybe it was simply her personality. So, were you just taking a walk, or are you looking for someone? Yeah, something like that, I guess. He couldn't mention his objective. According to the rules, it had to be kept secret for the whole hour. If you change your mind and want to join my sofa worship cult, come see me again. We're always open to new recruits, remember? If you choose not to, that's all I've got to say. Good day, sir. And with that, she closed her eyes. Is she going to sleep? That allowed him to search the area more secretly, at least. He stared under the sofas, but there was nothing there to find. He skipped Limes, but the likelihood of something being under the one sofa he skipped was low. If there was, he would just have to deal with his bad luck and look somewhere else. After a while, he gave up. Nothing in sight. It was best to go somewhere else. Fuck. Go here. Probably wants me to go to the pool table. Mint julep and NY sour, very good drinks. We speak English in this chat room, remember that, moderator. He decided to go to the lower section where they carried out the council. There he found someone unexpected. Coffee. This is who I was looking for initially. I had a feeling she'd be here instead. New yoink! Yes. Even though he still barely knew them at all, he felt like the one he knew the least was her. Since he'd woken up there, she had been the one to speak the least, and yet those few times where she had attracted everyone's attention. She seemed to talk only when she had anything meaningful to say. Perhaps she was harmless, most likely. Yet the possibility that she was hiding some bad intentions wasn't leaving his head. It was for that reason that he wanted to try talking to her one more time. Not only for the need to avoid anyone getting hostile, but also because he was simply worried. Amaretto sour and thought that was pretty nice. Interesting. Alright, I forgot this was an uncultured stream. What was that, bitch? Oh, wait. Does that unmod you? I forget. I only deleted your message. Does that unmod you? Can you say something? I don't remember. Yeah? What do you mean, yeah? Does that actually unmod you? I swear to God. Don't -2, say something. I don't think it does. I think it's fine. I can delete the redeem message too? Oh shit. It was for that reason they wanted to try talking to her one more time. Only for the need to expanding that unmods. Yeah, I think timing out might too. Not only for the need to avoid anyone getting hostile, but also because he was simply worried. A plan. In order to avoid another embarrassing failure, which wasn't great for his self-esteem, he needed a strategy. Oh, so you can change it. Interesting. Ordered? Random. Ordered. Okay. Think. Think. And maybe it switches automatically. She saw me,
Ooh.
right? The fuck? Wasn't just my imagination, I think. Great, now what? Pretend I didn't notice? No, won't work. Oh, well, I'll have to go for it like last time. Fuck. Oh, I gotta talk to a girl again? Fuck. Hell, hi, how are you? Are you searching here too? Fuck. Yes. Me too. Wow, no shit. Was it even possible to have a talk with her? Each time he tried to, he had bumped into a big wall that seemed impenetrable. Oh, don't worry, I'll penetrate her wall. Sorry. Clearly, he wouldn't get anywhere with simple questions. He needed to bring up some good topics. What do you think about the stuff we talked about at the council? You didn't say much. For a moment, Coffee looked away, trying to ignore him. But he kept looking at her, waiting for an answer. Sorry, I don't want to do this, but you leave me no other choice. Keep staring and waiting until I get an answer. Well, he wasn't expecting any success. It finally worked once the awkwardness made it impossible for her to keep acting like she was alone. Now we can escape, but I'm not planning to kill either for now.
Come and see the violence inherent in the system! Help, help, I'm being repressed!
No. What are you talking about? Does that even work? Like, how the fuck does that even work? Now, realism would be to use the Shapiro redeem. What the fuck? What makes you so sure that we can? What makes you so sure that we can? We can't know for certain until we look deeper. Pointless. I understand lack of hope, but without the antidotes, we can't escape. I know. And they won't be here. Probably not. They also won't be waiting outside. Well, they have to be somewhere. Judging by the distribution method, they're on a floor above, probably one we can't go to. They came down from a lift, so yeah, I guess they're probably above us. Shapiro's an oppressed white male? Oh, I didn't know that. Ouch. He's probably the most oppressed person I know.
Fucking corpos taking our freedom of speech. Wake the fuck up, samurai. We got a stream to burn.
Help! 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 It's gonna end up like that one video, the story of Undertale, where the kid is like singing story of Undertale and then his fucking shit catches fire and his house just burns down. Sorry, that sounds fucked up, but if you've seen it, you know what I mean. But there has to be a way up. So when that owner Must be up there lowering them, so there should be some stairs or something. Unless it's automatic. Right? He wasn't sure if Coffee didn't have an answer or if she had decided that talking to him was a waste of time. Really, they could only speculate. There could be security measures that prevented them from going up, but there was no way to know if they could be overcome without seeing them. Perhaps acknowledging it, she had decided that blind speculation was meaningless. Okay, so let's talk about something else. You said you didn't plan to kill. For now? Because I'm killing it with this outfit. Slay, bitch. I will if I find it necessary. But if you say there's no way to escape, even so, others can take care of the killing. Being one of the 3 survivors is enough to win. In other words, she planned to win while dirtying her hands as little as possible. Makes sense. Possibly the most logical way to approach the game, however. Well, I don't know what these mean. What would disputing mean? Like in this sense. Whatever. Show determination, sure. Well, I can respect that position. I'm still against there being any winners. Okay. Once again, his words were sucked into the void. Even recognizing that he was being idealistic, he preferred it to falling into the cynicism that most of them seemed to be engulfed in. As long as that ideal end was 100% unreachable, he had to keep trying. Fortunately, nobody seemed to agree with him. Sounds appeared to have come back, however, to his surprise, he got something. Good luck. Oh, thanks, but I can't do it alone. We need to unite to have a chance. Can you at least consider it? I can. Will you? Memory stalling Cyberpunk, you have problems. Fishing! Final Fantasy! Fishing! 15! No. But here's some advice. Even if you manage to save everyone, it will come at a price. And that price, that price might not be worth it for you. Now that was truly unexpected. He had no idea what she meant. It was too ambiguous. What price? I'm not a psychic. I can't see the future. Thunderhead. Right, but what do you mean exactly? Not a financial price. I got that part. You're not gonna leave me with the suspense, right? I'm gonna leave you with the suspense. A goal like that would require a sacrifice. With that, she turned around and left. And I saved to reload the other decision because I don't know if that's... They're so vague that it's like I don't know which of these I wanted to choose. Still have 5 to 13 to get through before I can install 15. No, you should install 15. Just ahead of time, just in case, you know. Just future-proofing. But do you think surviving is easy? Is that why you're keeping away from us? I think that'll just put you in more danger. Sometimes we need others' help, and hiding away will only make you vulnerable. Oh, maybe that's not what I wanted to say. Still more likely to work than your plan. That hurt like a punch to the gut, but even recognizing that he was being idealistic, he preferred it to falling into cynicism that most of them seemed to be engulfed in. As long as that ideal was 100% unreachable, you had to keep trying, but no one seemed to think the same. Still, good luck. And same thing. No, I don't think I will. think it's just the same after that. I'm not gonna tell you goodbye. Yeah, I'm just gonna do the other one. The reloading is like laggy. Like you can tell with the mouse. I'm moving it right now, it's not doing anything. Now she turned around left. At least she tried to. But wait, that's not how you end a conversation. The fuck you mean? She seemed annoyed, but Bill wanted to keep digging into the meaning behind her words. Are you saying that someone will have to die? Are you referring to number 2? No. Then... it's just... a hunch. That's it. Something or someone will have to give. Let the bodies hit the floor and something. She tried to leave again and again. He tried to stop her, but this time he got no response. Given that, he decided to let her be, as it was preferable to gaining her hate. With that done, it was time to focus on his objective. Searching had never been his forte. After a while, he hadn't got any results. Decided it would be better to— God damn it!
What's the point? I'm not finding what I need. You're truly despicable, you know that, right? Fine, I'll talk to the 3 Musketeers. Because I'd rather not talk to the little brat.
With some curiosity, Bill approached the group around the billiard table. Seemed like they were going to play. Oh, look. Great timing. The right guy for the job is here. What? I think he's referring to your name? I've actually never played.
Are you serious? The owner really slipped up there.
I guess. Do you play darts often?
Once or twice, but not much. I'd imagine our names have some other meaning.
Other meaning? Like what?
Who knows?
Smirk, as he said it, made it seem like he did know, but before Bill could press on it, you really love to leave people hanging, don't you?
Me? As if I owe anybody any answers. We must keep our hand well hidden, right, Poker?
You asking me because of my name? What the fuck, dude?
Yours seems to have a more literal reason.
Well, yes, to both actually. We all have our secrets even beyond our numbers. Well, sure, everyone has their privacy, especially when we're strangers. But some seem to have a lot more to hide than others. Is this what you're trying to say?
Are you implying I know something about this game?
Who knows?
Oh, fun. My answer is still the same.
What answer? Dodges don't count.
No comment.
I wish I went to the piano.
If I knew anything that would benefit everyone, I wouldn't hide it, if that's what it's bothering you. But I will say one thing. I really doubt everyone in here is as naive in this situation as they appear to be.
I'm with you there. Whole thing stinks. You mean the reason we've been kidnapped? Think it wasn't random? It never is.
That's another very interesting subject.
Jean puts her eyes on Darts, thinking, almost like she was trying to read his mind. More realistically, as if she was trying to infer something by analyzing him. Darts naturally noticed, returning the stare. Strange tension had taken form around the billiard table. Really felt like a match had started, but instead of pool, it was poker, with each player hiding their hand. Bill, however, felt as if his hand was empty. As if his only card on hand was Joker. Looking cool, a card he could not play, and that looked at him with a devilish smile. No matter how hard he tried to get rid of it, it returned to haunt him. Well, do we play or not? Are you really gonna play now? Yeah, not the most apt time for it, but that's exactly why it can help us relax. Going to poker anyways. Don't worry, it won't be long. Just a quick game.
And a good chance to get to know each other a little better. People shy.
I'd rather go for another game, to be honest. What's wrong with billiards? Yeah, what's wrong with me? I'm just more into strategic heavy games, like Fire Emblem. Pool has some of that, but accuracy's the key. And I can't aim for shit. Yeah, I see, I get you. Oh yeah? Of course, nothing like a good old mental duel, 1 against 1. The physicality of billiards is a fun challenge in having to predict the trajectory of the ball, the strength angle. But the real fun is in playing against the odds. Nothing tops a human variable to heat things up, that's for sure. Right, of course poker would be among all players, the one who gets it. Happy to find another game fanatic here, ready to try her luck. Oh, you really think I'm a fan leaving things up to chance? That's the only option you've got if you're playing against me, girl. Yeah, right, we'll see about that. I can bring a card deck right now and show you. From where? A deck? Fuck that. If we duel, I want a game that has no luck involved whatsoever. Why? Are you really that scared of your lack of luck? No one with any amount of luck would end up here, yet it happened to both of us, so I'd say it's a tie. In fact, maybe my luck went up with this meeting. Huh, how flattering of you, Jin.
For fuck's sake.
If we duel, I want a clean game, with nothing in between, and that includes luck. A pity, but oh well, if you really don't want to take any risks, that's how it is. Real risk is playing against me. Poker couldn't help but laugh. Both were smiling happily, toasting with their drinks. A chess match then. I think I saw a board around here. Match accepted, since it's not Go, though. Well, shame it's not Go, though. Fuck Go, man. Actually, I don't remember what Go is. What is Go? It's Go Rummy? Go Jin? What is it? I actually don't know. Go? Yeah, like go fuck yourself!
Isn't that Chinese chess?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, something like that. It's similar, yeah, though it's still pretty different. While chess is like a battle between two armies with the goal of capturing the enemy king. Go is more like a war for land between two nations.
Wait, isn't that the one with the Chinese characters written on the pieces?
No, that's shogi. No, dude, that's shogi, and it's what the fuck? Okay, don't get them confused. Didn't take you for the Oriental trend type, Jin. A bit bold to call a game with more than 200. Sorry, a bit bold to call a game with more than 2,500 years of antiquity a trend, don't you think? I'm certainly bold, that's for sure. Oh, please. Alright then, Pooh will have to wait. You okay with that, Darts?
Whatever. If that's what you prefer, I won't interfere.
Nice, let's go then. Uh-oh. No, don't leave me alone with him! Stupid sexy Darts. The two went somewhere else, leaving Bill alone with the one he'd had a bit of tension with, Darts. Wanting to avoid any antagonism between them, that seemed to be the perfect chance for a calm chat to make peace. That's what he had hoped for anyways, but it all hinged on Darts. It was very evident that their positions on the game were quite far apart, even opposite to each other, so a mutual understanding could be unreachable. He had to find what Dart's goal was. If he was really going to play the game, or if it was all a bluff.
Still haven't given up?
No.
Commendable.
What are your intentions? I don't understand what you're doing. Do you plan to kill?
No, the game is interesting, but I'm not aiming for victory either.
Really?
I see why you think that, I suppose. Still, my intention wasn't to sabotage your plan. Simply put, I believed it was impossible to make everyone join together with a simple promise of cooperation. I couldn't help questioning you, but I was just being honest. My viewpoint is somewhat different, but we are both looking for something more than just survival. Ow, what the fuck? What was that? In that sense, I see you as a potential ally. This is called yaoi bait. Don't believe me? Doomed yaoi.
I'm not sure.
I guess I was a bit too aggressive. Maybe I should be more aggressive. But basically, you're looking for a way to save everyone.
Yes.
And I'm looking for what the fuck? I'm looking for something beyond.
Ayo? Beyond what?
Beyond the game, obviously. Tell me, Billiards, are you single? Are you with them?
With them?
I could take that as a no, but it's not that simple. Who do you think is the culprit?
Whoever put us here? No idea.
I'm going to question.
What? No, it's just, I don't know. Message said the owner, but it would make more sense if it was more than one person. We barely have any info.
Barely, you say. I see.
I mean barely as in we can only theorize.
Right, anything else?
No?
I see.
Darts turned around, ready to leave. Wait, explain yourself. Darts stopped and slowly turned again, staring at him.
If your intentions are genuine, listen well. There's only one way to beat them, and it's not what you're proposing. They have the advantage for now. Though not everything is lost, not as long as we have an ace up our sleeves.
What ace? Oh, right. Wouldn't be up any sleeve if you could tell me.
Exactly. I don't mistrust you, but I also can't guarantee that you're not one of them. If I manage to confirm it, we'll talk.
Why don't I just, like, tell him a secret? Why don't I be like, hey, bro, my number. I don't know my fucking number. Because I can't tell him my objective, because that would get me killed, apparently. But, like, I can tell him my number. That's fine. Wait, why did you... Wait, why did he ask me if I was with them? Nobody would admit it if they were.
Simple. I wanted to see your reaction. I know it's a dangerous tactic that puts my life at risk, but all our lives are already in danger anyway, so who fucking cares?
One more thing. You asked if I was with them, our captors. Does that mean you think one of us is with them?
For now, make your own conclusions.
He got closer to him again, invading his personal space, and kissed him.
Don't talk about this conversation to anyone. Even I could be one of them. Which, I don't know why that's gonna be a way to sway from telling them, because I feel like that's like a bigger reason to tell everyone else, but whatever. I'm not, of course, but keep that mindset. Don't trust anyone too much unless you're absolutely sure of their innocence. And one last thing, there's already someone coming for me. It'll be you soon. I mean, if you sense or find anything, I would appreciate if you tell me. It would raise my confidence in you. And if you are with them, consider this a declaration of war. I highly doubt that's the case.
Bo took a step back, almost timed.
That is all for now.
He wanted to stop him again, but Bill was too disturbed to do so. Alone once more, the search for a clue had to resume. Billiard table was the only thing there, nothing else. Where to next? Fuck. Fine! I'm gonna assume there was nothing anywhere. There's an ad in 2 minutes. I thought I said Fate Stay Night. I know this one! This is the Bussy! This is the Bussy! I know the Bussy! Classic, I love the Bussy. Going over his options, he remembered the bookshelves near the piano. That sounded like a good place to hide a hint. And fittingly, he found piano at the piano, playing a song. He's playing the Bussy! Yeah, another very fitting nickname. Meanwhile, he still seemed arbitrary. Is that how you spell that? Before starting the search, he sat down on one of the nearby chairs to listen. While being no expert, he could tell it was good. Even at his age, he must have had years of experience. Gave him the impression of a young prodigy, concept tightly linked to the piano thanks to people like Mozart, although piano probably wasn't on that level. This is the kind of shit that made Mozart go deaf. Still, listening to that gentle song calmed him down slightly, which his body desperately needed since he woke up in that cage. What? It hadn't been the type of song he'd expected from piano. What? He was trying so hard to appear mature that Bill had expected him to force himself to listen to more hardcore types of music. Yes, I love heavy metal on my piano. As the song was over, he clapped. That's very quiet. Maybe the sounds are like really quiet. Maybe I need to turn that up. Once the song was over, he clapped, though he wasn't very loud. Piano jumped up slightly, turning around immediately. Okay, never mind. That was a little loud. Ah! Why are you here? Wait, did I scare you? Boo! How long have you been there? Ooh. You didn't hear me coming? Dude, this is like one room without walls. I'm pretty sure everyone in this entire place can hear you playing piano. I was too focused. Answer! I didn't hear the start of the song, but I've been here a few minutes, I guess. I didn't want to interrupt. Like the ad that's about to interrupt now. If I can find the... There we go. Deep, dark fantasy. So, I don't know how much more I'm going to play of this. I'm definitely going to beat Chapter 2. But, in general, I don't know if I'm going to beat Chapter 3 or not. We'll see. If not, I can just wait to beat the demo next time I do demos, whenever that is. Yeah. And then by then I can decide which ones I want to play. The other ones. We'll see. I don't know. Depends. Depends how late it gets, because considering... Yeah, that's all. I do want to finish this, though. Or attempt to. Oh, my nose. The fuck? Oh. Oh, waiter! Actually, I thought you already knew I was here. Sorry. He also hadn't expect him to get angry for that. I did. I expect him to get angry over anything. Piano turned his head towards the piano, but with a sideways glance at Bill. You better be sorry. Didn't scare me, but... Judging by his reaction, Bill was quite sure he had. But he didn't say anything to maintain peace. I thought that said Connecticut. You only came to see? Actually, I was just taking a walk. We decided to keep quiet about checking the bookshelves. Their objectives had to be kept secret. Saying anything about searching could make it obvious. Actually, the rules forbid them from revealing someone else's objective to kill, unless you were number one. I believe that nobody would do it, but as much as he wanted to trust them, he couldn't help but be slightly wary and act with precaution. But he played pretty well, so I took a seat in the audience. Pretty well? How much exactly? Not sure. I'm not that into classical music. Lame. No, says the one playing classical music, lame. Sounded offended. It's not that I don't like it, but it's not something I listen to often. So what do you listen to then, huh? Pop. Well, lately I've listened to some of Beyonce's newest album. Yeah, I love Beyonce Dre. Dr. Dre, Beyonce. Agreed. I love the one where they say, shut up and drive. You listen to that? Seriously? I heard a lot of people liked it. I know, of course that one's very popular, but mainstream sucks. Oh. What, do you just listen to whatever's popular? Well, maybe. Music in general isn't really a hobby for me. If people really recommend something, I listen. Pathetic. Of all things he had expected to happen during that twisted game, his taste being criticized by a kid was not one of them. I'll give you some good quality names and you'll see I'm right. Classical? No, to techno and like rap and stuff like that. Wait, nothing classical? Classical is for, well, he himself realized that what he was saying didn't match the little concert he just performed. I can recommend some classics too. Okay. What was that kid's problem? Bill was quite confused. What were you playing? The Bussy. You don't even know that? It's Claire de Lune. Fucking idiot. Ah, now that you mention it, it does sound familiar. Who wrote it? Beethoven did not. I'm very sure Beethoven did not write it. Beethoven? Alright, you should have seen that coming. He's so famous for a reason. What? I fucking knew it. Okay, I was about to Google it, dude. I was gonna be like, nah, I don't fucking think so. It's Claude Debussy, idiot. You're clueless. Beethoven's is Moonlight Sonata, also about the moon. Oh, no idea then. Honestly, outside of Mozart and Beethoven, I don't know much. Outside of Beethoven, Mozart, and Debussy, I don't know much. Oh shit, he's gonna strangle me. Piano didn't seem to want to talk anymore, considering that he had just turned around. Accepting that, Bill left him alone and moved to the bookshelf. He's like, oh my god, you only know normie stuff? Ew, I'm not talking to you anymore. Cigar and Piano had already checked them before, but they probably didn't go book by book. As they said, they were academic books about science, philosophy, and artistic subjects, no fiction. Looked a little out of place in a bar, not only the subjects, but the mere presence of any sort of book. Made it look like a library. Didn't sound like a bad idea for those who wanted to read sitting down in one of the sofas with a drink, but it probably wasn't the usage that people would give a bar. It wasn't a disco, I wish, but it was still a social place where reading alone didn't fit. Does this mean anything? Could be a clue to the identity of its owner or merely a distraction. Perhaps if the owner wasn't the founder of the bar, it had no meaning. Or it could also be there was a place to hide clues. That's what he wanted to check. Okay, so where to start? Needed an idea, a trail to follow, some plan of action. And that plan was... search randomly until finding something. Search randomly until finding something. Search randomly until finding something. I don't know. I think I should search randomly until finding something, but I'm gonna save just in case because I'm very I don't know, man. God, I hope I'm right. Obviously, he had no clue, literally and figuratively, which meant that he was going to need a lot of patience and luck, especially luck. If there was something to find in the first place. Several minutes later, after looking through 20, maybe 30 books, he had found nothing. There was still a lot to check, but... Huh? The moment he was about to leave, one called his attention. It was a tourist guide with a mountain on its cover, and the headline, "Visit the gorgeous snowy peaks of Mount Akakura and relax within its luxurious cabins." Too out of place to not be suspicious. He grabbed it and started looking through it for more detail than the others. He went page by page, one by one, searching for anything strange. Finally, he found it. In between the pages rested a conspicuous envelope that did not belong and inside a newspaper clipping. Objective accomplished. His barman confirmed it had been done. That was one of the game's hints. It was small, probably cut from a much larger page, and only one article could be read in its entirety. All names had been manually censored, however. Minor news about a car accident. The victim had survived, but... Ow! Brain blast! My head. Took a deep breath and continued reading. The only victim had been hospitalized for a few days. Apparently, the cause of the accident had been sleep deprivation. Classic. He wasn't sure what information could be drawn from that clue, but the important part was that the objective was done. Rule 9 wouldn't kill him, at least not that hour. There's an inventory? Oh, there it is. After calming down, he put it back into the envelope and inside one of his pockets. Did anyone see me do that, though? But everyone else can complete their objectives, too. Not much to do there, even if he did his best to avoid deaths. If someone aside from 9 failed their objective, he couldn't save them. Ow. Nope. The more I talk to him, the more questions I have. Went to who knows after our conversation. Even if I found him, I doubt he'd answer my questions. The more I talk to him, the more questions I have. If his plan really is not winning the game, but fighting against our kidnappers, I shouldn't consider him a threat, but he's just too shady. I want to believe him, but I don't know if I can. Drinking at the counter, 133. That's different. Sitting at the counter. Sorry, go up the stairs. No idea where she's gone now, though. There's stairs? Still an insurmountable wall. Normally I would have given up and left her alone by now, but I need the group's trust. Her last words unsettled me. A price that could save us. She said it was just a hunch, yet sounded sure of it. I feel bad for him. He's clearly trying to protect himself by acting tough, but I get the feeling it's not only because of the game. I wasn't like that as a kid, but I could somewhat empathize a bit. Sitting at a counter next to a cigar. Oh, he left now? Gotcha. This is a hints menu where you can check them at almost any time. If you deduce to which player a hint belongs and tie information gained from it to one obtained from data, you can then figure out their rule. For example, let's say there was a data like snores when asleep, 5-9, and you find a hint that indicates that player X snores. They must be either 5 or 9. Okay. Smart article about a car accident. The sole victim, beep, who was driving the vehicle on way to work, survived. However, had to stay in the hospital for a few days to recover from the injuries. The car crashed into a wall after allegedly fell asleep on the wheel for a moment. After being discharged from the hospital, the victim confessed a lack of sleep that had lasted for several days due to overwork. This has led to a controversy surrounding the company, the famous computing giant, which denies any mishandling of their workers. I think someone said that they worked a lot. I think it was the cigar? I don't know. With the objectives being secret, he had no way to help directly. He had to trust in them, fingers crossed. It is now 1:32. Still some time left for the second council. Objective had been taken care of, but he couldn't relax too much. He had to get ready. You can relax. First council had been too chaotic, and even though in the end it wasn't all bad, it had merely been a first step. Number 2's life was in danger, and even if it wasn't, that person could act, feeling threatened. Or it could be him. He had to overcome that obstacle, the lack of knowledge on his number, as soon as possible. Thanks to his data, he had already ruled out many possibilities, but the ones remaining might not go down as easily. It would all depend on the data he got on the next hours, and he didn't want to rely so much on luck. Again and again, he looked at the contents of his barman, in search of any mention of his number. He was sure it had to be somewhere, but no luck. Was there a reason, or did nobody know their numbers? That would make the game too complicated. It would make no sense from the owner's perspective. If that was the case, it'd be unlikely for nobody to mention it. Maybe you should ask someone in private, with no intention of playing seriously. Was it a big risk, or was it? Send that his barman, still in his hand, started to vibrate. Huh? It was 8. Small vibration, barely making any noise, but that could be clearly felt by touching it. Its meaning was made clear by looking at the screen. Yeah, message received. 8. Messaging is only allowed when responding to a received message, requiring a coherent response in less than 10 minutes after being sent, unless a council is underway. Quickly went into messaging, until then empty, which now contained one thing. Who are you? Joe. Joe? Who's Joe? There's no Joe here. Joe Mama! Who the fuck are you? Who is this? Put a girl on. Put a girl on. It had spoken. Okay, so I thought it was like a group chat thing where all of them were talking together. No, they're literally DMing. So this guy just DM'd me. It had spoken with the possibility of being 8 out. Now only 2 options remain. So I'm either 6, the accusal guy, which I probably am, or 2, the guy that can go out. Which is also possible too. His number could wait for now, however, that conversation was more urgent. The message's brevity was quite striking. It made sense, though. I did think he was least likely 8, because I don't know how to program typing shit in unless you just made decisions. I feel like that'd be too complicated, but I don't know. Messages didn't show any names, only the number, so being briefed and to the point seemed to be a good way to avoid being identified. Fortunately, his own number didn't appear, nor could he check every chat room without breaking Rule 8. I have 10 minutes to answer, but I should get it done now. It seemed to be the perfect chance to reveal his problem without revealing his identity. Actually, yeah, that would be. But before that, he checked his surroundings. Vodka, cigar, piano, and cocktail were still drinking and chatting on the counter, with no one else around. I'm assuming 8 or 7 is, what's his face? Darts. Could one of them be 8? Writing short messages without being suspected wasn't too difficult, as everyone carried their barman and frequently checked it. Just in case he decided to go into the bathroom where he could write without being seen. What if someone's in there? Once there, after some thinking, he finally wrote his answer. Hello? Don't know. Most likely not the answer 8 was expecting. You should have just said, I don't know my number. Should have just said that. Because don't know is very vague and kind of oh my god. It can come up as confrontational. Most likely not the answer 8 was expecting. And indeed, the response didn't take long. Amnesia? I don't know my number. Thank you. That's impossible. What's my number? He waited for several minutes, but no response was coming. That exchange seemed to have left Rule 8 speechless. Can't be. Truly strange. Clearly 8 knew their own number, otherwise no message would be sent, and the rest should know too. Why wasn't it in his barman? If it was simply bad design and it was hard to find, 8 wouldn't have been so shocked. Shocked to the point of thinking it was more likely that he didn't know his own name, amnesia, than that he didn't know his number. Something else he noticed. While being concise made sense, asking his name so bluntly expecting an answer was quite pointless. The rule only forced him to give a coherent answer, not to answer questions, and especially with no obligation to tell the truth. Maybe he just wanted reaction, make him talk, but it didn't seem to be the best strategy. He wanted to ask, but sadly the rule only allowed for responses, which he had already done. If 8 didn't talk to him again, he couldn't say anything else. After some time waiting for a response and none arriving, he got out of the bathroom. The uncertainty appeared to have increased. However, thanks to that conversation, he could be pretty certain that his number was either 2 or 6. Wow, it's just like me, man. Oh, my fucking nose. Too much time had been lost with that conversation. It was already 1:40. You were in there for 8 minutes? Just 5 minutes left for the start of the council, and the only thing that it accomplished was surviving for another hour. And getting closer to his number. You'd have to improvise again. No, you don't. You've already said your number. You don't have to say shit. Unless you meant for, like, the whole thing. Without wasting any time, he ran to the same area where they'd done the first one. Some were already there waiting. Right on time, I see. Yeah, I guess. Sat on the same spot as last time. Where are the others? Poker, gin, lime, and coffee were still missing. Oh, Poker and Jin said they were going to play chess. Really? Yes, I can confirm it. That's what they told me, at least. I saw Lime lying on a sofa. Oh yeah, me too. Hope she didn't fall asleep. That would be the worst. Should I go look for them? No need. You already did enough for us back at the counter. Let's hope they're responsible enough to remember. We should just in case. Oh, barmans have an alarm. Their problem. If the girl fell asleep, I wouldn't put much faith on that waking her up. I know from experience, few things can wake me. You get the idea, old fart. The building could collapse and I still wouldn't get up. Nothing like some good sleep. Coffee came at that time, speechless as usual. She sat in her seat, raising her hand as her only greeting, like a student raising their arm at roll call, though much less enthusiastically. Not that they could blame her. Nobody wanted to be there either. Only 2 minutes left. Maybe we actually should go look for them. That's what I was saying. I tried to not worry too much, but as the moment approached, it was hard not to. Losing someone for breaking a rule as basic as attending the council would be horrible. Lime is in the house! Fuck. But finally, Lime arrived alongside Jin. Just in time. Weren't you with Poker? I was, yeah. Right, but not anymore. We played a couple times, but finished a while ago. Wasn't gonna be doing that for a whole hour, please. Good thing Genevieve came to my rescue, like a prince waking up the Sleeping Beauty. Then, you really fell asleep on the sofa. That's a secret. Yeah, right, got lucky that I happened to pass by. Fine. Mia culpa c'est la vie. Both sat on their spots. Only Poker remained, with only a minute left. Luckily, he appeared a few seconds later in a hurry, sitting quickly. Sorry, got distracted. What the hell were you doing? Investigating, duh. You almost missed the train. Did you find something at least? I wish. 1:45, all the barmans turned on, showing the council warning. Time had arrived again. Felt quick, like they had just finished the first one. Situation wasn't desperate yet, but time advanced without mercy. Their pact was enough, and it would break if a solution wasn't found. Didn't seem possible at that point, so he had to focus on making sure everyone was kept calm. That goal in mind, the council started. Great. Time for another court session. Here we are again. Where do we start? I'm guessing Rule 3. Yeah, best to have it done first. Whose turn is it? Me. Not happy about it, but that's what was decided. Don't worry, I have no intention of running away. Not when it's for everyone's sake. Don't worry. Just say any number and you'll be fine. Cigar sighed, took a breath, and after a few seconds... I'm 1. My number is 7. Silence took control until Bill hurried to put an end to that tension. Okay, we're safe. Never imagined a number could be such a big deal. Right, because as we all know, numbers aren't important in life. Please. Oh, shut up. Not in mine. Well, money maybe, and other stuff. I don't know. You want rich, are you? More like the opposite, really. Most of us here probably know what it's like, I'd say. Goddamn money always being a problem makes me want to... Accusal initiated against Rule 7. Write the name you wish to accuse. Wait, what? A message suddenly appeared in the barman along with an alarm. Who was responsible? They'd been too distracted talking to know. When data is revealed to others, no part can be omitted or faked, and each player can only unlock 1 data per hour. Revealing only applies to data the others don't know. Faking includes entirely made-up data. If the data isn't in any barman but is correct, it will be valid. Speculation is allowed, as long as it's not claimed to be real data. I'm confused what happened. Someone like faking shit? Everyone had their barman on hand. It could have been anyone. One of them had broken that peace, their pact. Most wanted to scream, especially Bill, but had to cover their mouths. The rules forbid speech during an accusation. Wait, really? Oh. Oops. I had to trust the rest would keep the pact. They wouldn't vote Cigar. Fortunately, that betrayal could cause a domino effect. Cigar had her gaze fixed on her barman, as if entranced. She was clearly in shock. According to Rule 6, the number being accused had to abstain from voting. Thanks to his data, however, he was certain that his number wasn't 7. Hmm? Oh, I see. Had Cigar given one of the numbers he was unsure of, he would have had to abstain as a precaution. Have to write a name. Anyone but Cigar or me. Thankfully, knowing it wasn't his number meant he didn't need to abstain as a precaution. With the pulsating heart and sweaty hands, he went for Jin, the shortest name, until a sudden thought stopped him. There was a chance that the others would think the same and choose Jin. She got the most votes, and it happened to be correct. It'd be a catastrophic mistake. He had to be extremely careful. Human lives were on the line. In the end, he chose poker. I was actually thinking poker. His fears about Jin ended up being unnecessary because as soon as he wrote the first 2 letters, the remaining ones were auto-completed. Either way, his choice had already been made. Which means what? That he already put Jin down? Accusal overruled Cigar's not Rule 7 over majority vote? What happened? Confused. Second counsel. So did she, like, get accused, or what? The Skunde de Kunstel. Oh, fuck. Fair. No! Who? Okay, no, she is gonna die, I guess. We had a deal, right?
We can talk about that in a moment, but first, for your safety...
Should what? Was it you?
Please, calm down. Dots is right. Sadly, you need to give out your rule.
I know, but... Sorry, it's my fault. Don't say that. You? I mean, I didn't do it, but it was me who proposed the pact, and now... Nah, fine, don't blame yourself. We're all too innocent. My real number is... It's 5. Well, that sucks. Well, one mystery down. Don't worry, madam. At least now they can't vote for you again. Damn it. I suppose. That means can't do the number thing anymore, right? Not a dangerous rule. Nobody wins anything.
It's the safest, in fact. Even if we know it, it can be changed later on for a different one, and you'll be safe again.
Is it? Wait, that's only true if somebody dies. Okay. Sure, after this, though. I feel like we're already trying to calm people and it's not doing much. But I don't see looking for the traitors would help anything either. No, we can't let this defeat us. Some of us went too far, maybe led by curiosity or fear. Still, we need to remain united. I mean, I'm doing this mostly for the blue, assuming that works. I was never really sure if we were united to begin with. Clearly not. Uh-oh. And if that's the case, this alliance needs to survive if we want to survive ourselves. You expect me to forgive people who tried to kill me a second ago? I couldn't kill you, just reveal your real number, and it wasn't very useful. What? Hey, let's carry calm and keep on. I don't condone what happened at all, but even though it's a hard pill to swallow, it'd be hard to find out who did it. You should let it go, just this once.
This time? What's the plan if it happens again?
Yeah, this time isn't really gonna work.
There should be some consequences, otherwise this pact lacks any meaning.
That might be true, but if we don't know who broke their word, there can't be any consequences.
Correct, and that's the critical problem, the reason this betrayal has happened.
I admit that in my case, being discovered as 5 isn't as bad, but for others... Whose turn is next? On the third one. Mine. Still planning on following through with the number next time. Now's the time to speak up. It's disappointing to see how some were capable of doing this behind our backs. I'd be lying if I said this didn't make me question whether I should continue to be a part of this alliance. But regardless of my reservations, someone has to do it to keep all our antidotes in reach. So, to be honest, I'm ready to keep my word, but only if by doing so we can truly escape.
Now that you mention it, we have yet to talk about it. We need a plan to escape. This pact is fated to fail without one.
Right. We need Rule 2, right? It's the only way. Or Rule 4. Yeah, we need their cooperation, but... If 2 was willing to help, they'd have done it by now. We'll have to find out who it is with the data we have. Might be the only way, but if we do it by force, they could oppose us. And it might be me. Does anyone have any data on 2? Wait, I think it'd be better if we do it privately. Why? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Why? So that 2 can feel safer. We need their help. Yes, that might be for the best. Even then, I'm not sure that'll work. If only 2 can go out, we won't get very far. So what shall we do? Take a wild guess, girl. Off them, you mean? No wonder they're hiding. I'm not saying that's the only option. But it is, right? Who knows? After that, the discussion stagnated. Well, yeah, it seems like it was doing that from the start. A little bit. Everything hanging by a thread. The relative peace couldn't last much longer, and they all knew that. If there was no other choice, Bill would have to find whoever possessed Rule 2 and convince them to help. Or see if it's him. Or if it was him, after all, get to work. Chop chop. If anyone has any information on number 2, please tell me privately. Nobody said anything about his petition, but everyone agreed on ending the council prematurely. Wait, really? That's it? Okay. After the council, his fears were confirmed when nobody approached him with information. Well, no shit. I feel like, yeah. Someone had some data, they weren't willing to share it with him. That was quick. What a fucking speed run that was. Introduction interviews unlocked in profiles for vodka, coffee, poker, cigar. Were they not already? I don't plan to watch the other interviews. I'm good. Yeah. That was very short. Interesting. Possibilities. So I'm wondering if it's gonna go until Chapter 3, or if it's gonna go until the end of Chapter 3. What was his name? He never used it for all the time he'd been with him, referring to him as Oni-chan. He was sure that they had introduced themselves when they first met, that he had, no doubt, heard it from other people. But that identity had disappeared from his memories. Ooh, watercolor. No, wait, that's not water, that's, well, maybe, or pastel or oil, whatever. It's the Mario Galaxy kind of thing. Say, what do you want to do? Don't know. Play something? The boy laughed a bit at his answer. No, didn't mean right now. What would you like to do in the future? The future? Never thought about it. Was there a future? He didn't think about the future as something that awaited him tomorrow or in a few weeks, or in a week, but as a faraway concept. Time he couldn't possibly imagine in his young mind. Though he did know, better than most kids his age, that the present didn't last forever. As time goes on, everything changes. Changing all the time, playing with your mind, modified or rearranged, everything has got to change, reaching completely different futures. The reason he knew that with so much certainty was the same as why he was there, with that person. It was precisely because he knew that he couldn't imagine that future. Because that future could be practically anything, something he could not predict. And among those infinite possibilities, there was the possibility that such a future simply did not exist. That was something else he knew well for his age. Death. Oh, okay. 2 limit. I'm just wondering what the third clue is, and I want to know what my number is. Am I 2 or am I 6? After the council, everyone went together to the counter to get their antidotes, same as before. Ow. He looks depressed. Yeah, I can tell. The council's gonna get the antidotes. She had to reveal her number at the council. We still don't know who voted for her, and I feel like we never will. No matter how I look at it, I can't find the right solution to this. I have to keep thinking. Well, it was like a majority vote, right? So most people voted for her. I'm just very confused of... Look at the stuff again. In an accused, the person with the accused number will have to abstain from voting. If a majority is reached, the chosen person is incorrect. Those who vote for that person won't be able to vote for them again. Okay. So what happens if it was their number? Oops. Life is now hanging from a thread. Even if I figure out my number later, there's no going back. If that was a necessary step to reach my goal, I won't regret it. I don't know if that's something. Anything else changed? Not really. They started to feel the effects of the poison on the way there, but unlike the previous hour, vodka endured and there were no incidents. Although physically unarmed, the council had damaged the group's morale. Bill still retained a small hope of someone approaching him to talk. However, as he drank his antidote, it dispelled alongside the poison. Could he really be number 2? That thought refused to leave his brain. Likes black coffee, 1579. Traveled to another country, 345910. Neither data applied to him. That left him with 3 possible numbers. One of them had also been ruled out by the messages he'd received. 2. You must remain inside the Golden Jack. 6. In an accusal, the person with the accused number will have to abstain from voting. The majority is reached, but the chosen person is incorrect. Those who voted for that person won't be able to vote for them again. One of those 2 had to be his, and now with the access to new data, the truth could finally come out. Well, maybe! There's a possibility it doesn't. Went into data menu and opened the 3rd one on the list. Finally, immediately. Fuck. Attempted suicide, that's a big one. An unavoidable shiver ran through him. That data went much farther than he'd ever anticipated they would go. The amount of numbers was also unexpected, just 2. Made it powerful data to discover them, and they weren't rules he could disregard. Yeah, I was like, what happens if there's only a couple? Like, that's likes black coffee and travel abroad is more, you know, common. There's a macabre irony in that one data being tied to the number that could kill others directly and the number it could link with. You know what? Yeah, you probably did attempt suicide if you were drinking black coffee. Like, I would too. Sorry. There's a macabre irony in that one of data being tied to the number that could kill others directly and the number it could link with. Oh, that is true. Huh. Dangerous pair he had to be wary of. Okay. But his goal wasn't to reveal anyone's number, aside from his own, and unfortunately, those 2 were already discarded. He could wait for another hour for another piece of data, but the demo doesn't go that long, so he can't do that. He had started to feel them distancing from him, however. Those betrayals had broken their trust, and it couldn't be easily recovered. That's how trust be, brother. Maybe that path was a dead end. If everything was to go downhill, with disaster waiting at the bottom, waiting for another hour was too big of a risk. The next council could be the beginning of the end. The likelihood of being 2 was 50%, or even if it wasn't, he had to make a move. Vodka's words came back to him. He could no longer look away, waiting for all of them to join up. In that case... Slowly he stood up. Decision had been made. His legs were shaking. Oh, he's gonna, like, go outside and find out? His legs were shaking. Clearly he wasn't mentally ready to do it. Then again, he'd never be. Turned his back on the counter and, making sure nobody followed him, headed to the exit. It would make sense that he could go out, because that'd be more for the player to do. He'd actually done it. He couldn't believe it himself. No turning back now. He had to keep going, no matter what awaited him. Outside the bar, as expected, wasn't the outside world. They were inside a much bigger place with a completely different look from the bar. In the worst case scenario, he'd just broken rule number 2, and an hour later the poison would kill him. But there was hope. What could he do now? Best case scenario? Well, I usually lose my 50-50, so you're probably fucked, buddy. Best case scenario, was escaping and finding help, but considering number 2 could exit the bar without consequences, his hopes weren't too high. Yet even then, he could search until he found something, but be it the antidotes, anything that could help him, or at least information. Holding tightly to his hope. Well, wouldn't it give you a warning on your phone if you broke the rules? So if the warning didn't go off, then you're good. Ow. Holding tightly to his hope, the boy ventured into the unknown. He had no clue on what that place was, and there was no windows to see outside. Still, it was much bigger than he had imagined. His time was limited, but at the same time, the bigger it was, the bigger the chances of finding something. With that goal in mind, he went up to one of the doors and opened it to check inside. Also, you should probably... Wait, hold on, I can actually... No, I can't. You should probably check your objective. No, that wasn't what he was looking for. It was the opposite of what he needed, in fact. The room he found behind that door was what he had feared since the start. A weapon arsenal. The necessary ingredients to produce the worst end possible, a massacre. None of the weapons there were powerful enough to blast a wall and get outside. Not like he knew how to use one in the first place, even if there were any. It was useless. He had to keep searching, hoping that none of those weapons would ever be used. The more he explored that maze, the bigger the sensation of being watched grew. Maybe it was due to his restlessness. In fact, that was probably it. And yet, while it made sense for it to be pure paranoia, he couldn't disregard the possibility that the mastermind was watching them suffer. It had to be it, his sole motive, enjoying their suffering. It was the only way to make sense of that whole situation. Only a maniac would do something like it. After some time, he started to feel like he was running in circles. Though that layout was confusing, possibly on purpose. Every once in a while, something felt familiar, making him feel like he'd been there before. Deja vu, like I've been in this place before. Perhaps that was the case, or just his imagination. He checked his barman, needing to know how much time he had passed, how much time left for the poison. Uh-oh. Warning, you have broken Rule 2, you will now be eliminated from the game. Uh-oh. That was the message welcoming him after turning on the screen. This is why I said you should have checked. Being in a hurry, he hadn't checked it since going outside. Either way, it no longer mattered. His goal hadn't changed. He had to hurry. He needed to find the antidotes. Well, now you know you're number 6. Up to that point, he'd gone in a relatively fast pace, but now he's running. An exit. Help. Information. At least some answers. Before he realized, he was screaming for help, asking to be saved. The only response was his own echo. Passing thought of returning to the bar went through his mind. Fortunately, by that point, he didn't know how to go back. No, even if he could, backing off would make his sacrifice pointless. He refused to do that. I don't know, I would go back probably and just tell them, hey, I'm number 6, dude. Guys, I would just, like, be honest and truthful for everything. Be like, hey, guys, I'm gonna die anyway, so. He had to be strong. The decision had been made, knowing the risks involved. He would keep running, looking for his salvation, until he found the life that had been snatched away from him, for which he'd worked for years. He had to do it, for himself and that person. Ooh. Ew. Oh, there's the poison. He had made it. Finally, he had done it. The exit to the demo. That was the first time he had seen that corridor and that door. On the other side was the exit. It had to be. Just a bit more and that nightmare would come to an end. And it opens up back to, like, the bar, and it's like, no! Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. That godforsaken bar. That endless labyrinth. Finally, he could leave it all behind. Well, he's probably gonna miss the meeting. His happy ending was waiting for him. Not like it mattered. Trying to ignore the poison's pain as much as he could, he kept going. Just a bit more. Yeah, I gotta at least open the door. Quickly. Just a bit. It's number 2 here now. It's like, hey, dude, what's up? Bad end, 1 stroke. What? 1 pump chump ending? Welcome to the Golden Jack now officially. Why officially, you ask? Because you cannot say you have truly been in the Golden Jack if you have not experienced death at least once. We meet again, this time in a bit of a different context. Yes, it is I, that voice in your head. Who am I? You ask again. I know it must be vexing, but my willingness to divulge the information still lies far. What I can do is give you my role, my position. I'm the person in charge of guiding you through this little labyrinth. By the game, following each death, we shall meet again, but I cannot guarantee that all that I can provide will be of great value. In fact, it would be better if you did not expect such a thing. You will not find answers here. Those lie in the game itself. However, I will make sure that every little visit of yours is worth taking, with some advice. With introductions out of the way, we can get to the truly important thing, your first death. The trajectory of the ball went awry, and this is the result, a blunder. I do wonder, though, did you also believe that you were ruled too? Or did you foresee the mistake in his actions? Logic seemed solid, yet it was not. Cornered and with no other option, the ball had to be launched with an assumption that ended up being wrong. You may have died, but you were here, alive, and can try again. You cannot use this information while you can. Use it well. Well, there's no choice for me to make, so... The question now is, what path do you take? When was his fate decided? This might surprise you, but the solution lies in the First Council. What? Indeed, ever since then, his death was certain. At least from our point of view. Could have not taken the decision to leave, and his fate would have changed. Slightly, anyways. Probably want to make that choice for him, but sadly that is not possible. This rule does not listen to reason, and his decision is firm. Even if he had not left, even if his life would have likely been extended, how much more would it have been? The end he desires might be unreachable. There exists only one way to prevent him from going out of that door, so that his future improves. By taking a road that does not seem ideal, contrary to his goals, that ironically will extend his life. Let's say it was one of fate's pranks, or perhaps it contained some meaning. That is all I will say. Any more would decrease my neutrality somewhat. Even worse than that, take away some of the fun, no? Though before going back there, a discussion on what happened is required. It begs to be done. Although ended with his death, you got a little look at the enigmatic outside world, even if very limited. It is too soon to reveal any more. Does the salvation truly exist? Billiards did not find one during the hour he had outside. But it's still too soon to give up, right? Maybe he simply has no sense of direction. I mean, he did go in circles like 30 times. This was only a preview of what is to come. I can hardly contain my excitement. Enough. Time to go back to the First Council and take another path. One that extends the life of this rule a bit more. Probably have a point of return to the Council ready. Otherwise, there's another way to get back to it. Your second authority over time. What? You only need to extend your finger and touch it. Don't hesitate. What's the second authority? Bigger and harder challenges await you two, and I will be here to observe them with full interest. Let's make a toast in honor of a fruitful game and the souls of these lost rules, for the Golden Jack and for our dearest owner. Extra unlocked in photo album. Interesting. So I fucked up! Oh, what? Okay. Enter, return, wait, what is this menu? What is all this stuff? Okay. BG. Oh, and that's because, oh, this is normal, would it? Okay. Interesting, so I guess there's a lot more? Weird. Registry, what is this? Welcome once again. You want to remember post? Go ahead, then I will not be one to stop you from filling with your nostalgia. What? Oh, this is the endings. True end. Yeah, I want to watch the true ending, please, sir. There's 25 endings and then true end, and I guess one of the bad ends count. And there's a question mark. 1 stroke at 2. Very well, until we meet again. Yeah, I want to witness death again, please and thank you. Return. I have to do it from the first one, right? Which would be probably this. I don't know if it's a halfway point or the not halfway. Just skip through all of it. Okay, I don't know what to do here, so I guess just wait until something pops up. Yeah, again, I think it's the second half, so. Whatevs. Whatever. Why don't you do it? You go outside if you think you're number 2. Uh-oh. We're good. Don't remember what I'm trying to object to. This is serious. You're serious? Picture of Spider-Man. What? You serious? I can't do his laugh. I don't know why he took the gamble. I wouldn't have. That one's the one I initially wanted to hit, and I failed. For now, let's assume nobody will get eliminated. Nobody? That'd be great, but that's hoping too much. I don't know if that's the one I wanted to go for. Heck, I might have a heart attack any time. No killer needed. I just need to wait until the guy makes the offer. I'll just choose the same options here. Because it's just tension otherwise. No problemo. Oh, you can skip through this. Oh, I didn't even fucking know that. Oh, they're getting mad again. I only have to pay attention for the pool cue and the choices. Stop that. Oh, like here. I think I did the first one? I don't remember. No, wait, no, I don't. I'll wait until I see the one I was familiar with. I think I did it for cigar, maybe? Hope that was the right one. Just make the same choices just in case. Or attempt to. Oh god. one was here. I don't want to skip ahead in case I miss it. Here we go. I would have been fucked if I missed it. The next one should be the one where I make a choice. Here we go. So now I have to refuse. So damn it, Moose was right. Fuck you. Giving your number, be it true or false, was suicide. Those words from Jin resonated in his head. In his case, it was actually accurate. He took the deal and gave a number. Any number, they could accuse him of being it for some... happen, his defeat would be certain and his antidote would be lost. Less than 20 minutes, the poison would kill him. Well, not really. Fear of death halted him. He couldn't take that risk no matter how much he wanted to save everyone. Sounds extended for over a minute, seeming an endless minute. That was a response. Also, there's an ad.
Dark fantasy.
Deep dark fantasy. Like I thought. Good choice.
Huh?
That proposal wasn't serious, only small test.
No.
NBC, you didn't fall for that trap.
No, what the fuck? It's a trap! Were you planning on kill...
No, of course not. I wasn't going to accuse you. I just want to see if your heroic aspirations cross the line.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Nothing. Doesn't matter anymore. When we go
go back to the same problem. We do need a sacrifice. Do you have to call it that? It's a hot truth. Unless we don't accuse. That is the dilemma. We need to trust each other. Only in the majority. If the majority isn't reached, nobody will be forced to give out their actual number. So we have to trust in at least 5 people? More or less. So anybody feeling adventurous? Wait for a moment, but silence returned. But among that silence, an arm went up. Mine? No. I'm one. I'll kill you all. Sacrifice spoke up. The one who had, on several occasions, downplayed the importance of his own survival. The perfect sacrifice. Council complete. Congratulations, all present players have welcomed the first hour as a gift. They entered a bit. The owner. Okay, so now I'm curious how much is going to be the same in Chapter 2. This is different, though. Let's begin the game. So, is this the end of the demo, or what? So it only goes up to Chapter 3, technically, because of the bad end, maybe? I'm curious if that's the case. They tricked us! What the fuck? The hell was that? Usually everyone in these kind of things are connected to an extent. So I'm wondering if he has if he's the same. I'm assuming she has like a sibling or something. Seems the type. Ten players. Ah, shit. Oh my god, it's 10 hours, 1 door, and, crap. Trapped in an evolving death game. He chooses to rebel. Oh no, not he! Okay. Limbo? What the hell? I'm dead. The first days. So is this the same? Nope. His memories of those days were fuzzy. To be expected as they were his first memories. It happened when he was 5 years old, or maybe 4? That those were his first memories wasn't the only reason he could barely remember them. It was a chaotic time in his life. At no point did he know what was happening. It was perhaps that flow, that hurricane of changes that awakened in his mind the ability to remember. Commotion that left a mark on him forever. Flashbang. Don't worry, this will be your new home. Poor kid, at least he survived. Hey, are you okay? Do you need anything?
That was the beginning of his new life, supposedly. For him, however, it was more akin to a first life. For second life, the one he had beforehand didn't exist in his mind any longer. He had already left behind that second life! A third life, his real life, awaited him. But now a fourth life, that game, had seized him. 10-hour life that could be his last. Where anything could happen. Where nobody was safe. And this guy's got a lot of lives. 1 limbo. I'm 1. He went into the chat and said his age? What? The tone he used, it was almost like he was simply greeting them. Clearly, he did not care. His reaction was immediate. Surprise didn't come from his act. After all, he had made very clear he didn't fear death, for his choice in number. Why 1? Motherfucker, you would have said 1! It was a lie, which it most likely was. They could be sure he wouldn't kill them. Not like that had worried them anyway. His age would make any murder attempt hard. Nobody started an accusation, and Bill's proposal went nowhere. And with that uncertainty, the first council came to an end. Once it ended, a message from the owner, the mastermind, appeared. Bill wasn't able to calm down, feeling as if he was about to explode at any moment. He felt useless, helpless, like a coward. His inaction had made Vodka take the fall. His feelings of guilt were so strong that his vision had become cloudy, or perhaps the reason for that was... Alright, time to get this throat wet with some booze. Almost dried up there. So all this is the same. Weird that they just shifted all of a sudden. He had no way of knowing how long that truce would last. He had to hurry. Oh, okay. Never imagined that Grandpa would save my life. You mean me? You're the only Grandpa here. Either that or the others got some lucky bodies. Nor did I ever imagine that a day would come where saying a number out loud could save someone's life. How the world changes, eh? I'm so sorry that you had to come to our rescue, but thank you. No need to feel bad, madam. I didn't do anything special. You should value your life more. Even if you're at the last stage of it, you must see it to the end. The end? Bah, it's probably in a week, best case scenario. I eat Cheeto Puffs. Are you ill? I'm just being a bit dramatic. Honestly, for my age, my body isn't holding up too badly. Though you do get tired after such a long life, so I simply don't give a damn. Either way, nobody started a vote, so who cares? But... Shut it with your blathering. You'll end up making me wish I hadn't. Bill was too angry at himself. He felt responsible for it. Dart's terms were too dangerous. Even so, if he had known that Vodka would take that step, maybe he would have accepted them. No, you would have died. But what had been done couldn't be undone. In the end, his words fell on deaf ears. The only thing he could do was try again. Can't be relying on the hope that someone will do this every hour. We have to work together to get out of here. Still saying that? Refusing to have an agreement on Rule 3 is basically saying you plan to win the game. As a last resort, he decided to be as straightforward as possible. As I look at my shit, because... I believe someone would put their life in danger like he did at council, though it's not actually too surprising coming from him. It was his choice, yet even so, I feel responsible for it. Council was total failure. Surviving it barely brings me any happiness. Nothing's changed. Maybe it got worse, and if I can't change them soon, I'll have to keep my word and go out. No, don't do that. What? Oops. You know, so you talk about the council confirmed it, honestly seeing someone that clearly smarter than me. Oh yeah, because the other stuff too. Put me against the ropes and I couldn't hit back. Seeing him as an enemy after that would be easy, but his condition was fair. Can't expect anyone to risk their lives if I don't do it first. I have to accept this lesson and learn it.
Kind of like a Bedman quote. You have to accept it and learn from it. You either win or you lose. He had wanted to avoid it, but he no longer saw any other option. A plan? No, I just don't trust that everyone would keep their word. Understandable. What you say makes sense, but I believe most of us haven't come to terms with the game yet. Nobody wants to kill, but nobody wants to get killed. That, exactly. But we'll have to choose sooner or later. I'm with Billy. No, we can survive with no killing too. Just gotta be the one of the last three. Right, the passive way, but that relies on others killing for you. It's the easy way, but it can also extend the game for 10 hours and have Rule 4 kill all of us. Ah, why does this have to happen? Reaching a boiling point, Cigar gave out a small scream. Ah! Well, it wasn't very loud. Ow. Well, it wasn't very loud. They could feel her confusion and frustration in it, though nobody could answer a question. Enough for now. For now, everyone needs to make a decision. Those who want to cooperate are free to do so, and it would help the rest, and those who want to play, passively or not, go ahead. Go ahead? Asking for the trust of someone who fears for their life is pointless. That trust must be gained first. That's all. Good luck. Nothing more to add. Darts left with a smile still on his face. Coffee followed, and the rest fell in silence. Listen, I know it's not easy, but... Lime? What? Yes? Give me a hand. You said you were on my side, didn't you? Yeah, but honestly, no idea what to say. Then, will you do Rule 3 on the next one? What? Why me? Where did the randomness go? At least go first. Me? Anna went away, followed by Cigar. Clearly that wasn't working. Dude, you're flubbing this up so badly. God, this guy is fucking useless. Oh. I understand your frustration, but it was the natural result. Your attitude is laudable, but when life itself is at stake, it tends to get priority. I don't believe anyone is against you. It's a simple matter of survival instinct. Okay. A lot of snare drums. It's like gunshots. Get down! Get down! That was the vodka thing. Oh, now I do that. Still the same thing. Section already previously completed. Do you wish to skip it? Interesting! That's an option. Is there a reason to skip it? I guess there's no reason not to, probably. Wait, Limbo. Oh yeah, that's the name. Yes. What if I press yes? So what happens if I press yes? Because it's all probably the same. It was already 1:33. There was still some time left for the second council. He had taken care of his objective, and yet he still couldn't relax too much. He had to be prepared. Couldn't let his previous failure happen again. Thankfully not. Thankfully nothing had happened yet, but that could change at any time. This is different, I think. Went to a nearby table and sat down, trying to concentrate. On the one hand, there was this personal issue, his unknown number, which could be either 2, 6, or 8. Hey, it's 6, by the way. With Rule 2, he could venture outside, where a bigger hope existed, as opposed to the non-existent one inside the bar with barely no options left. While he couldn't claim to have searched the Golden Jack from top to bottom, he had looked enough to be quite sure that their salvation wasn't there. Oh shit. Yeah. But what was the salvation he seeked? The antidotes, not the temporary ones that then
ones they'd taken, but the ones the winners of the game would receive. If they existed, they had to be there, somewhere in the building. That's why Rule 2 was his biggest hope, the freedom of movement. Yeah, I don't think so. The only alternative was to escape and find a hospital as fast as possible, which was clearly more dangerous. Either way, they had to get out. What hopes did he have remaining inside that bar? Win the game? That's all he could accomplish there. Had 2 already tried to escape, or was it him? Was his only option to go out risking his life? Am I coming at a bad time? Voice interrupted his thoughts. Opening his eyes and looking up, he found someone unexpected. No? Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. I was passing by and saw you sitting all by your lonesome, so I came to fix that. Well... What time is it in the game right now, actually? Got carried away and lied, but now I can't... No. Probably just click all the same stuff. I think it's currently 1:32-ish, so... It's about the same. Wait, what? Where's my hints, though? What? He tried being alone on purpose, but before he could say anything else, vodka was already sitting in front of him. He moved slowly, albeit without much hardship for his age. Where's my shit? What? Is it because I skipped it? But my... What? No. Huh? Is that a bug or something? I don't know. Why is it not in there? Ow. I have been pondering over what we talked about on the counter. Yeah, I was also thinking that. Any conclusion? Yes, well, it's a demo, so probably I'm not going to worry about it too much for this one. Yes, well, no, more or less. Add uncertainty won't do you any favors, young one. Lying like before would be better, actually. Oh, it still says completed, though. I'm just curious. Oh, it says 133. Before. You called it certainty while I called it madness, even though I knew the truth. Chin up, that was a noble lie. Noble? It will only be a lie if you let it become one. That's why I want you to prove me wrong. I claim that what you propose is impossible. All but 3 people will die, and that's the best case scenario. I'll probably be among the first to go, too. Don't say that, please. The only good thing you get with age is wisdom, so let me enlighten you. You must look at reality and make a choice. You either accept it or challenge it. If you refuse what I say so strongly, you must fight, and for that, your lie must become truth. You have to beat reality. Don't fear it. Act no matter what. Do the unthinkable. Feel determination in your words, yet it's lacking in your actions. Are you saying that I should have taken Dart's deal? It still hurts to think that you had to take that hit for us. Still going with that? Please. The real hit was the one with the floor afterwards. Not me uttering a number. Forget that folly and that foolishly inane deal. Maybe it would have been better to accept. Who knows? I do. But that would not have been the solution you were looking for. Forget the rest and focus on what truly matters. Your words alone are pointless. To convince us, you need proof. Show it and put us on your side. Bill did his best to understand the little lecture, like a son carefully listening to his father and teacher. But what proof could he acquire? The only thing he could think of was taking the riskiest path, leaving the Golden Jack. Do you think I should risk my life for it? Face of that question, Vodka fell silent for a moment. After some thought, he gave his answer. I thought your goal was everyone's survival. Or are you not including yourself? Oh. That got him. If you feel as if there's no other choice, perhaps it's your life, do whatever you want. In any case, you need a sacrifice. Here I am.
Hey, you go. No, I would never do that. Your ambitions are high, very high. Too much so, probably. Be heroes in life. Don't try to be one if you don't see yourself capable. Nobody is forcing you to. It's not what I'm really looking for. I'm not trying to be a hero, but I just can't sit and do nothing with what's happening and what can happen. Sure, good luck on that. Bye, loser. So if nothing had happened, Vodka got up. Wait, that's it? Not a lot left. Left of what? The alarm! The bomb's gonna explode. Looked at the time, 1:40. The council! There were still 5 minutes left, but the sooner the better. If they lost track of time and were late, they could lose their antidotes. That would be the saddest and dumbest reason to die. Guessing we're headed to the same place, yes? Not sure, but we should. That's what everyone else will probably think. Let's get going then. In the end, no plan was made. The only conclusion was that number 2 was the key. Then Vodka's words, still resonating in his mind. Ending the talk, they proceeded to the same area as the previous council, where some already awaited. 2 less. 2 more, you mean? Sat on the same spot as last time, and so did Vodka. Yeah, we were late that time. Although the situation still wasn't desperate, time advanced without mercy. Rule 3 would be a danger to confront again without a pact made. Perhaps he would have to be the one to act this time. With his mind still plagued by doubts and worries, the council started. Ripper! Oi, mate! The Ripper! Alright. Don't know why I have that save. Here we go again. Where do we start? My guess would be Rule 3 again. So soon? The sooner the better. That way we can rest easy. I already did my part. Somebody else has to pay up now. Like maybe me? I guess we'll find out, won't we? A second council. Any volunteers? I was gonna click it, missed. It probably wants me to do it. If it's the only choice. You lost your chance last council, but sure, go ahead if you want. Exactly, could have done it last time. Well, no worries, 3rd time's the charm. Third how? Ignore her. You gonna do it then? I guess if no one else will do it, I'll have to. Let nothing stop you, young man. I'm gonna be given an option to do it again? Speaker, motherfucker, again? Really? Fine, speak. I'll do it this time, see what happens. Explode. Number 3. Well, now I'm saying I'm number 3. Silence from numbers he had discarded. Okay. What? I was gonna say someone's gonna vote for me, aren't they? Bill almost let out a scream as he saw the message, but stopped himself. Rules forbid them from talking while an accusation was going on. Someone voted for my ass! I'm gonna kill you! But while nobody was opening their mouth, their eyes spoke loud and clear. When it started the accusal, everyone had their barman on hand. It could have been anyone. Bill's hands trembled as he tried to hold his barman. A name had to be written, any but his own. The real number 3 was forced to abstain. If enough correct votes were cast, their blank vote would be added to him. 10 players, a majority required 6 people to vote. His life in danger were 6 people there willing to kill him. For starters, they had no idea he didn't know his number, and he couldn't say so now. Should have said so before. To them, voting him at that moment wouldn't result in his death, only in a confession alongside a protection from future accusations. That wasn't the case. With his eyes, he tried to convey his despair, asking for mercy. However, their gazes had lowered to the screens, unable to look anywhere else. In the end, he decided to write Jin, simply because it was the shortest name. After tapping the G, the rest was auto-completed. Seconds later. Not Rule 3. Okay, so now they can't vote for me again? For a separate instant, all eyes went to him again. This time, the expectations on him were different. His true number. His mouth opened, slowly trembling. He had to bet his life. He had to guess his number, but he felt dizzy. He knew his consciousness was about to collapse. From his lips came a number, one of the few he could be. The likelihood of getting it right wasn't too low, but still under 50%. Okay, that's 1 of 3. Drew dice a number that appeared the number he had wished for. Did not happen. Wait, what? Shortly after, the poison ended it all. Bad end, white ball. Well, fuck. I guess if I don't get it right, I die. Welcome once more. Alas, you came back here, though thankfully no death lasts forever. For you. Same cannot be said for the unfortunate rules, however. So what mournful tragedy led to the end of your life this time? Sours the taste of betrayal, assuming we can consider this a betrayal. With no clear pact between the rules, anything goes on the battlefield. Who started the accusal and who voted, you ask? It is a shame. The answer to those questions is not found here, nor will it be answered in a direct way on the actual story. Maybe one day you'll have the information needed to deduce it. You might be thinking, why can't I try again with another number? Maybe if it wasn't 3. I'll make an exception here and will reveal one thing. Even if the young Billiards had chosen another number, one of the ones in his disposal, his fate would remain unchanged. Oh yeah? Prove it! Consider this the first hint at solving this mystery, though I would advise you to not distract yourself too much, since you cannot reach the answer at this point in time, and you have much bigger priorities to take care of now. To begin, a way to survive this council. Clearly, giving out numbers, lost cause, so you will have to make another rule to take that risk. This will not amuse poor Billiards, but now you know it is for his own good. What do you do if another accusal occurs, you plead? You'll have to figure that out on your own. The game has barely begun, yet the hardships are already piling up. Hope you can overcome them, otherwise the show would be ruined. Is it merely a show to me? Well, no, it's more than that. Though it is a much more serious endeavor for the owner. I might have said too much. Let us conclude here. It is time to return to the council and try another strategy. Make a toast in honor of a fruitful game in the souls of these lost rules. For the Golden Jack and for the dearest owner. Let's mix drinks and change lives. Okay. Ripper! Responses to I love you. What? Oh, okay. I don't think there was anything new there except for maybe that one. Wait, that was new? Weird. Okay, guess I'm gonna stay silent. I don't know if I stay silent for the thing, or if I'm staying silent for the other thing. Like if I'm staying silent here. I could try. Let's see a reason not to. See what happens. It's the only choice. Remain silent. What happens if I do that? Once again, he didn't have the will. The danger of doing it without knowing his own number was too high. Nothing? Really, brother? Don't bully poor Bull. Your names don't count as bullying? Your names don't count as bullying? No, Jennifer. Listen, there's a much more family-friendly way. Which one? Rock, paper, scissors. Again with that? It's a rock-solid game. Many papers have been written about it reliably in something scissors. Guess that's an option. Bill, you said it first. How about it? Yeah, I think that's the most fair and logical way, and the safest too. Okie dokie, then. Right, we should all decide. Oh, yeah, sure. Limbs up if you agree. Agree means having to participate? Yeah, in it. It's not fair unless everyone's in. What? Wait, what are we doing again?
That would require a unanimous vote that would then create a pact that needs to be kept. Otherwise, even if someone is chosen at random, that person could back down.
Yeah, there's no rule making us do that. Jesus Christ, at this rate, you'll be arguing until the cows come home, and even then you won't be done. Can I take a nap till this gets anywhere? No. But I did my part already. What do you people expect from me here? Whatever, who cares? Noise would make it impossible, though. Focus, please. We can't take all day. Starters, who's in favor? Bill, lime, cocktail, and cigar raised their hands. Seconds later, vodka did too. Not that anyone didn't take that for granted. Security cats? Well, that's half. And get it done between you 5. 4. Well, 4. Huh? Why 4? Oh, well, so be it. But hey, no worries, people. Gramps already did it, and not a thing happened. Well, yeah, but it happened to me. Not like I'm worth accusing. Then, rock, paper, scissors? Whatever you all prefer, but let's get this done. My throat's fucking sore. Alrighty then. And so after a few games, the loser was... better not be me. Oh, him. Luck is not on my side today. That's how it is. My number is 5. Complete silence. He had chosen a very special number, be it at random or perhaps for a reason. He remained silent for almost a full minute. Finally, nothing happened. Well, I mean, he's either 5 or the other girl's 5 still. It appears that nobody's willing to accuse me. Check and member. Welcome to the club. With their worries lifted, it was time to change the topic. Did I try to convince them to do an alliance again? Likelihood of winning them over would improve by repeating the same arguments, but what else could he do? At least nobody was mentally ready to kill yet. So now what? Done already? We could, but now that we're here, we might as well talk. What about? How nice the weather is? We should find out some of the more dangerous numbers. Wait!
I think we all know what you're going to say. Any solid idea?
Not yet, but we shouldn't fight before trying something first. I've been working the noggin, but for now I don't see any other solution in sight without any sacrifices.
Without the antidotes, we are slaves to our captor.
Damn, dude, that's deep.
In other words, for now, we should prioritize survival above anything else.
I can't do anything there. I like that. Maybe if we hold on for long enough. I don't know if that's gonna work, but... No, that would mean getting rid of a rule. No shit, but in order to prolong our lives, the many takes precedence over one rule. I'm fine with that, but... if we have to be here until they rescue us, we could die without food. That's how little you trust the police. If they were good, we wouldn't have been kidnapped. True. I doubt they would find us. How mistrustful. That's youth, but quite honestly, I wouldn't bet on them either. But I'd bet even less on me holding out much longer. Maybe I'll have a heart attack soon so I can stop caring. Not like I care much in the first place. Old people and young people online joining hands with a shared intergenerational dream. Beautiful. Let's focus. Who here thinks we should try and endure as long as possible? A few moments of reflection, several hands went up. Cigar, darts, and poker. Cocktail raised his hand slightly, uncertain with gin. That'd be half. Actually, it'd be pretty wild if suddenly men in black from the CIA stormed in to save us. Easy mode. Yeah, easy, aside from, you know, surviving. CIA here? And men in black. What country and year do you think we are? It's what popped in my head when I thought of rescue. Don't know why, it just did. That cinema thing? Oh, fiction. That cinema thing? What century are you from? This one, of course. Wait, no, it changed recently. She ever came before this one, then? I've never been into those moving pictures, is she? What the hell? Conversation derailed again. He needed to act. So, I also want to hope that we'll be rescued, but if they take too long, which is possible, deaths will be inevitable. You like repeating yourself, don't you? I'll say it as many times as needed. You're taking everyone's lives too lightly. Our kidnapper might see this as a game, but it's not. We can't... Someone just touched my leg. Frustration got to him, paralyzing him while holding back tears. What the fuck's wrong with him? Using all his willpower, he endured as he had done until then. He wouldn't give the owner of the show he most likely desired. He wouldn't cry. Are you gonna fucking cry? Piss your pants, maybe? Don't cry, everything will be alright. Sometimes it'll be tough, but nothing lasts forever. And that's why the good times also have to end. But we will meet again someday. Remember, you are stronger than you think. Those words came back to him once more. Even though that person had left his life long ago, his words still echoed in him. It was thanks to him that he was now fighting for the lives of all those strangers. He wouldn't let him down, neither him nor himself. Are you feeling alright? It's like you're having a PTSD moment. Sorry, as I was saying, we can't accept sacrifices. That sounds lovely, but reality isn't. It's only one alternative, Rule 2. But again, that would require trust in someone to save us and surviving till then. And that was sacrificing that person. You all lost me again. Let's see if I can untangle this mess. So the choices we've got are... playing the game and winning, getting rid of the rules necessary to survive, especially 4, till we are rescued. Or either getting help from Rule 2 or removing them and searching for ourselves. Is that correct? I hope there's an ending where you keep Rule 4. I don't know. Just fuck over everyone.
Actually, I've got some suspicions that, if confirmed true, could lead us into a 4th option. For now, though, yes,
Hey, don't leave us hanging off a cliff.
I will.
Is that the final verdict? Seemed that way, and some already appeared to have taken a stance on that option. On what option they preferred. Now, it was obvious that the second option was the most popular, but there wasn't a decisive majority. There's no doubt a better option than trying to win the game, but Bilston couldn't accept it. At that point, arguments weren't enough. He needed evidence to convince them, not promises. Clear consensus couldn't be reached yet, but no matter what they chose, something was certain. Sacrifices were needed. With time, the number of sacrifices would only increase. Those sacrifices wouldn't just take it. They'd fight for their lives, put in danger purely because of a specific rule they had gotten at random. Third option, Rule 2, seemed to be their sole hope. Chapter end. Ripper! Oi, Ripper, mate! Possibilities. What was his name? Oh, same shit? Yeah. Same so far. After the council, oh, this fast forwards the antidote thing. After the council, everyone went together to get the counter to the antidote, and yeah. They started to feel the effects of the poison on the way there. Thankfully, unlike the previous hour, vodka endured and there were no incidents. This is the same, though. I don't know why I can't skip it. Even though they'd been physically spared, the council did leave some mental wounds. Bill felt even more distant from the others than before. It wasn't that they didn't understand his arguments, but simply that they decided his ideal solution was impossible. Number 2 was the only hope he could see. He needed its help, or to do it himself. Once he was done with his drink, he entered the data menu and opened the third one. Same thing, yep. An unavoidable shiver ran through him. That data went farther than ever anticipated. The amount of numbers were also unexpected, only 2 that made it powerful data to discover those rules. Moreover, they were numbers he could disregard. There was a macabre irony, dangerous pair he had to wary of. But his goal wasn't to reveal any numbers. He had sworn to go out of a bar and seek a salvation after a 2-hour mark situation had improved. Big uncertainty in his number held him back. If he could confirm he was Rule 2, he'd obtain one hope, the ability to survive outside for more than 1 hour. It wasn't so simple, however. If the others realized his absence, they could vote him and kill him. Either way to consider those hypotheticals was, in truth, a waste of time. Deep down he knew. Even if he had another rule, his only option was to go out. Despite that, he decided to wait 1 more hour as planned, not only because of the likelihood of figuring out his number, but also the worries he held for the group. The situation had been on the brink of collapse from the start, walking on the edge of a cliff where any mistake could result in a fall. But now it felt like a hurricane would throw them off. Okay, now it's different stuff. Open objectives. Find the other player with his objective. Oh, fuck. I gotta find my better half. His expected new objective awaited him. One that would require him to talk to the others in order to find the person with the same objective without revealing his own. I said you could. While challenging, it could work as an excuse to interact with everyone. It was a much harder task in the middle of a council, but doing so face-to-face gives him a chance to gain some allies. Or best case scenario, find number 2. But the first priority was clearing his objective. Therefore, he needed some tactic to hint it to the others in a way the other half would understand it and reveal themselves. In the same way, he needed to pay attention to what the others said, to pick up on signals from the other person. Maybe I can mention something about love? I love you! The objective did have the image of a couple searching for one another. Did it? Simple and straightforward. Could potentially work. Though that subject really wasn't his forte and could go in directions he'd rather avoid. Sex? Want sex? It's like, wait, hold on a second! He put his barman away and turned towards the remaining players there. Actually, let me save. Well, no, I've done this. Whatever. As expected, cocktails were working behind the counter. Sitting in front were Darts, Lime, and Vodka. Darts was focused on his barman, while the rest were chatting. Did I cut my arm? Ow. Hey, compadre, come over here. Noticing his gaze, Lime turned towards him and called. Without a word, he got up and sat on the empty seat next to Vodka. Anything to drink? No, I'm good. Here he is, my favorite Billy! But I'm the only Bill here. Exactly. Good one. At least Gramps gets me, but still, I like you, B. Beaver bitch. What a curious mindset you have, young lad. Honestly, not sure what to say. In my humble opinion, I believe they are messing with you. I can see that, and I'm not sure how to feel about it. Come on, open up a bit. How about telling us something about yourself? I'm curious. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Personal information is a weapon in this game. No, don't care about the game. It's just good old gossip. How frank of you. But my life is really not that interesting. I go through the same routine every day, work a lot, go back home, and that's about it. That's just sad. What a life. It's nothing special, but I'm fine with that. It's actually what I wanted. Huh? Might sound weird, but that routine calms me down. I like that stability. That's why I can't stand this game, this sadistic entertainment where we've ended up. True that, not gonna lie, if they got rid of the lethal part, that'd actually be pretty fun. My body's not ready for this stuff anymore, but truth be told, I would prefer dramatic death over falling dead while doing fuck all one day. Are y'all grandpas like this? No idea. Probably. Need to get out of here. I don't need any more drama. But drama's the sugar of life. You just need to have some moderation so it doesn't kill you. You're missing out on some fine treats, young man. Yeah, but actually, I'm more of a lemon person. You catch my drift. Oh, now my name makes sense. I only just got that. Seriously? I don't get it, but I'm afraid to ask. But seriously, nothing interesting ever, like aside from this? Interesting wouldn't be the word I'd use to describe this mess. Well, whatevs. Come on, give us something. I don't want to, but even if it's just gossip, her insistence could mean her objective is investigator. Maybe I should, you never know. Well, actually, there is one thing. When I was little, I almost died. Nani? Not what I was expecting. I'd say. Are you referring to some birth issue? Well, that too. No, I was already a few years old. An accident, but I survived. You don't say. Right. This might be rude of me to ask, but could that scar on your cheek be a result of that accident? Oh yeah! It got my attention the first time I saw it. Didn't imagine it would be that bad, though. Oh, I didn't even notice it. I thought it was like a blush. No, this came later. From a little quarrel I was involved in, basically. Honestly, it's because I was still so small back then that I managed to avoid any injuries. After all, the scars it would have left me otherwise would be way bigger than this one. All things considered, I was pretty lucky. Lucky indeed! Seems like that luck has run out. Though, well, let's hope it didn't. Ignore the oldie. Survive once and you'll survive twice. What happens once will happen again. So said the wise old man of the East. Who? Are you gonna say no to the wise old man of the East? No? Then there you go. Cocktail, give me another one. He was surprised they didn't ask for more details. He'd only talked about it with a few people, and last time was years ago. It's not that he remembered it clearly, but while his memories were vague, that incident had shaped the rest of his life, and he could still feel it. Even more than ever in that moment. I wonder if it's related to this. Ow! Nothing new there. Billiards table this time alone. I think he went eastwards. Next hour, next objective, I need to find the other half and fast. See where he went, guess I'll have to look for him. Doing his job and the counter, asking nothing in return. I'm starting to feel bad to pay him if I had anything. After drinking her antidote, she quickly left westwards. Once again, she left without saying a word, didn't even hear her, so no idea where she is. What? What else? Didn't I view every— oh no, not him, sorry. Sitting at the counter, focused on his barman. I see. And that fear of death, that rejection of death, not only his own, but of others as well. With no desire to drink, he got up. I think I'll go take a walk. Have fun walking in this circle. Take care. Arrivederci. Is she drunk already? What the fuck? Trying to get his past out of his head, he focuses on his top priority, his objective. He has to find his better half. Could have tried to find out if it was one of the four at the counter, but it was necessary to talk in private to confirm it without getting discovered. Therefore, it was best to find people that were alone. See several of them from afar. It was time to go. Choose who to talk to. Fuck! I can't save. I'm gonna assume it's one of these two. I'm gonna go with my gut and say... Well, actually, I'm not gonna go with my gut. My gut says him. I'm gonna go with her. See if that's right. See if my gut's wrong or not. Wait, why do I said I didn't know where those two went, and now I'm like, who should I see? You don't know where they went. I guess, who do you look for? Sitting at one of the tables was Coffee, alone as usual. Didn't look like she was doing anything. From afar, it seemed like she was sleeping, but her eyes were open, staring at the floor, somewhat worried. Bill approached slowly. Are you okay? Her eyes moved towards him, while barely moving her head. Their gazes crossed in a silence that lasted for a few seconds, until Coffee looked down again with a short response. I'm thinking. About my other half. Thinking? Hey, do you like Kit Kats? I love it when you break them in half, right? I like eating one half and giving the other half to someone else. Wink, wink? Yes. That wouldn't be a bad way of doing it, I guess. True, there's a lot of things to think about right now. Can't think clearly if you're talking. Sorry, didn't want to bother you, just... No, wait. If I concentrate hard enough, I can think even if you talk. Does that mean you're gonna ignore me? Yes. It was a joke. Really? Yes. Totally flat voice made it impossible to know if it was sarcasm or not. I was dealing with that girl so hard. She was his better half. Clearing his objective was going to be impossible. Can I sit? No. Yes. Still, it was worth a try, at least until he could make sure she wasn't the person he was looking for. Although the seeming lack of a hurry she was showing already made him think it wasn't the case. He sat opposite to her. Coffee had barely moved, as if she was frozen in time. He came to talk about a couple of things. He wasn't really sure if she was paying attention, but if there was something he'd learned from their interactions, it was that expecting a response or pressing her wasn't the best strategy. Okay. Do you hate me? Need help with something? What were you thinking about? Do you hate me? I mean, that's like the opposite of love, but... I don't know what the fuck to say. She's like this with everyone, but I'm thinking about this just for the keyword thing, but... Need help with something? Hello? Hello? Bill had hoped to get some sort of sign if she was the other half, but maybe he'd been too vague. Like, there's not much I can do, but if you need something, perhaps I can help. Oh. Nothing then? No. Fine. Did he take that as a yes? He wasn't quite sure, but probably yes. Is there anything else he could say? What were you thinking about? That one didn't even break that much. What were you thinking about? About how to escape, maybe? That's what won't leave my head. This is like just awkward small talk. Not about how to win, right? No. Oh, okay. I was thinking about personal matters, as in of my life as a whole. It's not what Bill had expected. Actually, he hadn't expected any response, but especially not that one. Your life? Aren't you worried about the game? The game is exactly the reason why I'm thinking about my life. Got me there. Got you. Huh? I mean, you're right. Sorry, I had the wrong impression about you. What impression? Well, I had a feeling that you... Wasn't sure if being too honest was a good idea, so you tried thinking on some way to make it sound nicer. Or always sound because you were planning something for the game. Have you been too straightforward? Could be the case. My heart, is it? Yes, but that's the kind of person I am. That's all there is to it. Oh. I had no clue on what to say after that. Both fell silent again, and then an ad showed up again, and then I went BRB again. And then Ricardo came up again.
Dark fantasy.
And then Deep Dark Fantasies came up again.
Dark fantasy.
Chesh you. He had no clue on what to say after that. Both fell silent again. He wasn't going to ask about her personal life, obviously, so it was time to talk about something else. Do you hate me? That's 3. Huh? 3 what? You said a couple of things, and that's 3. She's right. I guess I said that, though I didn't mean I only had 2 questions. Then. Wasn't literal, but if you want to, you can ask me something in exchange. Can you be quiet? Oh, am I bothering too much? You said I could sit, so I thought you didn't mind talking for a bit. You said you could sit, not that you could talk. I guess? Not like you had to ask me. This table isn't mine. I can't forbid you from sitting on it. Thought I began to understand her, but again, the doubts returned. It was already quite clear that she wasn't the one he was looking for, so he shouldn't waste more time. I'll leave you alone in that case. I have things to do too. Got up and started to leave slowly, waiting for an answer. It didn't seem like it would happen until... You forgot your barman. Huh? Turned around and indeed... No! Give it back! He had left his barman on the table. He grabbed it and put it away. Luckily the screen was turned off. Coffee had seen it by accident. She would have broken one of the core rules. However, while the rule forbid them from looking, she could still have remained silent, and yet she had decided to help him. Thanks. I don't know what being silent would really help with. With that, he left. He had to keep looking for people who could have his same objective. I mean, that'd go with my original choice. Better not be the kid, I swear. Going through the central area of the bar, Bill caught a glimpse of someone in an unexpected location. The exit of the Golden Jack. Tackle him, quick! He got closer, and indeed, someone was there, leaning on the wall. Wasn't expecting to find anybody here. Ah, got me. Wasn't expecting to be found here, either. The situation was sort of strange. What was he doing there alone? No doubt suspicious, though he didn't look particularly nervous or surprised to have been caught. No, he did get surprised, technically. His face showed the same sneering smirk that he often had when there wasn't anything annoying or serious happening. Couldn't help but feel slightly uncomfortable looking at that smile, bewildered, unable to comprehend how much of a seeming sign of satisfaction could exist in the middle of that game. He wasn't the only one there to keep a smile. Mine was the most extreme case, really. Still, the girl's smile was different from that man's. More innocent. Cocktail was another case, a cordial and kind smile that showed his professionalism. Vodka, meanwhile, had one of disregard for his own life and everything happening in it. His, on the other hand, hid something. Evil? No, not exactly, considering the comments he had made previously. It's most likely. See him enjoying the game? His attitude during council seems to indicate that he was taking things seriously. Like a lot of the players, it was more than a game to him, and that smirk made Bill's worst fear surface. Similar to Darts, he was more suspicious, no denying that, yet thanks to their interactions, Bill had the feeling that he wasn't planning on doing anything for the time being. He wouldn't dare to claim he knew what he was hiding in his head. Darts was still a mystery, and yet he had somehow gotten more familiar with him than with poker. What's he doing here? I can only think of one reason why anyone would be near the door. Are you... No, I shouldn't say it. Don't leave me hanging out, kid. I'm what? No, it's nothing. Wait, you think I'm... Got it. No, you got it wrong. Don't jump to conclusions so damn fast. I was searching around, that's all. Searching? He was standing still doing nothing when I saw him. If he's telling the truth, maybe he has the find a clue objective. In that case, I'd better not say anything else. Well, truth be told, I also wanted to see the outside again. No crossing, of course. Not like it's the outside that I really want to see, just a hallway to the unknown. Should lead outside, it's the only exit. Not so sure on that one, kid. Might be another exit we don't know about, like in the kitchen or something. Where is this kitchen anyway? It said we can't go to it. In the kitchen? Doubt it. Can't really check, thanks to the core rules, and we can't do anything about those. Exactly. That's how they can get us easily. Big fake exit sign hiding the real one. Someone capable of putting this up would totally do that. Hadn't thought about it, but with that logic, it was a possibility. One he didn't like at all. Prefer not to think about that. This door's our only hope to escape. We get the help of number 2. And there's the problem. You're fucked, basically. That's what my pessimism says. But I wouldn't mind being an optimist like you if I could. I don't think I would consider myself an optimist, to be honest. Considering what you've been saying since we woke up, it's impossible to think you are. Or are you blind? It's not really optimism, I think. More like I'm too stubborn. Realize that what I want isn't easy, but I try anyways. I kind of relate with that. Calling it not easy is almost laughable. That's clearly optimism. The sooner you acknowledge it, the better. Trust me, I know what it's like to get your hopes up and have them be shattered. What do you mean? Yeah, nothing. Personal shit. Better off not hearing about my life, not worth it. Let's just say it hasn't been too successful so far, and all this is a cherry on top I didn't need. Yeah, well, in that sense, I can empathize a bit. I also had a bit of a strange life, although much shorter than yours. You call me old? No, but you're clearly older than me. Well, yeah, no shit. Still isn't something nice to hear. Sorry. No, that's reality. No point in apologizing for that. Something I need to make clear, though. My life hasn't been a bit strange. In fact, it's the opposite. Pretty normal life. Miserably normal, even. Nothing extraordinary about it. If at the very least, I had a lot of anecdotes to tell, that'd be something, but no. So I doubt you could sympathize with my problems. No need to feel bad for me. That'd be even more pathetic. I guess. Listen, the lives we've had outside don't matter right now. They don't fucking matter. Understand? Right now, we're all equally fucked. Hard. So much so, I don't know how we're still alive. Yeah, I guess. You need to stop guessing so damn much. I get... Sorry. What I'm trying to say is that even if my gut tells me that most of us are finished, I love to believe in what you're saying. But I need something solid, something real I can believe in. So far, you've only talked about what-ifs. Nothing that helps me think we have any chance to escape this shit-fest. No, it's called Next Fest, silly. But I shouldn't rely on someone who's probably 20 years younger than me. Now that would be sad. That's why I won't put that big responsibility on you. I'll search on my own for anything to hold on to. That's why I came here. Next to the door that could either lead us to heaven or right down to hell. That said, after 2 hours here, I'm starting to not care about whatever it is. I just want to get out. If only I could. I see. Poker venting out nowhere caught him off guard, but he seemed to need it. Are you okay? Why are you asking? You seemed a bit tense. A bit? A damn big bit. I thought talking about it would make me feel better, but to be honest, nothing has changed, so I feel the same. Trapped in this fucking cage. Understandable? If you don't mind, I have something to ask. If you're hearing my rant, that's fair. What is it? I don't think it's him based on what he said. Still better to make sure. It's kind of a strange question, but if you were searching here alone, you aren't looking for anybody, right? Looking for someone. For what? For something. That's... You might as well just give it away, man. For making it pretty damn obvious. Oh, I see. I get it. No, not this hour. Did he figure out my objective? Yes, he did. Good luck with that. Thanks. Well, he didn't say it out loud, so I didn't break the rule. Looking at it that way, it wasn't as harsh a rule as it appeared. As long as the rest didn't intend on killing, there was no need to hide it. And in fact, the first rule made them incapable of murder, so it was quite safe. Was that all? Yeah, I'll leave you with your stuff. What's with that tone? Wasn't doing anything weird here. Really not sure about what he's doing here. Probably searching for a clue for his objective, or who knows. Instead, he kept thinking on another possibility. There was a player with a good reason to get close to the exit, but the other theory is more likely. Turned around ready to leave, but after taking a step, he stopped. The uneasiness he had tried to put aside wouldn't go away until he treated it directly. With a trembling voice, he threw one last question. Poker. Excuse me if this question bothers you, but... Are you enjoying this game? I despise this game. As a fan of a good challenge, of a good game, this one is an insult. The only one who should get to decide if I put my life on the line is me and no one else. Russian roulette's pretty cool. I see. You had to resume the search. Wait, now someone else showed up. Wait, what the fuck? Why are you here now? Yeah, fuck you, kid. Why did she show up? Weird. Maybe after talking to a certain amount of people, it's like, oh shit. I don't know. Oops. Sitting on an entrance alone when I found him, suspicious, or maybe I'm overthinking it. Says he despises the game, not despite his taste for games, but precisely because of it. Hadn't crossed my mind, and yet his cynicism stops him from trying to fight against it. That really seems to be getting to him. Sitting at a table, was she asleep before? Nah, probably not. Seems like she isn't the other half, but at least I made sure that she doesn't hate me. It's just the way she is. That's a relief, even though she doesn't seem to be on my side. At least she doesn't seem to have any bad intentions. But who else? Oh, me. Maybe. No matter how I look at it, the council was... Nope. Wait, what? Who the fuck else is the other one? Was it you? Smoke on one of the glass divided tables. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah. Found cigar by herself at the glass panel area smoking. Ouch. She doesn't seem to be in high spirits. Makes sense. Feel bad about bothering her, but might need to make sure whether she is or isn't the other half. Bill sensed a distinct empathy for that woman. Couldn't bear the idea of anyone there dying, but he felt especially worried for her. Why? She seemed to be the one suffering the most from it all, having already lost her composure on more than one occasion. As some seemed to almost enjoy the game, it comforted him to have someone acting normal. Moreover, even though he knew nothing about her life, he was pretty sure she had a family that would cry for her loss. Of course, that didn't apply only to her, but most of them likely had families. The cigar was one of the oldest, so she probably had children. Mother, someone irreplaceable. He had to survive no matter what, but that wouldn't be enough for him. All of us have a life to go back to. Doesn't matter how good or bad they are. Can't allow this to take them away. We'll all escape. We'll all escape. Yo, what's up, gamer? Excuse me. Oh, Billiards, what's up? Still a fucking weird name. Am I intruding? No, I wasn't doing much. Just trying to get my mind off of all this for a moment. That's understandable. I'd like to do it too, but I don't think I can alone! Even if I could, I can't allow myself to. Same here. This really is the last thing I need in my life. Put out the cigarette on the nearby ashtray and with her hand, invited Bill to sit in front. By the way, talk about it. Sounds like your life isn't going too well. Sounds like your life fucking sucks. Well, clearly it's worse now than how it was yesterday. There's lots of things to complain about, but I'd still prefer it to having to fear for my life. Of course. If I get out of here, I'm immediately asking for a vacation. I need a break. A lot of work? If there's one good thing about all this, it's not being on the job. Not like this is better, though. And really, I can't afford a vacation anyways. But when the culprit gets sued to hell if the police finds him, that is. Maybe the reparations I get will change that. That's the only way I can see this positively. I'd be happy with getting out alive, but I hope there can be justice, of course. Problem is, we can also end up in jail if we play this mad game to live. That's what I've been saying from the start. We can't be playing this. Sure, but then what do we do? Die? But the woman raised her hand, stopping him. I fucking get it. Shut up. I know. No need to go through this again. We already had this discussion with everyone, yet we can't help coming back to it. Sorry. Don't worry. Honestly, I know I can't kill anyone, but I'll do what I can to survive. Yeah, but shut up! I wonder if an inaction would still be considered a crime. You mean letting others die? Yeah, if others do the killing and I just profit from it. I don't know. If I knew someone was going to kill and I could stop it, not doing it would be abetting it. It would make me feel guilty. Or would make me guilty, but... that's the ethical way of interpreting it, under normal circumstances. But here, saving another can equal sacrificing yourself. That's the problem. I don't want to sacrifice my life, but I also don't want to sacrifice the lives of others. That's why my only option is to save everyone. What if we all die? I know. I still ended up talking about this after all. Yeah. Game this twist, it almost feels like it could only be some divine trial to judge us. Although I'm not particularly religious, I'd rather not think I'm not dead and that this is some type of limbo, even if it would all make more sense if that was the case. Not sure if that'd be better or worse. Worse. It would mean we're already dead. Nani? Right, I feel pretty alive though. Do you? Only it was a nightmare. This going on for too long. To think that the exit is right there and we could just go out if we had the guts to escape. That the threat of poison is enough to lock us in. Be a lie and it wouldn't change a thing. This whole thing is giving me an aneurysm. Would you feel better if I brought you tea or something like that? Instead of answering, the cigar took out another cigarette and resumed her activity. You're gonna die of lung cancer before the fucking poison hits. Ouch. He remained silent for a few seconds, in which she lit it and had her smoke, while Bill focused and remembered the reason he was here. Another topic, is there something I can help you with? He hoped that would be enough, too, if she was the other better half, make her understand. Not tea, but coffee would be good. I don't think coffee will help you calm down. Are you sure? Well, if you want, I can go get you one. No, don't worry, I can go. You're not my butler, though it'd be nice to have one. Oh, okay. With that, she stood up and left for the counter, cigarette still in hand. Can I take that as confirmation it's not her? Or did she simply not understand what I meant? No reason to stay there alone, he also took off for the counter. Why did I go to the counter too? What? Now it's just awkward. Scouts already left, but lime and vodka were still there, and of course Cocktail, who seemed tied down to that place. These sounds. Dude, you so fantastic. If you say so. I get that alcohol is a good way to forget all this, but that doesn't make it a good idea, Missy. Shush, Flenzenkunde. I don't know what the fuck that is. What? What did she just call me? Does anyone here know German? Is this an insult? Should I feel insulted? What the fuck? Cunesi paroli es daki cantatzen ere. I don't even know what language that is. What is going on? What even is that? Is that a real language? It seems like it came at a bad time. Pictures. Reknung, comrade. Hi. At least this can work as entertainment so we don't get bored. Listen everyone, this whole game is très simple. We grab some weapons, go out. Bang bang. And happy ending. Fucking French. Never seen this word. Ville aime et vous abonner pour plus de contenu comme celui-ci. I don't fucking know. What am I, XQC? It's truly impressive. In all my years, I have seen nothing like it. French. I swear and pledge that I try to stop her. How much did she actually drink? Well, what was needed? Kisa Al command. If you're going to insult me, at least do it in a way I can understand. Bitch. I understand that. I think she called you a soup violin? What? I am definitely not a soup violin. Wait, soup violin? What do you mean soup violin? Wireless. Don't look at me, I'm only doing the translation. I have no idea either. Understand her, boy? Only that last part, I think. I mean, I think. Maybe this young generation does have a future, even if uncertain. I've had enough of that girl, I'm leaving. And the coffee? Oh, I already forgot it. Cocktail, if you don't mind. On it. Coffee is for weaklings. Cigar sat down trying to stay away from Lime. Bill began to feel that he was going nowhere and staying there was a waste of time. Cigar didn't seem to be the right person. He had to keep looking. He'll be leaving though, again. Try to calm her down for the council. That will be an arduous task. She'll get better. Hatafi Almarat Al-Kadimat Bill? Nem Wadain. What the fuck are you saying? Wait, did you even say anything, Bill? What the fuck was that? He had to keep looking for people who could have his same objective. Oh, fuck's sake, now more people. Okay, who to talk to? I'm not talking to the child. I refuse. I don't care. I can go with her first. Because it could be the middle guy, but I don't know if I want it to be. Leaning on the billiard table was Jin, looking at her barman, thinking maybe she was the person he was searching for. They had barely talked to each other, so he still wasn't sure what to think of her. That seemed like the right time to get to know her better. His first impressions of her had been similar to the ones he had with poker and darts. Smart and decided to win the game, potentially dangerous. Luckily, up to that point, she had remained neutral, contributing to the councils and, above all else, working as Lime's counterbalance. A strange pair. Let's see if I'm lucky. Are you free right now? Oh, Bill, just in time. Just in time? Was starting to get bored, and who better play a round of billiards than you? Could have sworn that I already said I've never played it 1 hour ago. Sorry. Nah, just kidding. I remember. Having someone to talk to is enough. I think it's the first time we were talking alone. Good time to ask some things. An approach wanted to ask, but suddenly he was the one being questioned. It was fair, though, and perhaps she had the same question. They mentioned it. Yeah, I guess so. You're often with poker or Lime. Yeah, it's like I'm a weirdo magnet. I thought you got along well with them, or at least with poker, because Lime is, well, you know that better than I do, actually. It's complaining for complaining's sake. I'm actually cool with them, despite having just met them. That was the sound my eye just made. And really, a weirdo like me is going to attract to other weirdos. Nothing weird about that. Honestly, prefer it that way. Makes me stand out less. I can relate to that. Actually, nobody here seems very normal, for better or worse. Probably both. You think so? You seem pretty normal to me. Too normal. I do my best to seem so. I love masking. You also seem normal to me. Thanks. I love normal. Oh, and don't tell Lime any of this. I'm cool with her, but that doesn't mean I want her to cling to me all day. Not like that's the biggest problem I have today. Not by a mile, as you can imagine. Yeah, same. So going back to what you were saying, what did you want to ask? Yeah, we went completely off the tracks, and you also want to ask something. We aren't in a position to waste too much more time, so I'll be frank. You really think we can all come out of this one alive? He didn't know what to expect, but the question ended up being the one he had gotten several times by then. Noticing his reaction, Jin continued. Honestly, I still don't have enough proof to be sure, but that's also my goal. What? Surprised? I guess a bit. It's not that I thought you would play, but... Oh, no, I'll play, just not the way our kidnapper wants us to play. Not gonna let anyone control me like some puppet. Both seem to have the same conviction, but there's a key difference. I might be too pragmatic. What do you mean with that? I want the same thing you do, but until I can be sure it's possible, my focus will be somewhere else, covering this game's secrets. So you think it's not possible? More like there doesn't seem to be a way right now, but that doesn't mean there never will. Classic devil's proof. That's... devil what? Basically, you can't prove it doesn't exist. That's why I'm asking. I want to know if it's really just conviction pushing you, or if you have something planned. Sorry to disappoint you, then I still don't have anything solid. But I think the key lies in collaborating with two. That would be the only conclusion with what we know. Finding out who it is shouldn't be hard with the data. It's only a matter of time that we all know everybody's numbers. You sure? Be good. Several rules that most will want to remove, and if they discover who has them. That's why we have to think fast and act even faster. Time is vital. But my gloomy side's telling me we got a bad hand. Ending up here is already pretty unlucky. But that's not what I'm saying. I mean the condition we received. If either you or me had number 2, things would be quite different, for example. Oh, I see. Tried the best he could to hide his lack of knowledge on his own number. Well, apparently she doesn't have to, so... You have to play with the hand you're given, like it or not. It doesn't look like we'll get another go at this. It's all or nothing. Ah, shit, it's starting to sound like poker. Too much time playing with him. Still isn't me a rematch. Then we should keep investigating, right? For sure, always. And at least if the game turns out badly, we can escape. We have to uncover who's behind this and give them what they deserve. Might sound weird, but I'm not very interested in that. If we can all survive, that's enough for me. Actually, I'd say that's more ambitious. But why? You're not even curious for the reason we're here? Yeah, sure, I would like to know, but I'd be happy enough getting my life back. On top of that, I don't think I could understand someone capable of building this game. Hearing their motives probably wouldn't help at all. It just confuses me more. Actually, you might be right on that. There's really only 2 options, money or insanity. Probably madness. Has to be some kind of sadist. How can someone get money out of this? Technically speaking, this is a kidnapping, so they can't ask for ransom. Or maybe it's just entertainment for an audience watching us. Ugh. Yeah, not pretty. That's the sort of darkness that this world's capable of. Clearly, whatever it is not something we'll all agree with, so there may be some justice. I'll leave the justice to the police. As you should. Oh, and what did you want from me? I almost forgot the objective. It's a simple question. It might sound a bit weird, but... Yo, what's up, my dudes? Here it comes. Oh, boy. House in is the lime. Lime seemed to appear out of nowhere, at least that's how it felt to him. In reality, though, the counter was quite close by. She had simply stood up and walked up to them, glass still in her hand. Did he, like, push her away? Hi, Lime. Bonjour, mademoiselle. I see you've been drinking. Drink I did, drank so much of the celestial treat with such exquisite sweetness, yet it can't compare to the one you exude. What? Oh, Genevieve, dear Genevieve, grant me a dance. Doomed Yuri. Yeah, you're wasted as fuck. Don't do more harm to yourself. Wasted? Wasted? I didn't waste any of it. Got all the bottle in, not a drop left. We can tell. No need to swear. And I will drink every single one to make sure none of them are wasted. Come, my dear Gigi. Let's sit on the beach and share them under the moon and then... What the fuck? Oops. Seriously, how much did you actually drink? Not enough, ma chérie. Go on a walk. Maybe that'll get it out of your system. Yes, let us go for a walk. Embrace me in your warmth. Beery, you're here. That sounds familiar. You hadn't noticed me yet. Oh, that's all. And could you not distort my name so much? Doing it a bit doesn't bother me, but... Are you trying to call him or trying to conjure a spell? Me? Gungagi. Lib Saber. Get that curse off of me, I begetteth thee. Thee shalt never escape at this prison of loveth. I think we should carry her back to the counter, sit her down so she calms down. Yeah, right, she can drink even more. Cocktail can give her water or something. I don't think he'd give her more alcohol in the condition she's in. I hope. Considering he was gonna give alcohol to a child. I don't really have a clue why he gave us so much to begin with. It's incredible how she defies the laws of physics by standing still despite being this drunk. I'll get that Nobel Prize no matter the cost. I'll do it for you. Sure, come on, I'll carry you, otherwise you might end up kissing the floor. Oh, por favor, fe il mio amor. Mas isute... Is that even, like, also French? Bejaria. What the fuck? I can do it myself if you want. Nah, she clearly wants me to do it, and I think I'm the most qualified person here to deal with her. Okay. Come on, time to move. Grab my arm and only my arm. If an arm is all I get, I shall treasure it and be content with it. For now. Oh, before you go. True, you were gonna say something. Go on. Are you looking for someone? Looking? I'm always looking. Call Miam? I'm talking about something more specific. No, I'm not there. Did she get it? Okay, never mind then. Good luck, though maybe I'm the one that needs the most luck right now. For why? I'm on to bed with you. Bye, Bill. Hasta la vista, Bill B. Lime grabbed onto Jin's arm like a barnacle, and together they left for the counter. That was an experience. Gan found the better half, but something I expected had appeared in its place. Jin seemed to be on his side, sort of. Well, it seemed that he'd need a more solid plan for Jin to join him. If they both searched in their separate ways, there was a bigger chance of finding the solution to that riddle. The riddle? But for the time being, he had to keep moving for that half. Well, there's 2 people left. I swear to God, it better not be you. Well, I don't want it to be either of you two, but well, to be fair, I didn't ask the old man or the other guy yet, but... Going down the stairs, or her. Going down the stairs, Bill noticed Darts was sitting at the council table, barman on hand, as if he was already ready to start the next one. His eyes fixed on the screen as usual, showed a silent determination that could awaken curiosity in any observer. What drove Bill to wanting to unravel Dart's mind wasn't mere curiosity. Since their last talk, he really felt that he was hiding something important. I should probably make a save. Enemy or potential ally, from his perspective, he had no enemies besides the owner, but that didn't mean he was so naive as to think that view was mutual. He had to move carefully. What are you doing here?
Not fed up with that drunkard. I'd hoped I'd be more at peace here.
Wasn't expecting such a casual answer. Now what do I say? Maybe I jumped the gun. Oh, am I bothering you then?
As long as you stay quiet, do whatever you want.
Actually, I wanted to talk to you.
Is it urgent?
A bit. Dart sighed and turned off his barman screen.
Well, at least you passed the alcohol test. What do you need?
For anything else, he had to take care of the objective. He knew it would sound weird no matter what, so he simply spewed it out. Are you looking for someone? Dart's reaction was immediate. Staring straight at Bill, he felt threatened for a moment, as if he was going to attack him.
What do you know?
Huh, about what?
Are you really one of them?
No, don't overthink it. Tables had turned. Now he was the one being interrogated for his secrets, which were almost non-existent as far as the game was concerned. They're not balanced. He was forced to go into defense.
What am I supposed to think then?
Raising up, he approached, making Bill take a step back. Not whatever it is you're thinking. That had been a bad idea, but running away wasn't an option.
Fine, let's play this game. I answer you, you answer me.
I don't think I'm gonna like this game either.
I'm searching for someone, several people actually.
Several? You could probably be crossed out as well.
Now tell me, are you the Void?
The Void?
No. Alright, you can go.
All the tension was suddenly gone. Darts turned around and went back to his spot, focusing again in his barman. Bill's mind had gone blank except for one big what? What's the Void?
You expect me to answer that?
No, not really, to be honest. But after what just happened, I had to ask.
Best if you forget it.
You know something we don't? Again, Darts lifted his gaze, but without putting down his barman.
Who can say?
Can't say I didn't see that answer coming. Isn't the Void the after you die thing? Whatever it is, I hope it's something that can help us. If they're watching us, I realize there are some things that are better kept secret.
If they are watching us, I highly doubt the whole system can be automated, so I would say they are.
Yeah, I guess, but that's not the important part of what I said.
If you're expecting any sort of confirmation for whatever you're thinking, you aren't getting one. I won't deny I have some ideas, but don't expect me to be our savior. Unlike you, I'm not aiming for a perfect end.
Hey, shut up! Why, are you so sure it's impossible?
It's not about it being impossible or impossible. If by some miracle we all survive, great news, but that's simply not my priority.
To understand, what other priority can there be? It's more important than our lives. Yours? Stopped himself from saying it. Didn't get too shaken up, but didn't want to assume too much, and above all, he wasn't into making enemies.
Our lives are the most important thing, but it's not my duty to make sure everyone keeps theirs. Each one of us must do what we can to live. I won't sacrifice anyone unless I have to, but I won't sacrifice myself for anyone either.
In a way, it was exactly as he had imagined, but for some reason it hadn't sounded as selfish as he had expected. Maybe because it was the most human way of viewing it. Even then, he could not fully agree. Is that your goal?
No, I want to survive, but I aim for something more. The truth.
Can't the police take care of that?
Police will do their job. I'll do mine.
Your job?
And if you don't have anything else to ask, I'd ask you to leave me alone for a bit.
I have a lot to ask, but it doesn't look like you're gonna give me any answer. In any case, you couldn't waste too much time there. There's still an objective to fulfill. This he accepted. Fine, I'll leave. Good luck with that search for the truth, but be careful.
Sure, very careful.
Didn't sound very convincing, but the conversation ended there. There were lots of things to wonder about Darts, but one worried him more than the rest. Could he trust Darts? Could he trust his words? Could he become an ally? Ally? What the fuck? An ally. No one says it like ally. I think. He didn't want to consider him or anyone an enemy, but what did Darts think of him and the rest? After going up the steps, he pondered it for a moment, again and again, without reaching any conclusion, until he realized he was wasting too much time. Left the topic aside and returned his focus to the objective. Search had to go on. Well, there's one fucking person left now. Damn it. Wonder if you could have just, like, gone to him at the start. He found Piano sitting on the sofa next to the fish tank, looking at his barman, which he turned off when he heard him approaching. Excuse me, can I ask you something? What is it? Sounded annoyed, but not more than usual. Seemed to be more just at the situation than any one person specifically. He understood his frustration, of course, but at the same time, there's something weird about it. While not related to his objective, he couldn't help but bring it up. Before that, there's something I'm curious about. What? Aren't you worried? Huh? That question did seem to have touched a nerve. Bill immediately asked himself if that talk had been such a good idea. Well, fucking course not. Objective is more important right now. What do you mean? The game, I get the feeling that even though you hate being here, it's not bothering you that much. Of course not. I'm no coward. I'm not dying so soon. I don't think worrying in a situation like this would make you a coward, especially at your age. Wanna fight? What? No. Then shut your mouth. I'm not saying you should be scared either, but being too confident can be bad too. Are you my mom? I'm about to fucking... I'll survive this, be it by winning or escaping. Against such an aggressive position, pressing was pointless, but now he had more questions than before. Fine, forget it. Good, and the question? Oh right, this might sound weird, but are you looking for someone? What? Nothing, forget it. Wait, stop, explain yourself. It's simple, are you right now looking for someone? I'd like to find the poo head that put us here. Is that a good answer? Yeah, that'd be nice. Didn't seem to be him. One less candidate. God damn it. What are you planning? That question was way too suspicious. He won't stop asking until he gets an answer he likes, will he? Maybe that wasn't the best way to ask. No, it wasn't. Nothing, I swear. Didn't say that the best way. What does that mean? Wanted to ask some other thing? No, though it did sound more suspicious than I expected. And you admit it sounds suspicious. Well, yeah, but I'm not planning anything and I know nothing. Easy to say. Can you just walk away from him? This is worthless. And for starters, what would I even be plotting? I don't know, that's why I ask. You say you want to save us all, and then that's already suspicious. How? I don't get it. Isn't that what you should all want too? Yeah, sure, that'd be great. No way it's happening, though. So if you keep saying it, either you're stupid or want to trick us. Can't mean anything else. Faced with that, he could only sigh. That was the big problem. Now people often tend more towards what they believe is more rational than what they actually want. The distrust born from fear, which leads to the famous prisoner's dilemma. Bill was by no means an expert on those subjects, but felt the frustration they produced nonetheless. Even the youngest one there, who should have been the most innocent of the group, was distrustful. In fact, he appeared to be among the most distrustful. For a moment, he wondered if it could be a generational difference. It wasn't vodka, though. Their age group was most likely only about 10 years. What? Oh, with him. 10 years may not seem like much, but it made a clear difference. Not sure that's a good way to trick anyone. If you want to think I'm too naive, I can't stop you, but I can try all I can to prove you wrong. Whatever you say. Surprisingly, that response appeared to work, or at least Piano didn't seem to know how to answer. You're too distrustful for your age. Look, my age has nothing to do with it. Actually, how old are you? That's secret. It could be data. I doubt it. Data about your age would be too obvious. Shut up! If you got no more questions, go away! That sudden change felt strange. Bill couldn't help but laugh a little. He really tries to act mature, but he's still just a kid. But in that game and surrounded by adults, it wasn't too surprising. It was a way to protect himself. After all, he was the easiest target alongside Vodka. But while Vodka didn't treat death seriously, Piano clearly wanted to live more than anyone. His yet short life gave him an even bigger right to survive. Did it though? Yeah, I'll leave you alone. Know this, I won't get my eyes off you or anyone else. Go ahead, I have nothing to hide apart from my number. Not even that in truth, not until he figured it out, though he did have to hide his objective. It still wasn't cleared, so he resumed his search, heading out somewhere else. He had to keep looking for people that could share his objective. Well, you have fucking 3 people left, man. 2:40, the barman's alarm went off, catching him off guard. 5 minutes left for the council, and his objective still wasn't done yet. And in his case, that meant he was the only one with that problem. Well, you have 3 people left. The old man, and the bartender, and the drunk person. And let's hope to God it's not the drunk person, because otherwise you might be fucked. Shivers, sweat, panic, everything hit him at once. Quickly, almost by instinct, he ran to the counter again. Here again? Salutations! There are a few minutes left for the council. True, we'll have to get ready, but as you can see, a certain person is still indisposed. But that's just his age. I don't believe he was referring to me. Oh, then I don't know you. There's no time for this. We have to... This guy panics way too much. I mean, I get it, but, like, you can just use your brain and be like, hey, can I talk to you alone? Hey, can I talk to you alone? Fucking easy. And just, like, be direct and straight to the point. It's not that difficult. No, he couldn't go to council yet. His objective still wasn't done. It had to be one of the players he had to talk to, but in the short time left, there was no way to talk to each of them separately. You kind of could. Not her. But you could just, like, assume it's her at that point. What are you doing there still? From afar came Piano heading to the council area. Near him was also poker and coffee. Oh, well, if we have to. I thought he was gonna float in the air. But being here is so good. I think I won't serve you any more drinks. You should have stopped a while ago. Come on, lift your rear up, miss. Hi, Darkness, my old pal. Wait, can we talk first? Talk about what? Something important. Better discuss it during the council in that case. His mind went blank. He had no idea how to do it without revealing his objective. You're just not using your brain. There's ways you could do it. Dude, you've literally done it. I'll head to the council, and he had to do so as well. Lost, he looked at his barman. At the start of every hour, each player will be assigned a secret objective that has to be completed before that hour ends without being discovered. Well, technically, there's still time after the trial. Was there a way? If a player dies, the associated rule will be removed from the game permanently. I can't think about that. There has to be another way. Bill, 2 minutes left. Hurry. On the council table, he heard Poker's warning. There was no other escape. He had to go and find a solution during the council. That was weird. I don't know why you're making this way more difficult than it needs to be, dude. He over panics. The legs trembling, he sat on his spot. The rest were already there waiting. Let's end the trial early. Okay, bye. Okay, now we can start. Was there a way to communicate with the other better half and confirm their objectives in secret? Seemed impossible. At least we had talked to most... You know what? You know what? Here's an idea. Why don't you guys... Not now. If you survive this hour... At the start, you know what you could fucking do? You can be like, hey guys, how about if one of us is if the better parts, how about we do it where, like, you wink or something. You do some, like, kind of, like, sign to see if it's them. Unless that counts as, like, breaking the rule. But, I mean, not the telling part, the fact that it's, like... If you do the sign, it's like, oh, everyone knows there's some shit. I don't fucking know. But they're not saying it, so I don't know. I feel like that could work. That'd be the smartest thing, but whatever. At least he had talked to most of them. There were only a few candidates left, so he didn't think finding the right one would be hard. However, that wasn't the only huge issue. If he hadn't done his objective, the other half would be the same, so it should have been easy to see. And yet, nobody looked particularly nervous, only him. How was it possible? Any person about to die would be desperate to save themselves by that point. Terrible possibility came to mind. Maybe the other half was Rule 9, the one who didn't need to fulfill their objective to survive the hour. That's true. That's possible. That'd be pretty fucked up. I think the portraits change, actually. I think I just noticed that. Oh, great. We should start with number 3. Sorry. Yes, is anybody willing? I took one bite of my bagel that I made during the break. That's it. Should I do it? Not much to lose for me now. Partially believe that, while at the same time getting the feeling that such a way of thinking implied he had already given up on his life. What could he do to be saved? What did he have to do? I don't know. Whatever. Whatever! Who cares? Might as well. Condemned to death or not, he had to take that step to save everyone else. With the decision made, he had to choose a number. And once decided, I'm... You just say 2? Really? I'm 2, yeah. She might be telling the truth, considering she's drunk. All their gazes went to the young woman, apparently still under the alcohol's influence. Contrasting with her previous euphoria, she seemed tired, almost asleep, as if her batteries had run out. Lime, what? Wanted number, nah? Then there you go, number. No biggie. But are you sure? Eh? Even if she said it drunk, the rules don't mention anything about take-backs. What's done is done. True, but one thing worries me. She said it drunk, does she know what she's done? She doesn't appear to. What's wrong? Gave the number, right? It was in that moment that when most of them started to notice something. Maybe that's the reason people are getting drunk. Lime. Hmm? Lime, dear, stay awake and listen for a moment. What's up, cat? Meow, 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 meow. You remember what we talked about in the first council, right? About Rule 3 and lying? About how it's better to not say your real number, but any other one that hasn't been said in the other councils you didn't actually say. Yeah, of course someone did that. Well, maybe you should have shut up and not said that, but before Lime could answer, the dreaded message appeared on the screen. Someone had taken the chance. Well, is she no longer drunk or something? Lime saw the message and her face completely shifted. Her sleepiness disappeared at once, leaving only surprise and panic. He couldn't talk now, just write a name. Had she given her real number by mistake? Was her life in danger? Although his own life was hanging from a thread, he couldn't help but worry about Lime's life. Without putting much thought into it, he decided to write darts by simply clicking D. The rest was auto-completed. The voting process only took a few seconds, and the results followed. No one has obtained a majority vote. Accusal closed. Interesting. Ah! Lime's scream caught everyone by surprise. Ah! Even though she had been saved, it didn't feel like it. What's wrong? Was that your number? No, I'm not 2. Oof! What's the matter then? I'm actually 1. She suddenly ran out of breath. All traces of the Lime they knew up until then were gone. She's probably like 4 or 1 or something. For starters, they couldn't know she was saying the truth. She could really be 2. Well, no, she has to admit it, right? No, she can't. Even if she's not, she had to be scared from having her real number revealed. I guess. At least the shock seemed to be clear ahead. Now she just needs to relax. Lime stared at her barman as if she had been possessed, while simultaneously breathing in quite excessively. Lime? Well, let's keep going for now, right? I suppose, but now I'm worried for the girl. Everyone was somewhat lost, not knowing how to proceed. My choice didn't matter, what the fuck? They had avoided a possible death, or at the very least, the forced reveal someone's number, and yet Bill kept fearing for her. Wait, I should make use of this opportunity. I should manipulate people. Taking advantage of the temporary frozen state of the council, he focused on a task at hand. A solution had to be found, an escape. He had to find the other person with the same objective as him. Otherwise, he would break Rule 9. But it could be too late had it been broken already. Why would... What? Huh? He would break Rule 9, but could it be... Had it been broken? What do you mean? No, because it's not... The time's not over yet. Should be fine. I mean, what is said on your thing when you voted? Yes, but there's still time. I would say there's still time, yeah. Nine. At the start of every hour, each player will be assigned a secret objective that has to be completed before the hour ends without being discovered. The time to complete it would end at the start of the next hour, and it wasn't 3 yet. There was still time, even if not much. How could it be done while at the council? Or done after the council with minutes to spare, because there was before. Possible. Fuck. Oh shit, there's like 4? What the hell? Okay. Well, there's an ad again, so...
Deep, dark fantasy.
Almost done. Go ahead. I'll play this for a while. How'd the messaging app help? What, huh? Wait, what are you asking about? What the hell is he asking about? What? Wait, see, this is why I wish there was a log. Oops. The council. Oklahoma might have something to do with it, but it's crazy how fast she and Jin have gotten so close. They make for a very interesting pair of opposites. Hopefully Jin will protect her and convince her to take this more seriously. Handed it out, at least I got to chat with her. Yeah. Wait. Methods might differ, but seems to share a goal. If I find a way, I'll finally be able to get an ally. Guess it's not him. I wasn't expecting such an aggressive reaction with my first question, even knowing him now. Can't explain it. Feeling I get is that there's something off with his priorities. The truth, that's what he claims he's searching, and if that's true, I have no complaints. Just hope that along his search, he doesn't feel the need to make any sacrifices. The void, I can't get that comment out of my head. Understandably, stress and anxiety is consuming her. She's taking the neutral passive position. Same as most, I think. Better than the aggressive one, of course. Means leaving your life and everyone else is up to luck. Can't blame her, but... Going to council, my objective still isn't done. My life might be already over, but I need to hold on to hope. What? There's more? Wait, I clicked everyone. You? Okay. I have no idea. I don't even remember what the question was. Can't, I don't know what's quite, I guess, through one of the rules, sure. I'm assuming how to find the other guy. Maybe one of the rules contain the solution, but which one? I have to select. Rule 0. What? I didn't check, what? Bill thought about how hard looks for ways to help him, but there was nothing on that rule that could save him. That's... Wait, what? Still time to think. He couldn't give up. I feel like talking's not gonna help. Messaging apps... I can't. That's gonna fuck me over. It's right here. I might as well. Messaging seems like the ideal solution, perfect for finding the right person while hiding his identity. That way, Rule 9 would not be broken. However, he quickly found a big problem. In order to send messages that weren't responses, Rule 8 was needed. Could that be his number? Nope. He couldn't be sure that it was his number, but according to the data received, it could be 2, 6, or 8. Lime had said she was 2, but as part of Rule 3 and had denied it afterwards, so even with her previous intoxicated state, he couldn't discard it. Do you have to risk it at 33? Yeah, sure. Bad end. What is he doing? It was a great risk, but he was already in too much danger to play safely. He had to go all out to survive. But to who would he send one? Had to be one of the people he hadn't talked to during the rest of the hour, obviously, but who? No, it wasn't a matter of choosing one. He had to send one to everyone, although... Messaging is only allowed when responding to a received message, requiring a coherent message in less than 10 minutes. Current rule, they weren't required to answer during a council. But in theory, the other person had to fulfill their objectives as well. They had to respond, or so he hoped. Wait. Another issue popped up when he entered the messaging menu. As he hadn't used it yet, he had forgotten about one crucial detail. Messaging used numbers, not names. The number to talk to had to be chosen. Therefore, he had no choice but to send it to all numbers, one by one, until he got it right. Ah, fuck. Time for 1 after putting the number, he started writing. Ah, shit. You complete your objective. Seemed to be good enough, straight to point in a way that didn't break Rule 9, as names weren't shown in the text. Even so, to be safe, he decided not to mention the specific objective. It was time, 33%, all or nothing, life or death. Send. Yeah, I figured. He had relied on chance, and the winning chance had been the 66%. The objective didn't matter, nothing did anymore, really. His game was finished. Bad end, 66%. I just want to get it. Welcome once more. Alas, you came back here, though thankfully no death lasts forever. For you, the same cannot be set for unfortunate rules, however. So what mournful tragedy led to the end of your life this time? Nice try is what I could say, but anyone can clearly see that the odds were not in your favor. It's to be expected that you took such a decision in this crisis. Might implore that you had no other choice. Is that what you were thinking? Well, you did have another choice, the correct one, which this was not. Still, take this time to learn a good lesson. Chance is not a good ally. It may seem to be your best friend until it backstabs you brutally. That said, I cannot dismiss that you may have to take such risks at some point of this game. All games have a luck component. This may be inevitable. How our world works. Let us not derail this any further. We need to talk in more concrete terms. Clearly, our ill-fated billiards does not possess Rule 8, the messenger. There's a chance you already knew this before this ending, though if that was the case, you would not be here, right? No, I just wanted to fuck around, find out. Well, now you know. That lowers even further the possible rules you may have. Could even reach a conclusion, be it right or wrong. And now what, you may ask? Of course, a new course must have been taken. Maybe you think this is a dead end, and in a literal sense it is, but a way forward exists. Do not reach a world where Billiard fulfills his objective before the Council. Please do not be harsh on him for this. He is not perfect, neither are you. I'm pretty perfect. Do not lose hope so soon and try again. This time try to avoid solutions that rely on luck. If you need more advice, I could provide it, but not now. Not here. Perhaps if you keep on failing like an idiot to reach solution this little puzzle, but for now, let's make a toast in honor of a fruitful game and the souls of these lost rules for Golden Jack and for our dearest owner. But I love failure. I fucking love failure. Yay! I know failure so well. I love it. I relish in it. Okay. Children yelling. What the fuck that mean? Well, I got more stuff there. A little bit. So do I fuck around and find out more? No, no, I'm good. I just wanted the obvious one. Because it was like right here. I would say talking to others, I feel like it's her because she's panicking right now, so. Try that. Revealing he hadn't cleared his objective didn't seem like a good idea, mainly because he couldn't reveal which one it was, so there was nothing they could do. There was also the fear someone would say too much and get it right, breaking the rule. Or perhaps there was a way to imply it that the other half would notice. How did the hour go for you? Where did that come from? We needed a topic, so I thought of that one. I presume you can all imagine what I was doing. It doesn't seem like anybody did much of anything. You sure? I'm not. Maybe two did. Like going out in secret, for example. I had some issues this hour. Huh? With what? His objective, probably. Shut up! We talk about those once we're done. I'm not really sure. I wouldn't, just in case. He should know what I'm talking about. I'd say no, not until the hour ends. Though I admit that I'm a bit curious about which ones everyone got last time. I think we have bigger priorities right now. No, you know what I'm talking about, though. What are you talking about? What the fuck? Asshole? Of course, but it's not like we have much to talk about. Unless you meant her. Are you sure? You should all take this more seriously. And you should chill. That didn't go as I hoped. Is there some information I can get from that? Well, obviously this isn't gonna work. Use the messaging app anyway! Nah, look for another way. Nah, too risky. I had to keep thinking. Oh, fuck. I was wondering if that was good. Yeah. I could just purposely get that maxed. How about through one of the rules? Okay, so I actually have to click. So links could work. Links is a way to do that, to be fair. I could do link. 9 at the start of every hour. Each player will be assigned a secret objective that has to be completed before that. I mean, 9 would also work. Let's just try 9. Nope. Okay. Try again. I'm not gonna say it's not possible. How about link 10? Why does it keep saying rule 0? I don't under... Well, Bill was dazed, lost in that mental labyrinth. The council proceeded. He had lost his chance. And he never got another one. Or perhaps he never had one that could save him. The council concluded without him being able to do anything. What do you mean a broken rule 9? What the oh, yeah. He tried to hide it, acting normal until he could hide it no longer. When they inevitably realized they saw 1 cup missing on the counter. No, 2 cups. I was reading that. He fell down alongside the better half he couldn't find, but would now share death with him. So there was 2 people. He couldn't see who it was, but in his mind, in his last thought, he apologized. It skipped the 1 dialogue, motherfucker. I don't know why it did. I couldn't find you. Bad end, timeout. Fair. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time does sometimes go by too quickly. That is perhaps one thing all humans can agree on. In theory, time is relative, but physics is not my field, so I will not go any further than that. There's not much I can say here. The Grim Reaper is slow, but if you stumble one too many times during your escape, it will reach you. Fortunately for our rule, the search for his better half during the hour was not successful. And that will not change no matter what you do. That is a sign that something is wrong with that half. Something cut them further apart. But not all is lost, of course. You must return to the council and find a way to escape from death. Given that you already lost too much time, I tried to be brief for once, so be thankful. What? Let us make a toast in honor of a fruitful game and the souls of lost rules for a golden jig and for their dear owner. Wait, before you go. What the fuck you want? I have an offer for you. What? What, Howie Mandel? Can now activate pause mode for councils. Time will pause after each line, advancing only when you click. This is not recommended as it breaks the intended experience unless you're either struggling to read in time, unless at tediously slow speed, and or wait times, or not even then. Already beat the game and just want a more leisure experience while looking for bad ends. A streamer slash YouTuber having difficulty reading the lines out loud in time while keeping track. You can turn it on off anytime in the settings menu. And carefully before you choose. If you're unsure, give it another honest try. And if you ever need to take a break during the council, try to tell the game to hold the fuck up. Maybe it will listen. Let's get back to work. Okay. Hold up. I still... They said him, so maybe it's, what's his face, but... What a game, huh? Lime, it's hour 3. So it must be a cocktail, judging based off that. I want to get the ending again, honestly, to see the 1 dialogue I missed. To see if it is helpful at all. I'll try other things first. Like, I'll talk. Yeah, I was just wondering if it was already set to the thing or not. What if I do it again? Nothing new. Same thing. Okay. That's unhelpful. Wait, did another ad start? I didn't even realize. What the fuck? Oh, no, no, no. Oh, oops. I see. There we go. I was gonna say. So that's not gonna work. It's not possible. No matter how much he meditated, he couldn't find any way to do it during the council. Rules were already out of consideration, but the game contained more than just the 10 main rules that the players presented. He looked at his barman and its menus again. Hurry, contact someone. Okay, so not possible is not an option? I've never written a diary before, but I guess might as well use this if I have it. Maybe it helps. We've been here for about an hour in the spa. The first council went okay, more or less. No, actually, it wasn't okay, but it could have been much worse. Sadly, Vodka had to take that risk. He doesn't seem to care, but I feel guilty. It should have been me. Should have been me, not him! It's not fair! Even if it was dangerous. Rule 3 is still a big problem. Not everything is lost yet. There's hope. Still don't know how we'll survive this, but I'll keep thinking. Second council was intense, but we're still alive, and hasn't been any accusations yet. Still don't know my number, but I think I'm really close. What really worries me is that nothing has changed and we're losing time. Starting to think that the only option is going out alone, 2 or not. But I'll wait 1 more hour before I make that decision. What if I request the council to end? At any moment, except accusals, a player could request the end of the council. Follow 10 players, do it. If it couldn't get done during the council, it would have to be after it. Normally, a council finished at the end of the hour. Well, that's automatically. However, if it ended sooner, he'd have time to save himself. It wouldn't be much time, but just enough. Only one hurdle on that plan. Everyone had to agree on ending the council much sooner than normal. Raising his eyes from the screen, he looked again at the group. Can we focus or not? Did no one fucking see it? But what? Can't expect us to do much if you don't tell us what's wrong first. It's just... It's clearly obviously her. She was just drunk and couldn't do shit. Perhaps the alcohol has affected her more than expected. What did you take, vodka, tequila? No, nothing too particularly strong. The actual mistake was the amount, clearly more than she could take. We shouldn't bother. Let her calm down and continue the council. There's nothing to continue, though. Yeah, I agree. Lime, now would be a good time for a nap, unlike last time. What should we talk about? About that, I have a proposal. Alright, shoot. After what has happened in Lime State, and with nothing new to talk about, I think we should finish the council now. Alright, we barely started. In like 10 minutes. But we did Rule 3. Yeah, we can technically finish it already if we all agree according to the rules. Should we? To be honest, I don't have much to add to the conversation. Even so, it doesn't feel right. Who cares if it's right or not? If you have something to say, say it. I admit I got nothing new to say either, but... Let's finish it then. It's some sudden energy there, all good? Yeah. No. What? Here I was thinking I was the senile one. Let's end it. I need a rest. Anybody against ending the council? Nobody answered. Not even Darts had a good reason to complain. Shouldn't. That's how it is. Fine, but we can't afford to do this again. We don't have much time. 7 hours, to be exact. You have to do something for sure. For the time being, they could only conclude the third council. I'm about to conclude. Still 10 minutes left for 3 o'clock. That was his time limit. Second better half had to be found in that time, although their identity was already within its grasp. All pointed towards that person being... I don't know! Lime, I need to talk with you after the council in private. What? Okay. Yeah, sure, Billy. Good. It was clear her attitude was strange. Clear panic. It was like seeing his reflection in a mirror. The same panic he had been afflicted with since council time arrived. Terror of encroaching death. Not only that, she was one of the few he hadn't talked to in private during the hour, and it also explained why he hadn't been able to find her. In her state, she had forgotten about her objective completely until the alcohol's effects disappeared, probably after the shock caused by the accusation. The pieces fell into place. Bill pushed the council end button, and the rest sustained. Makes sense. I said I was gonna get the ending again. It's whatever, it's fine. Found who it was. With the council finished much sooner than normal, the antidotes would take 10 more minutes to arrive. Given that, while previously they all went for them together, this time each one went on their separate ways. His intention had been to go somewhere where he could be alone with Lime, but by simply waiting a bit, they were the only ones left at the table. As soon as the last one to leave, Vodka at a slow pace, went up the stairs. Say it's you! Lime basically jumped at him, ready to shake him. Please, please, you! Yes, yes, I am, if you're talking about what I think you are, anyways. Are you the... Can I say it? Yes, in this case you can. I'm the better half. Oh, thank God. Almost had a heart attack. No, not so loud, and say it too. I'm the other better half. They waited for a moment, staring at their barman, and indeed... Ugh. Good. They both let out a big sigh of relief practically at the same time. Again, Lime jumped at him, but this time to hug him. Thank you, seriously. And really, sorry, I started drinking and lost count of how much and time and, well, everything, I guess. Before I realized I was already at the council and this wasn't done and I was dying and... Admonish? No, it's fine. Whatever. Still gonna save, but... How dare you! Don't worry, the important thing is that we're saved. I'm also partly at fault for not realizing until the council. Or for not, you know, talking to her earlier, but before she got drunk. No, it's my fault. Seriously, even if you had noticed, my zonk brain would not have understood anything you said whatsoever. Can't deny that, but still, even if you should learn from this, don't be too harsh on yourself. No, trust me, I know me well. In an hour or two, this will all be gone from my head, and I'll just do it all over again. Need to really push it in. Oh, shit. Well, hopefully I'm not a fucking better half in, like, 2 hours, then. I don't think cocktail will give you that much alcohol again, even if you ask. You might be right on that, so then... All good? No problem? You forgive me? He really had a good enough reason to be mad at her, but she did seem to feel bad about what she'd done, and he wanted to avoid conflicts with anyone. Also, you couldn't deny, her energy cheered up the group. While she was panicking, everyone had been confused, not knowing how to continue the council. As long as it doesn't happen again, I forgive you. You're the best, Bill. She called me my normal name. And once again, came the hug. She did at least say his name right for once, that's what I said. It wasn't his real name, not even close. Yeah, my real name doesn't start with a B. Or have 4 letters. It's like 7 letters and starts with a W. And she was the one who shortened it to Bill, and that didn't matter. I should also apologize to everyone else. For what? Ending the council like that? No, for worrying them and for whatever I did while I was out. What did I even do, by the way? I really don't remember anything at all. Well, maybe don't tell them about being a better half until after the hour's up, just in case. In case it still counts. I think it's better left that way. Oof, was I that bad? Yikers, mate. I kind of want to know the details, but also don't really either. You should just talk with Jin. With Ginger? Why? You had a colorful talk. Doomed Yuri. Wait, don't tell me that... what? Did I hit on her? Well... Oh no. I guess you could say that. Wait, like, for reals? Did I do good? Don't ask me. Then who am I gonna ask? I don't have the time machine with me now. Can't ask me pal self. I don't know where the fuck that came from. Okay, fine. No other choice but to trust my past tipsy, horny self. To be honest, you probably should. Holy moly, that bad? I mean, yeah, it's not like that'd be a first. So, is this a common occurrence to her, or what? Let's just say she was slightly annoyed. Nothing new there. More than usual, though, I think. Yikes, the shame is killing me inside. Although her annoyance seemed to be more due to your attitude. She didn't reject me? I don't fucking know, man. I guess not. I don't know, ask her. Mamma mia, mon Dieu! The casket has been stolen! Let's just leave it at that. It's for the best. You blew my mind hardcore, B-boy. Balloon boy. And yet, it's in better shape than minutes ago. Is that good or bad? Not sure yet. Okay. Now I need to talk to her. Well, maybe I should wait a bit. Actually, probably should apologize to Cocktail first for exploiting his services. Yeah, he felt kind of guilty. He's probably at the counter, I'm guessing. She got up and took one big breath right away. Okay, I think I calmed down a bit. Too many extreme emotions in a row. Yeah, too many for sure. We were almost poofed. Yeah, almost. Sorry again. No need to repeat it. Sorry. Don't start with that. Sorry. Okay, I'll stop messing around. You coming? Still 10 minutes left for 3. When the antidotes would come down. I'll go later. Better if you two talk alone. Okay, okie dokie. In that case, hasta luego, amigo. Ay, ay, ay. Lime left, leaving him alone at the council table for the first time, which was part of the reason he didn't go with her. He needed that time alone to think. The third hour is almost done, and that meant one thing, that the demo was ending. If he didn't find another way after 2 hours, he would exit that bar. That was the promise he had made to himself. Of course, he'd wait until he took his antidote before making any decision. The data he received would also be important. But he also had to think about all that had happened up to that point and give a final verdict. Chance. 2:58. When he looked at time, the hour was almost done, so he made his way to the counter. There he found cocktails, cigar, and vodka. No lime in sight, though. Cocktail, weren't you with Lime? No, I haven't seen her since the council. She went searching for you. Were you not here? No, I came just a few minutes ago. I've been here most of the time, so I decided to take a walk for a change. That moment, as a summon, she appeared alongside Piano. Ah, there you are. Yes, here I am. You aren't coming for more, right, miss? I hope you learned your lesson. I did, at the very least. I did, at the very least. Sorry to worry you guys. Not gonna happen again, promise. I'm fine now. Well, you fine by your standard. Which means fine. You say so. Right away, miss, one question. How conscious were you when you said the number? Number? When you said your number was 2. I said that? Great. You passed Rule 3 saying that, and that's why someone started to accuse... Oh, now everything is starting to make sense. Yeah, sense. I was basically on autopilot at that point, I think. But it's not your real number. Yes. I mean, no. Can't be both at the same time. Yes, as in, it's not my real number. I'm not 2 nor a cat. What? It seems. Doesn't just seem, I'm not. Well, even though you were on autopilot, let's trust that the pilot had enough control to not give your number away. Right. Yet, not enough to keep my mouth shut. I wonder why. Well then, all's good then, right? I guess yes. Okay, top of the hour. You can just spout shit now. Lift came down carrying a tray with 10 antidote-filled drinks. Finally, the hour change had arrived. Guys, that was the other half, huh? Oh, sorry, you just got a new objective. It's become the other half. Fuck! No! Are we sure that the lift can't be a way to escape? We already tried, but unfortunately, not even piano is capable of it. Either way, if someone is operating it, I doubt they would raise it if one of us was on top. Cocktail grabbed the tray and put it on the counter, and same as in preceding hours, distributed the drinks. The others didn't take long to arrive, and like the previous times, they started to feel the poison's effects on their bodies. This time, however, they were present the moment the antidotes arrived, so they recovered quickly. With that, the third hour was over the toughest one yet. Moreover, aside from being the toughest, Billiards had noticed a change. Even though he'd taken the antidote a couple of minutes after they'd arrived, he had felt the poison. Symptoms were mild, yet in previous hours they hadn't been noticeable for at least 5 minutes. Was the poison speeding up? The longer they stayed there, the worse things would get. Certainly wouldn't improve, neither the poison nor the game. Was it worth it to remain there, waiting for a solution to be found? Or did he have to bet his life in search of another way? Since Lime had left, he'd been trying to answer those questions. He didn't want to, but his life was already in danger. Better to make that bet than to suffer slow death inside that bar. Felt like a dead end. Nobody was willing to cooperate with them. Possibly he was the only one left not actively playing the game. If nothing was done soon, something would happen. Went into his data list and opened the one for the new hour, hoping to finally figure out his number. Take strolls regularly. What the fuck? Fortunately, it wasn't the case, although it still ruled out another number. 8. Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean? So 2. Well, it rules out 2. But that means, yeah, wait, what, 6? Wait, what? Wait. Oh, because you do take a regular stroll. Okay, so you are either 2 or 6 in that case. I mean, I already know you're 6, but... Assuming it's not a different reality when you do this. This data, I think it applies to me. I love taking walks on the beach. Fuck! First time he could see himself reflected in one of them, albeit regularly, was an ambiguous way of phrasing it that factored in subjectivity. Even so, he was confident he fit in. After leaving work and before going back home, he very often took the chance to take a stroll. It relaxed him, and it was the only way to change up his routine, though it had become a part of his daily routine too, really. They weren't particularly long, but enough to be considered a stroll. Which meant that 2, 4, 6, or 10 among those 4 numbers was his own. Well, you already know 2 of them aren't. It was slightly frustrating that it took a few hours to get it, as by that point he'd already ruled out most of them. On a positive note, though, it didn't include 8, one of his few remaining options. It only left 2 possible numbers still in consideration. 2, you must remain inside the Golden Jack. 6, in an accusal, the person with the accused number will have to abstain from voting. So that means if you're... So basically, you can vote, even if you're accused. I guess. Is what my guy can do. The majority is reached, but the chosen person is incorrect. Those who voted for that person won't be able to vote for them again. But that means you can vote for them again then, right? Could he really be number 2? It was a 50-50. Slowly he stood up. The decision had been made. His legs were shaken. Clearly he wasn't mentally ready to do it, but he would never be. Turned his back on the counter and... Whose drink is the one left? Huh? Confused, he turned around again. Top of the counter, his eyes zoomed through his surroundings, same as everyone else. The problem quickly became apparent. One person was missing. Lime, cocktail, vodka, poker, cigar, piano, coffee, darts. The only person missing was Oh, Jin. Where's Jin? Is this her drink? It's possible. No, there's no doubt it's hers. A knockout. Where did she go now? Genevieve! Ginny! Oh, Ginny. But no answer came. You have to find her. If she doesn't drink the antidote in time. That's all that needed to be said. With a few words, they all ran off to find her, shouting her name. Shouldn't be hard to find her by working together, because also it's like fucking... The room is in a very small circle. I mean, not really. It's probably like bigger than what the map shows, but... Still, it's a big room. You could probably just yell and be able to hear. Bill, Lime, and Cocktail went to the west side first. Perhaps she had simply fallen asleep at one of the tables. But as they quickly confirmed, that wasn't the case. Nobody was there. Perhaps she stayed in lower level after the council. No, nobody stayed there unless she went back later, for some reason. He went back to the counter. At that moment, Bill's eyes saw the exit. Possibility went through his head. What if Jin was number 2? Maybe she had left and hadn't come back yet. After all, he himself had almost done it, but had decided to drink the antidote beforehand. What? Oh. But it only made sense if she'd gone out for something quick, and something unexpected had happened. Billing, now's not the time for an introspective internal monologue. Yes, it is. It's always a time for an introspective internal monologue. Slime was getting him out of his little trance. Another voice shouted from the other corner of the bar. There's nobody here. Where could she have gone? Instantly, his body ran towards for the exit. Hey, where are you going now? The only option left is... Ah! Both turned around. Another shout came out at the east area of the bar. The door isn't opening! Grab the cup. What door? With that, Lime ran off. He wasn't sure why she didn't simply grab it herself, but it was a good time to complain about something so irrelevant. What door? Ran to the counter and grabbed Jin's cup. He had to be careful, go as fast as possible without spilling it. The path was short. Just put your hand over it, good enough. The path was short, but felt infinite. Finally, they reached the origin of the screams where everyone was, the bathroom door. Hold on. Pour the drink under the door, and she can lap it up like a dog. Hey, it's better than nothing. If that works. You will drink this cocktail from the bottom of the door, you pathetic little scoundrel. The door of the woman's bathroom was open. They had looked there, of course. It was the male bathroom, the last place they'd think to look into, where for some reason the door wasn't opening. Why is she in there? Hurry! I'm doing my best. Poker was kicking it with all his strength, trying to open it no matter what. I don't want to say anything, but I want to make a hypothesis that Jin is actually secretly a dude. I was thinking it earlier, because she's kind of built that way, but I don't know if that's true. I mean, that'd be the only reason they went in the male bathroom. I don't know why else they wouldn't, so. Have the antidote. How much time left? No idea, but not much. Move aside. Jesus. Guards pushed Poker aside, but not too violently, and kicked it several times with the same result. None. But not too violently. You moved me for that? Now's not the time for fighting. Coffee's sudden voice is a much higher tone than what she usually used, had an immediate effect. To my side and we go at the same time. 3, 2, 1. Both kicked simultaneously, finally made the door burst open. They could immediately tell that that was the place they were looking for. Howl full of pain made their bodies stop, followed by the restless and faltering breathing of the woman, then another harrowing screech. Her voice seemed to be trying to ask for help, but the words coming out distorted into noise. Like a soprano accompanied by an irregular percussion of desperate knocks. Jin's voice, now almost unrecognizable, echoed around the room, with the finale of her aria approaching. Now that the door was open, the voice spread throughout all corners of the bar. Didn't take long to notice where it was coming from. The inside of one of the bathroom stalls. Consciously, she's pregnant! Unconsciously, Dart put his hand on Bill's shoulder as he kept staring on the screen, staring in the scream's direction. That touch managed to get him out of his shock. Abruptly, he turned to the group. The antidote! Before the rest reacted, Lime ran into the bathroom, throwing everyone aside. Jin! Jin! She approached the stall where the screams were coming from and tried to open it. However, same as the bathroom door, the lock didn't budge. Seeing as it was impossible to open, Lime started to hit it. Well, I mean, usually these things have a thing. You just crawl underneath. Who cares? Lime started to hit it. Jin, are you there? Say something! Jinny! The only response she received was another wail filled with anguish, transforming into a beast. Poison was doing its job well. Pain that could be heard in her voice made that very clear. Bill, Cocktail, Poker, and Darts went inside, antidote in hand. How is this possible? Problem was made clear instantly, unless you can't go to the bottom. Stall door's lock was stuck. It wasn't budging. There was no time. Somehow they had to get the cup to her. It's not that difficult. The only way seemed to be above the door. What would they... I can't hide the dialogue, but it looks like you can just slide it under. I don't know how big the thing is. The only way seemed to be above, but Bill wasn't tall enough. On my shoulders. Okay. Very carefully, he got on top of Poker and was lifted up. For an instant, the antidote almost spilled, but he managed to save it. Jin, from that heightened position, he could finally see her. She was mostly on the floor, having almost lost all strength. How's she gonna grab it? Her eyes seemed about to pop out their socket. Ooh. For a moment, they looked at Bill in the cup. The knocking stopped, and with her remaining energy, she attempted to get up and extend her arm. But it was impossible. He had to be the one to move closer. He moved one of his legs above the door and sat on top of it. You could feel the tears falling from his eyes, while his body shivered. His trembling hands made a few drops fall from the glass, landing on top of Jin's head. Can you be more careful, please? Like a signal, Jin looked upwards while opening her mouth. That works too! Slowly trembling, almost like a robot. Could he do it? With those trembling hands, it seemed impossible. You only need to get you don't need to get a little bit, but... Perhaps it wasn't too hard, but in his fear-infested brain, where mistake meant sentencing a person to death, he would never know. Before he could do anything, Jin's head touched the ground. Likely wouldn't have mattered. You were too late. Oh shit. Dead end. Dry Jin. What do you mean dead end? In this case, it was not your own death, but of another rule. Expected or unexpected, it was not the one I had in mind, even less so with that method of death. Fascinating. And with that, Bill's goal has failed. The game has started, and there is no going back for the rules. Rule 1 has performed the opening move, and the rest will have to respond in some manner. What would this failure of a hero do after this? Oh, perhaps I went too far by calling him a failure, even if it is true. But I believe it would not upset him to hear it, as he does not consider himself a hero, or so he says. After this, his only option is to give up and eventually die. Do you not agree? Or would he continue trying to save everyone else? But how? Interesting questions, but we do not have the necessary time to find the answer, sadly. We must go back and prevent this, find another path. Maybe you already have something in mind, something that could change the course of everything. Maybe not, as you are not aware of what caused Rule 1's action. Is there actually a way to avoid this? That is a good question. For once, I will give you an answer. I will reveal the truth. Listen closely. Fucking wish list. There is none for billiards. You heard that right. The truth is out, much sooner than expected. That future where everyone survives can never be reached by the boy. His death or someone else's is unavoidable. Or at least it has been decided such in this world, within the possibilities in your deck. Perhaps there is a way, a measly possibility, that would have required a chain of miraculous events. If that happened, could we really call this an interesting story? I would not. You see the implications? Those questions I raised previously about what billiards would do after this. How about we find... How about we find that happens? How about we find out the answer? Time to drop the theatrics.
Time to drop the hold on. Time to drop the theatrics. Let's be honest with one another. It could be said that I lied when I implied you had to go back to find a solution to reach the desired end of our young hero. But you knew deep down that ideal end never existed, no? Perhaps the little speeches made you think it was possible. If all that joined together, they could reach a happy ending. Well, we both know from the start that this was not the type of story. Of course, deaths were coming, and this was not the last one either. Furthermore, we both also know that there has to be some sort of good ending. Saving everyone may be impossible, but it's possible to save a majority. More than the 3 people the game allows. Sounds impossible, but it is what you and Billiards have been attempting, no? Even if you were simply being led by him, that is the truth. In a way, even with one rule's death, nothing has changed. Will Billiards think so? How can he do it? How many deaths will he prevent? How many failures await you? He has transformed from a goal to a challenge, a record to set, a leaderboard. This time I will not pretend to be ignorant of the answer. I know well of difficulties that await you, and the deaths that are on the way. Good luck. Let's continue the show. This little intermission, this fabricated end, ends here. From now on, the true game starts. Truly does, officially. Let's make a toast in honor of the fruitful game and the soul of these lost soul rules.
This voice is harder than you'd think to keep up.
Of which one has now left us. For the Golden Jack and for our dearest owner.
Chapter end. It's just blood. Weird, we were just like talking and chilling out and then she dead? What the fuck? Well, it implies rule 1 has to be a guy. Because otherwise, why are they in a male bathroom, probably? For starters. There's more? Sounds that felt eternal, one that nobody dared to break. Each one was trying to process what had happened in their own ways. That silence had only come after several minutes, where only wails and sobs were heard. And when every tear had dropped, there was nothing left. It all returned to the counter after that. Bill's head was buried in his arms, recalling those moments again and again. He couldn't forgive himself. After her body had touched the floor, Bill had thrown himself to her, no longer caring about further spilling. But even though he had given her all that remained in the cup, it hadn't worked. It was clearly too late, as he confirmed seconds later by taking her pulse. When he saw her practically crawling, the poison had already started its job. Even if she had drank it sooner, it wouldn't have worked. Wait, really? He wasn't totally confident about it, but he couldn't know for certain. But for his own sake, he had to believe that. Otherwise, he could not keep going. The door had to have been impossible to open, so although he had objected, they decided to leave the body there. Sadly, there wasn't any proper place to bury her either. Cocktail, the only one with the mental fortitude. Well, now it's gonna stink up the bathroom! How are we supposed to go piss now? Cocktail, the only one with the mental fortitude to approach her, had closed her eyes. Noble act, proper of a gentleman like him. Besides that, as much as it hurt to think, they had to keep the crime scene intact. It was undeniable that death hadn't been an accident. For starters, Jin had no reason to be in the men's bathroom. However, more importantly, there was the state of both doors. Culprit had somehow blocked the bathroom entrance and broken Jin's stall door. Making sure that she was unable to get her antidote in time was no doubt an unexpected way to commit murder. It undoubtedly broke rule number 1. If by the next antidote delivery everyone gets theirs, the culprit would be confirmed to be that rule. His hands were trembling again. This time, however, the cause was rage. He didn't want revenge, but he did want something. Justice, perhaps? Vance is most of all. He doesn't care about her otherwise. He doesn't want revenge, whatever. Who had been capable of such a thing? Whoever it was, they had to be stopped before there was another victim. And there would be one if nothing was done, as that death could only create a chain of tragedies. Leaving the bar was a thing of the past. Bill had firmly decided to remain there until everyone was safe. But as for how to accomplish that, it was now the biggest mystery of them all. Looking at the barman on the rules menu. Where? Which one? Where the fuck? Oh, 9. So she was number 9. Rule 9 was gone. Which one was 9 again? Oh, we don't have to do objectives now. Hell yeah. Jin had been Rule 9, the one that had almost taken his life. Now the danger the objectives posed was gone alongside her. It wasn't something he could celebrate. Yippee! One by one the rules would fall. That's what the owner sought. 9 still left, among them his own. Still unknown. Ow. Finally the silence broke with a bang. He'll regret this. It was him! He had smacked the counter with his fist. He stood up and looked at everyone, all practically motionless. Who's the bastard that locked us here? Are you watching this? Say something. We can't take this lightly anymore. Our time is limited. We have to choose. Screaming at each other won't do us any good either. There's only one choice. The game has begun, we have to play it. But only 3 of us will survive, or even less than that. Seems so. Bill finally raised his head. No, I refuse. I don't want to. Still haven't given up? I wanted all of us to get out of here alive, but as long as we're still here, I can't give up. The battle is over, but the war isn't, correct? Oh shit. That's fucked up. Damn. I'm pleasantly surprised. Our methods might differ, but it seems we share a goal. If I find a way out, I'll finally be able to get an ally. Yeah, about that. No idea where exactly, though. Went somewhere after the council, and no idea where exactly, though. It's about time to go get the antidotes. Where are you? ... Yeah. I'm sorry. Damn. But why is this? Why is that one blocked? What the fuck? Everyone's depressed. We need to find Jin, and quickly if she doesn't drink her antidote soon. You got carried away. No. These are about the same. I failed. Then I found the other half, and now it all makes more sense. What? Well, I can't really view that one, so... The battle is over, but the war isn't, correct? Exactly. For once in that moment, everyone seemed willing to listen to him. Having to confront their deaths, having to accept them, they yearned for an escape. Bill could feel everyone's gazes pressing him for an answer. But... what's the plan? This time, Cigar was the one who raised from her seat. One of us killed that poor young woman. We have a killer here. I want to get out of this nightmare, but how am I supposed to trust anyone anymore? What have we done to deserve this? What punishment is this? I'm vibrating. You're asking that? That won't get us anywhere. I know, but what do you expect me to say? Someone just died in front of us. Can't accept this so easily, and I shouldn't. This is all completely insane. I've gone along until now, but I can't do it anymore. Why couldn't one of the people with the fucking strenuous voices die? Fuck. I want us dead so badly. Please come here and get it over with already. Please calm down. How? I'll prepare something for you. Alcohol works for everything. Cocktail nervously tried to calm them down. Bill's head fell down again as his feelings of uselessness crushed him. More than ever, he wanted to do something while being able to do nothing. Jin's image was still etched in his eyes, making him unable to even think. I'm surprised they didn't make a CG for it. That's kind of fucked up. I'm surprised they didn't make a CG for a mangled corpse or whatever, but, you know, typically typically in these kind of games, that's what they do. Making them unable to even think. You have to catch the culprit and make them pay. Money. We can't let a killer run around free if we don't stop them. Stop them how? With the vote. It's the only way. So young and already considering murder. How sad. What other choice do we have? If we let them free, we'll end up like Jin. No, we can't kill number 1. Huh? Why not? Because killing is wrong? No, because we need to protect Rule 1. Wait, what? You want to protect them? Are you the killer or what? Well, no, that makes sense, to be fair. Because then anyone can kill. For fuck's sake, shut up! Poker's shout managed to silence everyone in an instant. I only knew her for a few hours, but I spent some time with Jin. I understand your pain and hatred for the killer. I feel the same. But this is what the murderer would want. Let's let her explain herself first. Coffee, what are you proposing? Come on, explain. If we get rid of Rule 1, we will all become potential killers. It's very simple. An explanation shouldn't be needed. Bill raised his head. I mean... makes sense, we just gotta figure out who it is, that's all. Also, what the fuck? While there's an ad, I do want to check the thing. What do you mean playtime 13 hours? Fucking no? Well, I guess that would be accurate. Fuck! The hell? I'm just wondering how long this is, because, like... Are you sure about this? Yeah, it's the 68. Featuring the first 3 chapters of the game, about 68 hours. That's what it says. Oh yeah, the progress you make in demo will automatically carry you over to the full version. Forgot about that.
Oh my god.
I mean, I think it makes sense. We just gotta figure out who it is, pretty much. I'm afraid she's right. What do we do? Nothing? I don't like either option, to be frank. But still, we need to stop them somehow. Ow, it's not like there's a jail here to lock them up. Before considering that, we need to uncover their identity. but if we do that, we risk their rule being taken out. In theory, as long as there's no majority vote, they don't die. We could expose them and keep them alive, but under watch. That doesn't sound too bad, I guess. It's not so simple. What's the problem with that? I didn't say there was a problem. Explain it then. Don't leave us hanging. Hanging from where? You serious? Yes? What I meant was, according to the rules, only 3 of us can survive. Therefore, sooner or later, number 1 should be taken care of. So with that in mind, number 1 has some advantages over the rest. Even if we keep them alive and under watch, they know that, as soon as 4 people are left, they will be sacrificed. Double murder? They'll use their license to kill to get rid of us, crowning themselves the winner, the moment their identity gets found out. What are they waiting for then? Here we are. If it's one of us, they could go ahead and do it right now. Got me there, old man. Got no idea. Maybe they're at a disadvantage. The rule forbids us from killing them through violence, so I don't see how. Considering the method used, the culprit does not seem to be armed. So as long as we don't leave them an opening to attack, we should be safe. I believe we should calm down for now and avoid being alone. Everyone seemed to agree with Cocktail. There wasn't much more they could say, so the conversation ended there. With such a tense mood, some didn't take long to leave. Even Cocktail, for the first time, didn't stay at the counter. Nobody felt like drinking, so services were not needed. What are you doing? So their lights are, like, hidden. There's like a chili. Is that normal? Oh, yeah. Bill was left alone. No, there was someone else still there. Someone who hadn't said a word in that whole time. He didn't even notice her presence until that moment. The one who had always stood out that turned invisible, her face devoid of emotion. You available now? There. Never mind, you hate me. Bill wanted to say something, try to cheer her up, but his mind went blank, only capable of looking at her. She was motionless, frozen in her seat, barely making any sound. Though her eyes were red, no tears remained. He remembered Jin and Lime talking often, though to be fair, Lime talked often to everyone. Obviously any death was a tragedy, especially in a case of murder, yet no one seemed as hurt by it as she was. Lime, do you need... Yo, Billy. Slowly raised her hand, waving. How's it going? Want to play something, or do you want to chat? Are you, tell me one of your fun stories. I've told you one story, and it was depressing. Her head lifted up, showing what was trying to be a smile. The tone of her voice tried to imitate her usual one, but something essential was missing. Bill gritted his teeth, trying to control himself. Nah, you don't need to force yourself to. Come on, cheer up that face. We're at a bar, not a funeral. Lime. Thanks. Till now I thought that you weren't taking this seriously. I think I understand now. So thank you, and sorry for not realizing until now. What are you saying, Billy? We'll try hard to avoid this, but we still ended up here. This isn't the end. It's hard to get over this loss, actually. I don't know if I will ever be capable of getting over this. But as long as we stay alive, the story won't end here. Well, mostly me. For now, rest up. Turned around, ready to leave, but after a couple of steps, a hand grabbed his arm. No, you don't get it. Huh? Silly Billy. You overestimate me. I have the high ground. I didn't do anything for anyone, just myself. I only wanted to not think. Why else do you think I got drunk? As long as I had fun, all the fear and all the danger didn't exist. I just realized I have a lemon in mine and she has a lime in hers. Neither did the game or the poison. Nothing. But while we were happily talking, while we were talking about her, someone was killed. Tried to turn towards her, but Lime's hand pressing into his arm stopped him. Ow! I'll never be able to ask about the conversation. I can't remember the last talk we had. No, I remember one thing. Made you make an unfair promise that you couldn't keep. Or I guess you did, but this isn't what I wanted. Why did it end like this? Words he couldn't understand, whispers that weren't meant for him. Barely met a few hours ago, and yet, I think there was something there. Still, no matter what I felt about her, or whatever it could have been, the truth is that I can't even cry for Ginny the way I should. Because more than sadness, what I feel the most is fear. I hate that. And was let go. Turned around and... I'll have to try harder than Bilbo. Don't call me that. Kid lay on the floor screaming in pain, holding his wound. Oh! Pain prevented him from getting up. It wasn't actually a severe wound, but he'd never been very strong. Luckily, someone came to help soon after, the one person he needed most. The bussy! Are you okay? What happened? They hit me! Those guys again? Yeah! Saw the wound, the boy sighed, relieved. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Still though, those kids don't learn. I just tried to talk to them to make peace, and... You don't learn either, for better or for worse. Huh? Why? Boy extended his hand. Come on, up you go. Grabbing his hand, he managed to get up. Pain was still there, but seemed to have diminished. Or maybe him being there had been enough to help him relax. Thanks. No problem. You think I shouldn't talk to them? Someone has to talk to them, that's for sure. But it shouldn't be you. I don't get... What's wrong with them? They attack me just because of how I am. No matter how much time passed, he could not understand. It had been happening for years, since he was there. But in his innocence, he didn't understand why, and kept stumbling over the same mistakes. Just like how he kept getting bad ends. Were they really mistakes? He was always wondering that. When he met that boy, things changed, though not completely. His self-confidence had grown a lot, and for the most part, he felt happier. It could be said that he was his best friend, his only friend. Really, but he saw him as something else. For starters, there was the 6-year difference between them, so he was much more akin to a big brother or father, or even a hero. I don't know about a father. When he was with him, nobody attacked or insulted him. But as time passed, he had felt that he was relying too much on him. He knew that their lives would one day inevitably go down different paths. It probably happen soon. For that reason that he wanted to learn from him as much as he could, make friends and solve his problems as fast as possible. But no matter how hard he tried, it was one failure after another. Was everything he was trying to pointless? Was it impossible for them to understand each other? Some would say humans are born with pure innocence that is lost as they grow up. Part of that innocence was that concept, the belief that everyone can get along, that with enough effort, everyone can understand each other. If that was true, world peace could be attained. Unfortunately, life teaches us the opposite in little time. And yet, that kid still didn't seem to have learned that lesson. Or maybe he simply refused to learn it. Perhaps he could not bear being rejected by others. Perhaps he was too innocent. But even after seeing that, the brother could not bring himself to break that illusion. In fact, he wished for the opposite, that everyone believed in that fantasy, so it stopped being one. Even so, he worried about what could happen to the kid when he could not be there to protect him anymore. You think I'm doing it wrong? Should I stop? It's obvious that he had to stop trying for his own good. He had started having problems with other kids practically as soon as he had arrived there. While the adults had tried to solve it on many occasions, no solution had lasted for very long. Behind his back, he was considered a problem magnet, a kid with bad luck, an easy target. At some point, he had given up. He had accepted his position, till his hero appeared. He didn't want that kid to lose hope again, but he also had to accept reality. So his answer at that time was, "I'll have to try harder." Was that a mistake? That kid who would one day be called Billiards, inspired by that person, was again on that junction. He could persist on his goal, even with the person's death. Everyone else could still come out alive. Or he could accept reality and fight for his life against the others. 3. Break shot. The fuck? Thrown to the ground, covered in sweat and tears, and pushed to his limits, a switch finally flipped in the kid's mind. He could endure the pain, as he was already more than used to it. Insults didn't faze him. They no longer mattered. There was, however, one line that nobody could cross. They had done just that. He didn't know where they had found that information about his past. Probably from one of the adults, but that didn't matter at that moment. That was his weak point. He wished to leave his past behind and start a new life there. Now that dream felt impossible. He couldn't bear it. The wounds on his body stopped hurting. Something else took its place, a new sensation. A rage inside, consuming his mind. Hatred that he never thought he was capable of feeling for anyone, not even them. His right hand moved across the ground, in search of something, nothing specific, anything would do. His fingers reached something. His eyes were still fixed on his attackers, but he could still tell what the object in his hand was. That moment he thought of him. What would he think about what he think about what he was up? What would he think about what he was about to do? The answer was obvious. He knew doing it could destroy everything. Was he willing to lose everything all over again, for a mere fleeting moment of satisfaction? Yes! Intoxicated by that hatred, letting the adrenaline take over him, that was his answer. He gathered his remaining strength and raised his arm, extending it towards the one in front of him. Fucking strangled the shit out of that kid. It was just a small branch, nothing more. Small enough to go through his target's eye. Ah! Don't do that. I love blinding kids. In-game. Lime had left after those words, which had inevitably resurfaced some memories inside him. What about now? You good now? You fucking hate me. Okay, well, it was probably me. I failed, but the game keeps on going. My goal hasn't changed, but now I have one more, a very urgent one. Wait, what? The fuck? Wait, what? Can't say I feel that much better, but I think my will to not give up has come back. Wait, why is there one... What? 320 and then it skips to 508? What? But, what? You just skip to, like, chapter 5 or some shit with the... Can't change the past, but I can change the future we're heading towards. Couldn't prevent the start of the tragedy, but we need to find and stop the culprit as soon as possible. What happens once we do will be decided after that. Wait, what? Is this a bug? Should this not be unlocked yet? It's a little weird. He'd been there for a few minutes, alone on that seat, thinking, remembering about saving his video game. But the only conclusion he could reach was that he had to keep going. And for that, he had to move. While objectives were no longer a concern in between councils, the pressure was to act was bigger than before. On the one hand was the assassin, rule number 1. Further deaths had to be avoided, and to do that, he had to find out who they were. He wasn't sure what to do with them, but somehow they had to be stopped. There was also his own number. He needed to figure that out as soon as possible. And number 2, the potential key to escape. Wait. A recollection floated up to the surface of his mind. Quickly, he went into the data menu of his barman, and indeed, Jin was Rule 9. Could perhaps the knowledge that the victim had desired death sometime in her life diminish the pain he felt about that wish having been granted now? I don't know if that's how that works, buddy, but okay. No, of course not. He didn't know when that attempted suicide had taken place, but even if it had been recent, it didn't change anything. Jin hadn't seemed like the type of person to try to take her own life. But whatever the reason, the attempt had failed and she had continued her life till that other person had taken that chance away. Not just any other person, Rule 1, the other person that data included. Which is interesting, actually. Again, a macabre irony, but that cruel twist of fate could become the key to stopping the killer. With 9's death, only one person among them fit that data. That was the person he needed to find. Hey guys, who likes black coffee? For an instant, he felt the allure of a fleeting idea, a wicked thought that tried to make him lose his way. Maybe, perhaps, that was just another suicide attempt, a successful one. Perhaps maybe it wasn't a murder and everyone was innocent. He didn't have to suspect anyone, he didn't have to feel any guilt. Okay. He immediately rejected those whispers coming from this subconsciousness. He didn't know past Jin and probably didn't know the Jin of the last few hours too well either, but he had seen her face in her last moments. And leaving aside every sign pointing towards murder, that face of horror and suffering said more than enough. He wouldn't fall for that trap. He wouldn't use that fantasy to take the easy and painless way out. Murder mystery stories were never his hobby, nor had he ever been interested in detective or police work, but he still knew one of the basics was interrogating the suspects. He didn't know how to do it, or if he'd be capable, but it didn't need to be too formal. He'd just have a chat with each one. But that was the hardest part for him, having to suspect others. Did he have to... I'm getting like assaulted with a bunch of weird shit. Did he have to talk to all of them? Who were the most suspicious? He began by making a mental list of all 9. No, 8. Lime, vodka, cigar, piano, cocktail, poker, coffee, and darts. Lime was out, he was certain of that. He couldn't see her as a killer, even less so after what had happened. He didn't even want to consider it. Well, not a great reason, he didn't have the result to talk to her again after what happened, especially about that subject. He needed some time. Well, it still could have been her. Next was vodka, also quite unlikely, though less so. His age would make any physical action harder, and his indifferent attitude towards the game made him more willing to die than kill. There was the chance of that being an act, but he wasn't the biggest suspect. Cigar also didn't give off the impression of being capable of it, at least she appeared to lack the mental fortitude. She'd been visibly affected by the events, having shown panic, ire, and fear. Again, it could be an act, not likely though. Piano was a kid, even if he tried to act as if he wasn't physically less capable against gin than vodka, very unlikely. Cocktail was the first plausible candidate. He seemed to be a good person, albeit distant. An easy person to suspect, with a strong image as a bartender in the game taking place in a bar. Even though he was searching for the murderer, he couldn't help but recall Dart's words about the possibility of Cocktail having some relation to the owner. He had to focus. Physically, he could have done it, but Bill didn't have enough information on him, or the murder, to reach any conclusions. He had to consider him a suspect even if he didn't like it. Poker was another possible suspect, but the friendship he seemed to have made with Jin made it less likely. On the other hand, he definitely had enough strength to commit the crime. Though he seemed less hurt by it than Cigar and Lime, he'd been clearly furious and more serious than usual. No doubt it had affected him, despite showing it less. Even if he was innocent, he could still be worth talking to, as he seemed to have known Jin better than the rest, Lime aside. Coffee was the biggest mystery of all. He found it impossible to judge her in any way. Obviously, that made her suspicious, but simply due to a mere lack of info. On the other hand, she seemed to have less strength than Jin, making her a less likely candidate, though not an impossible one. But that was as far as he could go without speculation. He needed to talk to her more, as hard as that was. And last but not least, Darts. Perhaps from the whole group, the person he'd most clashes with. There's no denying that he hadn't had a great opinion of him since the start. However, after their strange conversations, he had no idea anymore. He was always wondering whose side he was on, what he was aiming for. He was certainly a possible culprit, but how likely was it? He could picture him as both main suspect and innocent. In summary, his main suspects were cocktail, poker, and darts, with the big question mark over coffee, as well as darts again. Why are you putting... oh, question mark over darts. But really, those question marks could be extended to the whole group. Even after a few hours with them, they were still strangers. Even Lime, the one who seemed to have suffered the most from Jin's death, as much as he wanted to completely discard her innocence wasn't 100% certain. Step by step, he needed to talk to each one of them in private, otherwise nothing would be done. First glance, the easiest way to find the culprit was to figure out who bit his third data, but it wouldn't work to simply ask each player if they had ever tried to kill themselves. Okay. Aside from being incredibly insensitive, the culprit would lie with no way for him to know, and it wasn't the type of answer he could get while being settled. The best way, and maybe the only one, was finding out who had both the reason and mindset required to reach an extreme. Or, instead, get some black coffee and give it to them and see if they like it. I think that's a smart idea. Just do that for everyone. Here, I made some coffee. It's like, ew, I don't like mine black, gross. And it's like, okay. Unless they're aware of the thing, but... And from the little he knew of them and going by first impressions, none of the 8 gave off that image, same as Jin. And there was another factor to consider. Myself! Was talking alone with someone safe? As long as the killer was free, it was a risk. Much as he refused to play the game someone else had already started, and that wouldn't turn back after such a serious crime. His investigation was found out, he could become the next victim. The rest would also find the culprit's identity, but compared to being willing to openly investigate was a different matter. Ugh, my head. Ugh, my throat. There's much to do and not much time to do it in. He had to find the culprit. He had to stop the culprit without killing them. Further deaths had to be stopped. And out, above all else, they would escape that place, the Golden Jack. What? What do you mean? One rule has fallen. How many more will you allow the same fate? Don't stop being Bill. Wait, what the fuck that mean? I was wondering if everyone's standing there now. Sure. There we go. That, I mean, what if I reload it? I'm just curious. Just like breaks the game. It's like, ah, sorry. Oh my god, it actually did. I was fucking kidding. What the fuck? Oops, an unexpected error has occurred. Uncaught type error cannot read properties of null. Reading error. File engine. Stack trace cannot read properties of null. I mean, to be fair, I'm loading into directly into like a fucking game over or some shit, so that's fair that it crashed. That's really funny though. That's really funny. Although I don't know what that means for me. Well, I mean, for the game rather. Like, I don't know if that's... Oh, I have to like manually close it. Okay. I will launch it again and do it again just to see what happened. Wait, it said 13 hours, now it says 11.4. I was lied to. Mostly I want to see what, the extras are, because I haven't checked that yet. Assuming another thing got unlocked, I actually don't know. I don't think anything did. And there's still those. And that stuff. I assume these are for, like, the full game. What's the registry do again? Oh, yeah. Wait, the dead end doesn't count in here? Oh, okay, weird. Timeout third council. I mean, I'm not gonna try to get the other bad ends, it's fine. But that's Curious. So I probably missed at least 2 then. If that's the case. Yeah, that's fair. I wonder if Jin is just like fated to die then. Or if you can save everyone, I have no idea. What does enter do? See if it crashes again. I'm curious. I mean, it probably will, because it's loading into, like, a dead menu, yeah. I mean, I'm fucking with it at this point. That's fair. Ugh. After 11.4 hours, I finally did it. Oh, ish. I mean, it's probably a bit more than that. I don't actually know how much the VOD that broke off was. How much was it? 3 hours? Yeah, it was like exactly 3, so... Yeah. Roughly almost 12 hours stream. Just, you know, VOD had to be cut in half because internet issues, but those internet issues are apparently fixed now. Good. Who's streaming right now? I'm gonna raid. Who is streaming right now? Here. Wait, how long have they been going? I have no idea what they're playing. Okay, I don't know what they're talking about. Slime sex? That's okay. The game looks interesting, whatever the hell it is. But yeah, I enjoyed that. I joined playing, by the way. Let's see. Trying to type it. I'm gonna raid Ollie. They're playing demos. I don't know what game they're playing, but it looks really neat. Oh. Okay, they just ended the game they're playing. They still stream for a while, pretty sure. I hope. Most likely. It better be. Let me see. I think they just spat on me. They said next up, we're good. Oh no. She's playing Toilet Rooms. Toilet Rooms is good. That's they're starting it. That's actually a good game. But yeah, next stream, like Friday maybe. We'll see. Take care. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.